Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
that crap.
Dati mihi Anglican police service lobby. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to be with you this morning. It is Podcast Thursday today. All day long, I believe. Yep, all day long, for sure. Let's see. Oh, water delivery. Hang on. We're good. We've got enough water for today. There we go. 5 of them. Five should get us through what we need to do. Oh, good morning. Hello, mods. Welcome. It's fun. Happy to see you here today, especially after this morning. Good morning. Let's see. I need to turn that on. Shmoopy says, me. Shmoopy, you were first in chat. Congratulations. Everything I related is your responsibility because of this. What? What did I do? I didn't say anything. It stayed in mod chat. Is this live trial today or catch up? Yes, Ted. The yes is the right word because we are just finishing up court yesterday, like from what happened after lunch on. We're going to be skipping the breaks and the timeouts, zipping through so we can catch up. We anticipate being caught up today. Like at some point today, we should be all the way caught up. But I don't need that microphone right there. I don't even need it on. All right. Good morning. What a beautiful day. 9:20 is not late, by the way. I don't think it's late. I did say 9 o'clock, but things happen. Baby Shark, watching this nice family-friendly educational live stream with our new baby snake, Starbuck. What kind of snake? I'm guessing like an anaconda. Is that right? Or a boa constrictor? Or maybe you've gone like exotic and you've got like a milk snake, not the king snake, but the milk snake. You have mods on this channel? It's sort of like a chupacabra. Supposedly we do, but you just never see them. Just kidding. Happy birthday to Janae, Jedi Jen, Murder Show 66, Pacific Northwest 4200, Presley, Shelly Knuckles Kelly, and the Creative Bees on Maxwell. That's like 10,000 syllables. It's like a 3-verser for sure. You guys are taxing my abilities. Let's sing happy birthday to the people who need to be celebrated before they can start their birthday celebrations today. And he's a super dwarf reticulated python. Reticulated is too close to regurgitated for me. I'm not sure what that word means. All right, let's do this. Everyone, wherever you are, join with me in the birthday celebrations by standing up, taking a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Janae, Jedi Jen, Murder Show 66, PNW, and Presley. Happy birthday to you. PNW, I dropped your 4,200, but I got Presley. Now we need Shuckles, Nelly's, Shuckles. Abadi. What's up, dog? Shelly, Knuckles, Kelly, and the Creative Business on Maxwell K. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shelly Knuckles Kelly and the Creative Beast son Maxwell. Happy birthday to you. I just like to highlight this as the comment of the day. I nailed Janae. I nailed Janae. Thank you. The pronunciation is always difficult for me. It's getting on the first try is worth celebrating. It's worth celebrating. Debbie, by the way, happy birthday to your son, Maxwell. Happy birthday there as well. All right. To everyone who celebrated the birthday today, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day just a little more special. Begin by celebrating with free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village, and Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Sandy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. I think I got them all. I think I missed one. Just got back from the DMV. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's never fun unless unless you're getting your motorcycle endorsement. DMV is not fun. Janallison. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Janallison, 435. Happy birthday to you. There we go. You got the finale birthday song. Sorry we missed you there. Things happen sometimes, The lists are not perfect, but hopefully you consider yourself sung to and get free pancakes as well. So good morning. All right, where are we? We're going right to court, unless anyone has objections. We're following the South Carolina versus Chow case. This is a case where a convenience store owner, Mr. Chow, suspected a client, a customer, potential customer, I'll say, because he didn't buy anything, of shoplifting. The young boy entered the store, walked around. He entered the store with a backpack. He was told to take his backpack off, and I've seen that at convenience stores. Even when I was a kid, the 7-Eleven wouldn't let you wear your backpack into the store. So everyone would just stick their backpacks by the door. And they even had a policy where you could only have like 3 people in at a time because, I guess that's how many eyes the clerk had. That's how many people he could watch. But it really sucked because they had a Street Fighter arcade game there. And so, the 2 people who were playing each other and then the next challenger was all who could be there. You couldn't really watch what the other people were doing. Anyway. So, yeah, that's... anyway, convenience store owner suspects a customer of shoplifting 4 bottles of water. He actually put the water back. I didn't even put it in his back. I don't think he even put it in his backpack. I think he just took it out and then put it back and then walked out of the store. They followed him, chased him even. He ran out of his shoes. He dropped 2 of his 2 cell phones, his and his mom's, that he was carrying. He dropped his backpack, threw that into a ditch. He did not drop the 9mm semi-automatic firearm that he had in his hoodie pocket. But the store owner didn't know he had the firearm until his son, who was also chasing, and I believe who was ahead of him, encountered this potential shoplifter who actually wasn't. The son saw the gun. The dad drew his own legally carried .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun and fired 1 shot, striking the fleeing potential customer in the back and killing him. So we have a murder trial on our hands where the store owner says it was fired in self-defense because he was defending his son. Yes, we have to mention the laser, of course. The 14-year-old boy who was carrying the gun illegally, because 14 years old you can't carry a pistol. That just laws be laws. That's not legal. When he tripped and fell, he appears to have either broken off or dropped a laser aiming device, which was either designed for or had been attached to at one point or was with the gun he was carrying. Anyway, it fell out of his pocket when he fell. He retained to the gun but did not have their aiming device. That little laser has been the topic of defense's focus through most of their open, even though having a laser or not does absolutely nothing to change the functionality of the gun, the deadliness of the gun, the effectiveness of the gun. It might make it easier to aim generally, to see where it's pointed, but so does just looking down the barrel. It's about as effective. So don't forget, they had more surveillance than the National Reserve in the store. They did. They had like 20 cameras running. They caught everything in HD from every angle. And if you like that sort of thing, there's a YouTube channel called Gas Station Encounters, which does the same thing. They film their customers from every angle, and when they steal, because that's the only videos they post is when customers come in and shoplift. They basically put the video up online, and they also pursue customers out of the store. Not recommended, but that's what they do, and they make a video out of it and post it online and make probably more money than they lost in the shoplifting event. So. All right. Oh, they have the wall of shame. I forgot. They have so many things. The wall of shame in the convenience store, right over the checkout stand, there's a big board. Think of like a, I don't know, if you were to walk into a bedding establishment and there was a big board that showed like the stats or something on that would be the board, but it's just people's pictures who have tried to steal from the store before. It's called the wall of shame. So we have a couple of things going on, and Sarah just got a creepy ad for an online dating site where age doesn't matter. You gotta love it, Sarah. It's in your algorithm now. You're going to see more of that. All right, let's jump to court and kick off where we left off. We left off at lunch, so we're going to skip the lunch break and go straight to this. Waiting for audio. Looks like people are coming back.
Your Honor, we did have one matter that we would like to take up before the jury comes out. Okay. We would just ask the witness to be excused for just the duration of this brief argument.
Okay.
All right. Witness goes back outside. This has been a stellar witness. This officer is like an incredible officer. Does everything. Superhuman.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we just conferred with the state about our intent to offer some of the body cam from the scene that night, and this is all in relation to the impression the state has just made in front of the jury that no one said anything about Mr. Carmack Felton pointing a weapon at Andy Chow. So obviously in cross-examination to combat that, we would like to play the statements of Rick Chow made to both Deputy English as well as Deputy Carter on scene, as we just saw as Mr. Chow starts getting into the substance of what happened. Deputy English just walked away, actually at the very moment that he starts describing, what's going on with this gun. So our basis to admit both of these exhibits, and specifically Carter's, would be the stipulation between the parties that we took up before trial that all of the body camera in this case is authentic and meets the 8036 business record hearsay exception. During the conference that we just had with the state, it brought up that we had some objections to the content of some of the video. I just would reiterate that those objections we had to some of the content were based on the confrontation clause, not any hearsay argument which we've already stipulated around. And the confrontation clause is unique to the accused, and we raised that because we were concerned about the state not calling all of these other purported eyewitnesses. So that being said, we would also supplement the basis for admission under 106, the rule of completeness. We just heard a segment of Mr. Chow's statement that the state wants into evidence, and we would like for the jury to hear the entirety of that statement must be considered in its totality to fairly understand the context and obviously cross-examine this witness about the impression we just made in front of the jury.
We were just shown two envelopes labeled English body-worn camera. We just spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what needs to be redacted out of English's body-worn camera. We did that and played it today. So I'm unclear what they want to introduce as far as English body cam, because We just played it today. All I've seen is an envelope labeled English body camera. The other one was Carter. I believe they have Carter on their witness list. There has been no stipulation as far as hearsay exception. The statute is 19-5-520. And again, that is why we spend a lot of time muting several parts of our body-worn camera belonging to English, because there was a general objection to things that were spoken about in those body cameras. And what they're seeking to do is introduce through English, the witness who's on the stand now, something he didn't hear, something he wasn't privy to. It was a statement made to another officer. They can call him to the stand. But then I got a problem, because what is the exception they're offering? It couldn't be a party opponent. They're trying to offer something Mr. Chow said to another officer who's not in the courtroom today. I don't know what the exception is. They certainly can call him to the stand to talk about any statements he made to law enforcement that night. No, they can certainly call Chow to the stand to say anything that he remembers saying to law enforcement at the time. So just to be clear, I know this is confusing. I have not dealt with the case that they are seeking to introduce a body-worn camera that contains a statement made by Chow to an officer. And they're seeking to do it through English. He wasn't there to hear any of these statements. I don't understand how he can testify to this conversation. All they got to do is call Deputy Carter to authenticate the video, to talk about what he's saying, what the defendant's saying, but then they still have the hearsay hurdle. So they can certainly call.
There's a stipulation that
says something different than
body cams are an
prior statement.
exception to hearsay.
I don't know if I know it's a confusing situation to talk about. They're trying to introduce something that this officer wouldn't be privy to. Something that's picked up by a completely different officer's camera. So,
Your Honor, the facts of what he did not hear are just as proper to ask this witness about in the context of what he is now saying, that there was no statement made on the scene that night that Mr. Carmack Belton pointed a gun at Andy Chow. That was very much communicated to officers on scene that night. And the state is really...
English's body-worn camera is already in exhibit.
English's body-worn camera. So what we're really talking about is Carter's body-worn camera. When English is asking Mr. Chow, what happened, and he starts getting into the substance of it, and the very line that he starts referencing the gun that Mr. Carmack Belton had, he walks away to go talk to Andy Chow.
Okay, well, I think everybody saw that already.
Right, and so the rest of the statements that Mr. Chow is making about the gun to Deputy Carter, there is no objection the state can have at this point in time, regardless of whether this witness has knowledge. We have stipulated to the foundation, we have stipulated to the hearsay exception.
I think it's still got to properly come in through the appropriate witness.
That would be for the purpose of establishing a foundation, if I'm not mistaken. We've already stipulated that.
And I don't see how English establishes an appropriate foundation for Carter's body cam.
Well, we've stipulated that it need not be authenticated. No additional foundation needs to be laid for any of the 911, any of the body cam, or any of the surveillance.
I don't think anybody has done that.
And
I did the business record affidavit motion, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the notice that we sent, and even on the record, we said that pursuant to section 19.5.520. So I'm not sure what this 803 thing he keeps talking about. That's not the grounds that we got those business record affidavits under. We got under the statute. And what we talked about on Friday was that the business record affidavit, the purpose for the body-worn cameras is that the videos themselves are authentic, meaning we didn't have to call English to say, yes, this is my body camera. But their main objection, I believe Mr. McCullough was the one who said it, was that, yes, we will say that these videos are authentic, but we may have objections to the hearsay that are in the business record, which is typical with any business record. If it was a a medical record, and there was hearsay in it, you could just put the medical records in. And that was the whole thing yesterday with English's body-worn camera and the statements of Lori and Kennedy and the other witnesses. They want all that muted because it was hearsay. It's the same thing in Carter's.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
And that's why the video surveillance is, it's hearsay in those body cameras. And English didn't even hear the conversation. And like you said, there's no hearsay exception. We did not stipulate to hearsay in the videos of the body camera.
Your Honor, we're pretty flatly misrepresenting the record. Our entirety of our objection was 1 under 403, which the court recalls, and 2 under the confrontation clause, which is unique to a defendant. We have stipulated that the business record notice we got that contains reference to the statute that the state just cited is the notice of intent to offer business records, which is the hearsay exception. We agreed that all of this meets the first line of hearsay exception. And now the state is trying to dig itself out of this stipulation when we're offering this to save time. It's going to come in anyway. If the state doesn't want us to be able to correct the impression that it just made, I think we would need to give the court reporter time to listen to the question and answer that the state just asked this witness about who said what about Mr. Carmack Belton pointing a gun at Andy Chow that night. And we haven't even gotten to the rule of completeness issue. If that needs to be reserved for our case, then so be it. But in fairness, there's no reason under the agreements that we have already made that this can't be offered time now.
The agreements are, it is what it purports to be, not that it comes in through any witness. Do we just not need to put it in? We just throw everything to the jury? So we already stipulated, nothing here to see. Well, that's what you're asking, essentially.
If the parties were to agree to all the predicate legal issues, then we theoretically could do that. But I just don't understand what the state's issue is with putting the complete statement of the defendant.
Appropriate witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, yeah, if you need to cross-examine him off of his body-worn camera, you can, but not off the car.
Understood, Your Honor.
That's sneaky. I think the state's going to fight that when they try to bring it in on that officer as well. But a lot of lawyers in that room. Makes conversations pretty exciting. Whew. Wow. So what happened was right before lunch at the end of the day yesterday for us. The state elicited testimony from the officer on the stand that Mr. Chow never mentioned a gun at all. That he never even mentioned the suspect that he shot at having a gun. What the defense is saying is literally he was asked about that on the scene. That's on the scene as far as what happened. And while he was answering, in the very sentence he was giving the answer that mentioned the gun, our superhero officer turned away and went to go adjust the crime scene tape or something, and it wasn't captured on body camera. But another officer who was standing right there did capture on his body cam. So it's a little bit disingenuous to have the state set the testimony out that he never mentioned it on scene if they know, in fact, that the another body cam did capture him saying that. So, yeah. The defense tried to use the fact that they had stipulated to the authenticity of the body cams as reason that they should be able to bring everything in, as if all the body cams were admitted already. But they still have to follow the rules of evidence. The judge says if they're not the right witness to bring this one in, you can cross-examine the other witness on that evidence when he's up on the stand. But if the state chooses not to call him, and defense calls that officer, and the officer, I guess there are ways to get it in, but they still might be facing the hearsay exception because it's one of the client's own statements. They're getting around. It's hearsay for them. It's a statement by party opponent for the prosecution. statement against interest, or I guess it's for interest. Was that a bowl of candy on the desk? I did not see. Is there candy up there?
All right, ready for cross-examination?
Judge, we'd like to offer this according to what we just discussed.
A lot of years of experience on this legal team.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had a matter of law we had to take up. Ready to go?
All right, cross-examination.
All right, Mr. English, I remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Swerve.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Bush, let me ask you, when you were standing there and you had been talking to Mr. Chow, at some point when you asked the question, you walked away, somebody called you and you walked away from Mr. Chow. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was in the middle of a conversation about whether or not somebody saw the weapon or not.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Carter was standing right near you, was he not?
If I can remember so.
Pardon?
If I can remember correctly.
And did you happen to hear the conversation between Mr. Carter and Mr. Chow?
No, sir.
Did you happen to review it later?
No, I never watched his body count.
Are you aware, and I'm not going to ask you the details of it, but are you aware of what Mr. Chow told Mr. Carter?
No, sir.
But you do agree that at the time you were asking that question, you got interrupted and walked away, and Mr. Chow was standing there. You didn't follow up with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you. When you arrived on the scene, Mr. Chow was still there, correct?
Correct.
And his son was still there, is that correct?
I don't recall it.
You don't remember whether, okay, all right. And did you observe what Mr. Chow was doing when you arrived?
I know when I arrived, he told me that there was a firearm on the ground.
Right. Did you see him giving any kind of life-saving measures to Mr. Carmichael Belton?
No.
You did not see him?
I observed the other female giving chest compressions.
But he was standing there?
Close
at the time you saw him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he stayed there, and he spoke with you when you asked him some questions, correct?
Briefly, yes, sir.
Yeah. And we've already established that at some point you didn't follow up with the question, but Mr. Carter was standing right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you went ahead and you found the book bag in, I don't know, you call it a ditch or whatever.
The drainage ditch, yes, sir.
And you picked up the book bag, and at the point that you picked it up, you did not realize it had anything to do with the case. Is that correct?
I was unsure.
Pardon?
I was unsure if it had anything to do with it, yes, sir.
But you did take it into your possession.
Correct.
And did you open the bag?
I looked inside briefly.
All right. And do you recall whether or not what was in the bag? Some papers?
Miscellaneous documents.
Money in the bag, did you?
Not that I can recall. No, miscellaneous items, a few documents, that's it.
Okay. And what did you do with the bag at that point?
Put it back in my trunk.
And that's where you put the other items as well?
Correct.
When you found the Taurus 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the area, you went ahead and you picked that up, is that correct?
Correct.
And you took it over to your vehicle as well?
Correct.
I think that's on the video.
Yes, sir.
And you went ahead and cleared, what we call clear the gun, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you cleared the gun, you realized the gun was loaded, correct? Did you pull the magazine out as well?
I did.
And the magazine had a full clip, correct?
It had rounds in the magazine, yes.
And there was when you pull back the slide on the Taurus 9, there was a bullet in the chamber.
It was a round in the chamber, correct? Yes, sir.
Right. And you removed that bullet from the chamber, and then you safely put it in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the pistol was ready to fire, correct? If there was one in the chamber?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
Now, also, with respect to this, I guess you call it a laser, a light. This was something that you put on a pistol, correct?
The tack light was an attachment.
In this particular situation, this is a combination of the laser and a light, correct?
Yes.
That you put on a pistol.
That you can
and
attach
it has
to
a certain groove on top of the pistol and the bottom to go ahead and attach it to it?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you said it was common, but I mean, law enforcement doesn't carry those, as part of your normal duty, do you?
Law enforcement carry tack lights. That is correct.
They carry a tack light?
Yes, sir.
With a laser?
No, with the laser.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What's the point of having a laser on a tack light?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Accuracy?
It could be, sure.
You can put the laser on a target and it's dead center, correct? You can hit that target because the laser hits that target, does it not?
I'm not an armorer, so I'm not sure.
All right.
An armorer?
But you agree that the laser itself is not standard equipment. It's not something that's common, correct?
Yes.
Tack light is.
Yes.
But not something with the laser.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go that far to say that's a common.
It's our friggin' laser counter
on a pistol, correct?
That's not common. No.
All right. And this was a semi-automatic. Were they hollow points or full jacket bullets?
I can't remember.
So you cleared it, you put it in your vehicle, and then you found the laser tack light, correct?
Correct.
And you took that to your vehicle and you stored it in your vehicle as well, correct?
No, I didn't pick up.
What did you do with that?
Stayed there until crime scene came. It was marked.
Okay, but it was taken into evidence.
It was. Yes, I guess you could say that.
But somebody else took it.
Yes.
And as far as you were concerned, I believe you put it in your report that tack light laser went with the 9mm Taurus pistol.
It could have been attached to it, yes.
That was your conclusion?
Yes.
In fact, you wrote a report about that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, let me just ask you, you cannot explain to the jury why someone would have a laser on a pistol or what the purpose of it is?
No, just because I'm not an armorer, but I noticed it had a flashlight on it.
Pardon?
I realized it had a flashlight on it, which is a
flashlight,
tactical attachment.
We're talking about a laser with a red dot.
Yes,
Can you tell the jury, your law enforcement, how long have you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
Okay. You cannot tell the jury why you would have a red dot, a laser on a vehicle?
You can use it for accuracy. Law enforcement doesn't carry it unless it's on a rifle. But as far as anything else, I'm not too sure. It's not really common, but the flashlight portion of it is very common. People use it when they want to see at nighttime, see into a room that's dimly lit. That's what you use the flashlight portion for. That's correct.
But when you made a comment on direct examination that it was common, you were referring to the light. You were not referring to the laser with the red dot, correct?
Correct. Yes, the flashlight is common.
Correct?
Sure.
I think we've covered this ground.
All right, so we know Mr. Carter was standing there. Let me, you also, so you found the Taurus, you found the light, laser light, you found the bag. Did you, you knew that the folks had come down from the gas station down to that area, correct?
Can you ask the question again?
The people had come from the gas station down to the area where Mr. Carmichael Belton was, correct? From the gas station down.
The bystanders?
Pardon?
Bystanders?
I'm sorry?
What people?
Bystanders or
bystanders? People who were involved. Mr. Chow, his son.
Yes, they came from the gas station to the incident location. Yes, sir.
And you had found the bag on the side off the road, correct?
In the drainage ditch, yes, sir.
Did you conduct any search on either side of the road for any other item that you were aware of? Or did you?
Briefly, just in between making contact with witnesses and EMS personnel and fire personnel and Mr. Carter.
Well, there are woods and there are bushes on both sides of the road, correct?
Sure.
All right. And
Sure.
Are you aware of whether or not a search was made of both sides of the road to see if there were any objects that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall.
There were some people that came to the scene that were in one way or another were witnesses, supposedly witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And did you interview any of them to find out exactly where they were standing to determine whether or not they could observe what they were saying?
I talked to them briefly, but investigations were there.
Okay.
Investigators.
And that's what I'm trying to decide who's doing what, but that's not something you did.
I mean, I can if I'm the only one on scene, but
Pardon?
I can if I'm the only one on scene.
I know.
But due to having other personnel there, I
Yeah,
allowed
right,
them
but
to
that's
do
what I'm
that.
saying. There were other people there. You did not do that.
Correct.
They're talking over each other so much we can't speed this up.
Let me ask you, this young man, Mr. Carmike Belton, was 14 years of age. Is it legal for him to have a pistol?
It's not legal for him.
Pistol
for
or
any
anything.
juvenile. No.
Was it legal for him to enter a store that's marked with no weapons and may enter?
I don't know if it was posted.
Pardon?
I don't know if it was posted, but no, it's not
If
legal.
it was.
No, it's not legal.
It's not legal, correct?
Correct.
So it's a criminal offense.
Correct.
And it would be a criminal offense for him to possess that particular weapon as well.
It'd be a weapons law violation, correct?
But turning on the other side, you were able to determine that Mr. Chow had a concealed weapon permit, correct?
When he showed me, that is correct.
And that he had it when you saw him. Told him he had it in his holster, correct?
Correct.
The air vent just kicked on.
Okay. So we talked about the collection of evidence. And did you collect any other items of evidence at that point?
No, besides what we marked with a AA marker and AB marker, the backpack and the firearm.
And you marked those with those markers, and I think one of the
Crime scene
markers
did.
was a notebook that you put down
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure you knew exactly where it was?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to go through, we're just going to hit some points that I like to make, and if you permit me one time to read it a little bit. I'm not going to ask you some questions I've already asked you, but the backpack, do you remember anything that was in the backpack? Did you make an inventory of anything in the backpack?
No, like I said, miscellaneous documents, like two brushes.
Okay. But you didn't find any money in the backpack?
Not that I can recall, no.
Were you the one that got the two cell phones and the shoes? Or was that something you picked up or somebody else picked up?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe crime scene. I'm not sure though.
Okay, that's fine.
We can do them for right now. When we catch up, that won't be available though.
You would agree that you did not you didn't conduct a full interview yet like you would want to of Mr. Chow, correct? There was just a couple of moments that you spoke to him, and you had to go off somewhere else.
I just asked him what happened.
Pardon?
I just asked him
Right, but
kinda
you
what took
agreed it
place.
was a brief conversation.
Brief conversation,
And
correct.
it wasn't really no follow-up questions, correct?
Not from me, no.
Excuse me one minute.
Take this brief moment to show you that the camera is not quite level. This is what happens when you level the camera legs but not the tripod head. Or the camera legs are not level and the tripod head is used to level the camera at a certain point. So when we look at Mr. Chow, the camera's quite level. When we pivot away, it's not. Got to get those camera legs, level them all out, or have it like a floating ball. There's ways you can do it.
Wait. Appreciate you being here. So let me just ask you one more question. Is that, as I understand it, you were in the middle of it or talking to Mr. Chow when you got called away and were not able to finish it, an interview with him, correct?
Correct. That was where Mr. Carter took over.
Thank you.
Redirect. Okay, let me test about these laser sights.
You have more laser mentions.
Accuracy. Is that what you said?
It could help with accuracy. You see it more on a rifle than you do a pistol.
Did you have any reason to believe Cyrus used the laser inside of the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe he brandished the gun inside the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe
That's not proper, reading, right? I didn't ask anything about that.
He was asking about the laser and what they're used for in aiming weapons, right? Wasn't that the question you were asked earlier? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe, while you're on scene, that he brandished the weapon or used the laser in the parking lot of the Shell gas station?
No, sir. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Is any of that caught on video that you're aware of?
That he brandished a weapon?
Yeah, or object because that's not redirect.
Or flashed a laser at any point?
I know that.
I'm going to sustain that.
All right. You were asked about 14-year-olds can't legally carry guns, and you said that's correct. They cannot.
Yeah, that's correct. They legally cannot.
And it's a criminal offense.
It is.
Concealed weapons permit users have to follow the laws too, do they not?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
Okay.
You're not mistaken.
I mean, laws still apply to concealed weapons permit.
That is correct.
Even if they have a laser.
You were asked about money. Did you have reason to believe, or to your knowledge, did people move some evidence around before you guys got there?
Yes.
Okay. I think in your body camera, Mr. Chow even says he moved
the firearm, correct.
The firearm. Okay. How did the shoe, Cyrus Carmack Belton's shoe, and how did those two cell phones get inside the convenience store?
Someone had to move them.
Somebody moved them there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't find any money, but you were told by the Chows that they had moved evidence around.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
All right, more of a traditional question with direct.
Mr. Disapproach. Yes, sir. Hang tight.
Asked that who be excused? What? Asked that who be excused? Can we go back and hear that? Anyone mind if we do a quick rewind? That just might be important. It was the witness. Ask the witness not to be. I think it was ask the witness not to be excused. I think that's what he said. Ask the witness not to be excused. All right, our friggin' laser counter's up to 24 friggin' lasers, which are mentioned a lot. We had 16 of those today, which was still yesterday. I'm not sure if the friggin' lasers are going to continue. I wish we had counted the tack lights and lasers. together and just combine the two, because A, it's irrelevant, and B, it's still irrelevant. Whether it had a tack light or a laser, unless you had a firearm that you're like, there's a question of whether or not you identified the right firearm. One had a tack light, one did not. Then it might become relevant. But if we do that, we'll need somebody to go back and watch the first 3 hours, including opens, and tell us how many times tack light was mentioned, which I think is more than, yes, we can combine them. From now on, I'm counting tack lights with lasers, okay? But I think the tack light counter was not, I think it was higher than lasers. I kid you not. I think we'll have more than 24 tack light mentions. I haven't built a label. I've sort of got it on screen. If you squint really small, the white letters above 24, if you have like 2700 vision or whatever that is, if that's the good one, you can read the text. I just haven't put a label up there. I can do that now. I'm just a little slow today. Red, also, we need lasers. Maybe from Super Cop's eyes. I don't know. I like where you're going with this, but we definitely need lasers. Let's see. I know I'm supposed to zoom ahead right now. Oh, or they just dim the lights for mood lighting. That's cool. Iris down a bit. Camera one, iris. If I was the technical director, I'd be yelling in the cameraman's ear right now. Camera one, you're dark. Camera one, there you go. Okay, boom, got it. We fixed it. Maybe we just put on a neutral density filter. Red, I like it. Greeners can comb through the transcript for mentions of tack light. Yes, Greeners. No, Greeners is at a meeting. He's out. He's getting business done. We'll assign it to him because he was gone. Let him know he was voluntold. Busy the Gamer Mom says, I have to watch yesterday's stream, so I'll try to remember to count them. This is part of yesterday's stream, so you only need to watch from the morning till lunch, basically. That's it. I need a laser light to see the counter label. I'm working on it, okay? We'll get it. I'm going to fix it for y'all. Let's see, not this one. That's not it. Let's do this one. Okay, would anyone be upset if I spelled lasers with a Z in it for the counter? I'm asking in advance for permission instead of forgiveness. I know that lasers spelled with an S.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was like one of the last questions. It would have been towards the end of Deputy English's directive.
They're looking up something in the transcript apparently right now. It's a sidebar issue. Tack lights and friggin' lasers. I like that. I think that'll work. Chris Wallace just gifted a membership. Congratulations to Stephen Fenner. Thank you, Chris, for your generosity. Page 12 is what we're at. Position Y, teensy bit. There we go. Tack lights and friggin' lasers. There's our counter. Isn't it frickin'? I know, but frickin' might look. I think friggin' is the same.
There was a question that Mr. Scott asked of Deputy Investigator.
Call me Mr. English.
Mr. English, when he was on the stand on that one, about who did he tell, was anyone told, or did Mr. Chow someone told everybody? Point. Yeah, I'm just trying to use a keyword.
That's what happens when somebody takes the microphone with them and puts it in their pocket. Court recorder's putting in work right now.
And in your body cam, when you talk to the child, what does he say? Did he say that he ever saw a gun? He said his son seen a gun. Cyrus trying to run away. He said he just said he fell and kept running. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away in his own words? He told him to drop the weapon and proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round. Is that what you're feeling?
No, ma'am.
It was right before.
It was right there, yeah.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting a read back.
The testimony under oath is nobody said, told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun that night. Answer was no, so no one told him that.
The question was nobody told you.
Okay, is there anything further after that? I just want to make sure it's clear to me.
And then your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say he ever saw a gun? That's where I just read.
Ma'am?
That's where I just read all that stuff before.
Okay, I want to do that, and I just want to be clear and cover myself on record. I understand your question, Your Honor. Understanding, and we want to properly put this in, we believe the connotation left with the jury, and if you cite rules specifically 106, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. I don't know if we take.
That's a good argument.
I've shown these, Your Honor, and I've shown these to the state. These are part of the transcripts of the video that you have already seen. The first one at the top of it says English number 1. That is what you watched and what the jury watched on the video screen. If you notice, it is highlighted yellow. At the last yellow line, it shows when this officer walked away. If you then go to the second page, which says Carter number 1, it shows where the question that was being asked of Mr. Chow, in which he was continuously answering the question that started from Mr. English and allowed him to finish the question that he was asking. So I'm showing you this is a continuous, contemporaneous statement which it goes against the solicitors making the suggestion that Mr. Chow never said on the side, and I know of course when he said it, but never said on the side that a gun was pointed at him and if we, his son. And if we go to number 3 of that, that is when he specifically states the gun had been pointed at his son. We are just offering that, Your Honor, as the reason I've given you those 3 pages is to show that this is not a portion of a statement. It is one continuous matter. It is not, and I know it seems like it's 2 separate body cams, but it's one statement is why this is important. So I know it makes it seem as though Mr. English is doing one interview and Mr. Carter is doing one. It is one interview and Mr. Chow is giving one consistent statement. And then to stop it where they have stopped it and say, well, that's all we want to utilize, and then to be able to ask this officer what he didn't say anything to you about pointing his son, or firearm being pointed at his son. We don't know what they're going to call Carter. And of course, we have the right to do it. And we also have the right if we want to. And that's why I didn't want this officer to leave until I heard the question. We possibly impeach him. And I understand now that I've heard the question, the court may not allow me to do it. But specifically under Rule 106, and if you read the case law that discusses under the rule under 106, it talks about this situation in which it's a continuous statement. So that would just be our position that we should have the right at this point in time, and not to wait until our own case or wait until the next officer, to be able to put in the entirety of what happened on the scene at that point in time, so we don't leave the jury with the impression, the incorrect impression, that this was not said. Because we know it actually was said at that point in time. I understand the court is saying, well, you guys can go ahead and call him, but that goes against what the rule of completeness means. That we should be able to do it right now because it's fresh in the jury's mind.
I like this argument.
A week and a half or however long this case would take is why the rule is actually been clear. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, and I apologize for making the jury go out, but I think I need to. And I can happily, if the court wants, I think we already put the body on camera. I know I gave you the clips, so I think we actually put it in the correct way.
All right, well, I think I've already ruled, but I'll allow you to make your record.
Thank you, sir.
Judge does not reverse the decision.
And you still want Mr. English still under subpoena?
Yes.
We do, Your Honor, but I do not mind him leaving the courtroom. We will contact him. I think we'll be either of them when he's sitting around. It's okay if we contact him when you do the retestify. You said that won't work?
No.
Okay, then he's under subpoena.
Okay. So you're still subject to the subpoena, but you can leave today.
I think he said yes would work. Oh, yeah, I thought he said that wouldn't work. I was
Let y'all clear it up before you.
Can I just talk to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'll just call him.
That rule of completeness, the Rule 106 he cited, that is a strong argument. He says, it dictates that if a party introduces a portion of a written or recorded statement, which they did, the opposing party has the right to require the immediate introduction of any other part of that statement or any related statement that ought, in fairness, to be considered contemporaneously.
In Washington, D.C., starting tomorrow, until September, and I would not want to do that to anyone based on this thing. We can figure out a creative way to get the rest of that information in. But I would have that conversation just now. I understand that, and I want to make this work.
All right. You're released from your subpoena. Thanks for being with y'all.
Your Honor, if possible, do the things that I just gave you if we can make this work. Yep. Thanks.
12, 13, 14. 13, 14. All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, understanding that we will, based upon the court's rulings, have to, and we have no problem with calling Investigator Carter. One, I want to make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena. They don't have to tell me if they're planning on calling, just make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena.
We told him we were not going to call. That's what I told him.
But he has not been released from the state subpoena as announced, but he is still under subject to the subpoena prior to court. So we would just ask the state not release him and not tell him that he may not be required to testify.
I told him I would not be called. So y'all need to do it.
They're playing dirty pool here.
Yeah, the court in fairness, now that we're hearing and seeing what is put on, we understand my concerns in making the court's witness so he is not able to just avoid. I think that is rules. My concern, Your Honor, is, and I understand you don't need to fair this purpose, but to put that testimony in and then realize that they were never going to put in the second part and now put that question in front of the jury. This is why the rule of completeness exists. And say and they knew they were going to call this witness. That's why. They knew they were going to call this witness. They asked that question specifically. They knew they were never going to put this witness on. And then to say that we don't have a right to put the rest of the statement in unless we do something else and not. I just asked, we have no problem calling this witness, but it's very wild that the statement saying, well, I told them I wasn't going to call him.
I thought they were going to subpoena him. They have the same subpoena powers we do. They gave us a witness list, and he was not.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm just making sure that if they have had contact with him, he is a deputy, law enforcement. It's always much easier for the state to have someone show up than it is for them. That's all I'm asking. They've had contact with him. Make sure he's not released for the subpoena. The defense will be calling him, or he can be told that he is a court witness and cannot be released. I'm very concerned now, especially given the impression that they just gave to this jury that there's a reason that they don't want this witness to show up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dirty
and then
pool.
And then this goes back to Mr. Curtis, that there was the question of whether or not, and I know there's confusion now, whether there was a stipulation that all of this information would be coming in. And so there is some confusion there. But that being said, I will happily call him so long they don't release him or if we make him a court's witness. And if this is an exercise in trying to get the full and fair information out, to simply say, well, we don't know where this witness is, and then I can't stress enough, putting that information in front of the jury and knowing that the next question is not going to be asked, that's a close call.
That was a very clear question. Who said to you anything about pointing a gun? I didn't say who has ever said it. And by the way, here's the thing that everybody needs to know. He never told Carter, he never used the word point with him either, did he?
Then there should be no problem with putting the rest of it in.
Calling him.
That's what I just said.
Just want to make sure for the record, I know the jury's not in here, but I mean, these words like nefarious keep getting used, and I've kind of reached my field.
I have too. You got an ethical, go down the street and stop accusing people of ethical problems in this courtroom. I haven't seen one yet. I see two very excellent and capable teams advocating for their positions, but I haven't seen anything unethical, and I'm tired of hearing about it.
I understand.
I'm getting impatient. We want one witness, and we keep arguing about how many angels we can put on the head of a needle. I've ruled on the issue. You are all great lawyers. You know how to send a subpoena. If you need Carter, you can send him a subpoena. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next witness?
I've been ready.
Do we need angels on the needle? On the thumb? think the judge made the wrong call on that rule of
Do you
completeness.
swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
The witness gets buckled in for safety reasons. Look, they stretch the rope across so
Where
he
do you work?
can't escape.
Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And what is your job there?
I am a body cam and video analyst.
How long have you done that job?
Almost 10 years.
What are some of the duties that you have as your role as a body camera and video analyst?
I help gather and distribute digital evidence for our office to receive from law enforcement and then to distribute to defense attorneys. I assist with technical issues that might occur with that digital evidence, specifically with video, surveillance video, body-worn camera videos that might have compatibility issues, and I help the court in achieving redactions to evidence and creating demonstrative pieces of evidence to be entered into court for court proceedings.
In fact, did you do that in some of the videos in this trial?
That is correct.
So in your role, do solicitors and sometimes, I guess, defense attorneys come to you and commonly ask you for your help in troubleshooting or accessing evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is it common for solicitors to ask you to put together PowerPoints and other presentations of digital evidence associated with the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes it's one of the purposes of your PowerPoint presentations to condense hours of video footage into shorter, more easily viewable clips.
Yes, we very commonly receive a large amount of video as part of cases. Some of the video that we might receive may be only a very small portion of what we actually receive would be pertaining to the case.
And in this case, were you asked to create a PowerPoint containing shorter video clips derived from some of the video surveillance from the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the entity that digital evidence in cases typically come from?
Our largest law enforcement agency that we prosecute cases for would be Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And is that the agency investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there some type of database that law enforcement uses to share that evidence with the solicitor's office and you share with the defense attorneys?
That is correct. We most of our law enforcement agencies utilize evidence.com. It's a cloud-based storage and delivery system that they can upload not only their body-worn camera or dash video or interviews up to, but also other elements of items of evidence that might be associated with a case, like surveillance or phone dumps, documents, or whatever other material that might be necessary.
Okay. And were the videos that you used to create the video clips in your PowerPoint slides, the store surveillance, came from the store surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the store surveillance in this case, were there about 22 store surveillance videos associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the duration of some of that footage on those videos up to about 2 hours long?
Yes. Every video file had a different duration. Some of them were very long. Some of them were 30 minutes. Some of them were over 2 hours.
Okay. Do some of the videos have audio?
Yes.
And some of them don't?
That's correct.
And as part of your role as a video analyst, do you commonly come across digital evidence, especially like videos, that require unique and specific players to access it?
Yes, it's not uncommon for surveillance video systems to use proprietary video codecs that are required in which to review those videos after the fact.
Okay, and I guess is the MP4 format the most common way to play a video?
An MP4 is the most common, in these days, video file type that you would find in everyday life. YouTube is mostly MP4s. There's settings on your phone that can create MP4s. It's ubiquitous. It's widespread. MP4s are a very common video file type.
Were some of the videos in this case saved as a BVR file?
That is correct.
And can the average MP4 video player play a BVR file?
A BVR file is a proprietary video file that needs a specific program to open.
And is it a free program?
No.
Okay, what's it called?
Blue Iris, I believe.
Okay, so you have to purchase that software to play the videos.
There is a free trial, but yes, it is a limited trial. You must purchase that software to have access to those videos long term.
All right, may we approach?
Sure.
I think there's a good business converting proprietary video files into commonly used formats. Lossless conversion, that's what we need. MP4s are compressed. Beaver files, yes, the Beaver files. That's what we're looking for. It's a free trial. The little argument that happened in front of the judge was important, but might not really change anything. It might have been a lot of posturing and trying to gain ground where there wasn't really some necessarily need to be gained. The state is playing a little dirty, introducing half a statement and then not eliciting the second half. Defense should be able to get it in without a problem.
Okay, so did you convert some of those BVR format videos to MP4?
Yes, I use the Blue Iris software that has a limited term to convert it into an MP4 so that we could utilize it in the courtroom.
I used the free trial of Blue Iris in a commercial setting. What? The law enforcement version cost $40, and he used the free. He couldn't spring for the $40. Prosecutor's office budget is really tight.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize what's on the CD?
Yes.
Did you make that CD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is on this?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that has video clips of the videos from the video system within the store. More or less clips that just show the action of what occurred in the store as the victim walks in and as the victim leaves. The actions that occurred within the store there. Clips that were removed from the full files of the videos that were received from Richland County Sheriff's Department.
At this point, the state requests to enter number 4 into evidence.
Well, Your Honor, I think it is admitted, we certainly conceded that surveillance obtained from our business was admissible insofar as with the reservations and
Can you
discussion.
speak up more?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We earlier agreed, Your Honor, to the admissibility, or at least business record admissibility, subject to any further objection. I am not yet clear what this gentleman means by PowerPoint, whether there is editorializing. He is not an expert, as I understand it. He is an investigator who was asked to put video surveillance obtained from our store together. If it is simply video surveillance tagged one after the other in some fashion, I don't know that I have an objection. If it has editorial commentary, whether it's typewritten on the screen or otherwise, I'm just not sure what we got here. That's my problem.
We'd be entering the Rule 1006. It's just a large amount of videos condensed in different video clips.
Okay. Commentary or anything of that?
The only thing that we have is slide numbers and like an alphanumerical, just like little thing on the bottom so that we know what slide is what. These are all from the North American. They all come from stage 3. That's already in the evidence.
Putting videos in a PowerPoint.
What's that?
I'm just hoping he didn't also compress them when he did it so he could make save space. This could be really bad. Maybe he did it right.
Well, hold on a second. Stage 3 is already in the evidence, it just wasn't published, so it doesn't even need to be offered. It's in. Go ahead.
I think the objection should have been best evidence, because the original video is not. What is it?
Now,
Rule
in some
1006?
instances, are you asked to edit videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say edit, you didn't change or alter any of the people's actions or the contents or anything, any audio of these videos, did you?
No, I typically all I will do is stretch out video to make it so that it's a little easier to see. By that I mean to make the frame or the action on screen take up more space on the display. I might make a clip. When you say edit, I think that includes just taking a piece of the video out of the larger video to show a clip of it so that we're not watching a full 2-hour video where there's only maybe 5 seconds of action on that video. That is correct. I'm not changing the scenario or adjusting people's location within the frame, specifically just condensing some of the material that was provided.
Okay, and can you edit a video to slow it down, speed it up, and zoom into certain parts?
That's right, yes. Oftentimes we'll slow down video to allow the action to spread out over more time to give the viewer a little bit more time to see what's going on. The same goes for when you say zoom in, like stretching it out so that if, say, what we're trying to see is just taking up a very small piece of the video up on the top right corner or something like that, we'll just expand that up so that it takes up more space on the display, so what's occurring there in that corner is just a little easier for people to see.
Okay, and can you like amplify audio and volume and stuff like that?
Yes, when I adjust audio, I adjust the gain, which is the baseline level of the audio, so it raises the volume of all of the audio that was captured equally. I don't go in and highlight specific areas of audio to gain, to bring the volume level up. I gain the entire audio track so that it all lifts up.
And can you also combine or I guess stitch footage from different camera angles in different videos into a continuous sequence?
Yeah, so in many cases we'll have video files that are just a specific camera location, but if there's action occurring where there's 4 or 5 cameras pointing at that action, I can cut between the different camera angles to follow the action as it moves around within a location, within a store, wherever the video is taking place.
And did you do those types of editing in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Blue Iris software can handle up to 128 cameras.
So you said your presentation is in a PowerPoint format, so you can actually like play the video on each slide in the PowerPoint?
Yes, each slide is a different clip of video that was lifted from the material provided from the surveillance systems within the Shell store.
And did you add like slide numbers to the top right just to kind of so you can see what slide is what?
Yes, to keep track of.
And did you add, I'm sorry.
No.
Did you add like an alphanumeric to like A3 on the bottom just so like you'll, just as an organization tool for you?
Yeah, so there's a folder that has the clips labeled and yes, as an organizational tool, there is also a label on each slide that shows what the file name was of the clip that was pulled.
Okay. And when you're creating PowerPoints for a case, sometimes do the solicitors provide you with like some basic background information on the case, like time certain things happen or like who certain people in the video are?
Yes.
Okay. And does that help you kind of understand what you're looking for when you're making these videos?
Yes, especially in cases that have a voluminous amount of video, having a time frame of when the action occurs or an idea of what a suspect or a victim or somebody that is pertinent to the case can be extremely helpful.
And in this case, were you given information that the shooting happened around 8:04 p.m. and the victim entered the store a few minutes before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the videos, when you watched them and reviewed them, did you see timestamps on them?
Yes.
Okay, and where do those timestamps come from?
Typically, there's a lot of surveillance systems will burn into the image of the video time code and a date that is being fed to that file from the recording system of the surveillance video system. So many people will have, maybe you'll have a 4-camera system in your own home, and it'll plug into a little box, a DVR, just like some cable companies will have, where you can record videos at your home. But it will take the video feed from the cameras in different locations. It'll bring it into the DVR, and the DVR will place on the image of the video a date and a time based on what that box thinks the date and time is.
Okay, so when you were reviewing these videos, did you notice that different video angles had different timestamps?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that common to see? Or
yes.
is it uncommon to see, rather?
In the same location, it's not that common. Typically, a business would, or a location would use the same system, and then that system would have the same date and time stamped into all of the videos. But in this case, there seems like there was multiple DVRs or different systems that were imprinting the date and time onto those video files.
Okay, and when you were reviewing these videos, were there some videos that looked like it jumped into time?
Yes.
Okay, and what could be the reason for that?
So there's multiple reasons. If it's a same camera and you see a jump in time, that typically is because there is a motion sensor activation on that camera. So the camera will only record when it detects motion within a specific zone. Oftentimes those are customizable, and if you have a camera that's kind of facing the door of a business, it might make it so that if there's motion near the door, that the camera turns on and starts recording. So if there's no activity in a zone that's being monitored for motion, the camera can disengage and not record video, often to help save space and to focus on whenever there was activity in that area.
Okay, and kind of going back to the timestamps with the incorrect times, in past cases that you've reviewed videos for, have you looked at other types of evidence in the case, like maybe body-worn camera times or maybe times on 911 calls, to kind of get an idea of what the correct time is?
Yes, body cams are typically plugged in at the end of the night. They recharge, and if there's a discrepancy with the timing on the device that it imprints on that video, it will adjust its clock so that it is accurate again. The same goes, 911 center has networked in their system, so whenever a 911 call occurs, it is always up to date with the accurate time. So surveillance video is typically more problematic about having an accurate date and time, because those systems can lose power, and when they begin to receive power again, it does not always account for the time that has lapsed when it was without power. And if the administrator of that device doesn't go in and reset it every time that occurs, you start seeing discrepancies in the time that is being stamped into the video and what the actual time of that video being recorded actually is.
No further questions.
He's made a long excuse of why we're watching this PowerPoint.
Martin, you speak with great authority. You had formal training in editing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I have a 2-year degree from York Technical College in video production.
You made movies?
I have made several local commercials many years ago, and I've been a content creator for the County of Richland for their public information channel. And so
TikTok.
You were asked to take surveillance video. You know how many hours of surveillance video? This was video that came from where? What was your understanding?
As far as within the Shell station, in this case specifically?
Whatever you're about to play for us is comprised of, I understood to be surveillance camera videos. Is that full extent of it?
Yes, sir.
So it's not body camera footage.
That's correct.
And where is your understanding that surveillance footage came from?
7441 Park Lane Road.
The store, the Chow. And you said that you had the participation of attorneys, some of these attorneys in the editing decisions and the construction of this PowerPoint, you call it?
Yes, sir.
You said that there were a lack of synchronization in camera footage and so forth.
Yes, there was timestamps that were not consistent with the continuity of what was happening inside of the video.
All right. So you made arbitrary decisions in the construction of this presentation because the cameras are not in sync. You made decisions, arbitrary decisions about what fit together.
I think arbitrary would be a strong word. There is continuity that occurs in a space. If somebody walks in and they're wearing a red shirt or a yellow jacket and they come in from a door, even if there is a discrepancy in the time, from another angle, if that same person is coming in wearing the same clothes, even if the time is different, they perform the same actions, and then 30 seconds later another person comes in. You start to build continuity in between the files because those actions and those people and those specific circumstances don't present again in any other time.
But your decisions and the advice you got from the prosecutors, you and the prosecutors chose what to emphasize in this PowerPoint, which is a distillation of the whole, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a Gamecock fan, I guess you would be able to take the films from the game we lose on Saturday night and make the Gamecocks look like winners on Sunday morning?
I don't think that's possible.
Nobody can make it.
I don't have anything else on it. Clearly not a Gamecock.
No, you're not.
All right, you step down. Our next witness.
State Health Warren Carson.
Bring your own water bottle. Not Deer Park. They look like metal cans of water. Is that awesome?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony in this case the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you for
Oh, we saw her on body cam.
For the record.
We saw her on body cam. She had a lot to say.
State your full name.
Lori Ann Carson.
Defense was prying to see if they can make it look like they were messing up.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson.
Good afternoon.
Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so just needs you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury.
Court reporter is
And
right on
also,
your lap.
I'm glad you did that. If you're nodding your head or saying if you could just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. We just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Those don't work.
Where are you from?
Originally, Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there, and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South
Yes.
Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about your
Yes.
grands.
8.
You got 8?
8.
All right, so let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023.
Yes.
So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right, do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay, you do mind? Do you have a daughter named Kim?
I do.
All right, and was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
What side of town was she living on?
Side of town.
Which side of
I don't know
town?
if that's. I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia, or she lived off of Spring Tree.
It's like a river in the middle?
So from the Spring Tree Park Lane area?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. I don't know what kind of.
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by the defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I'm going to show you just a couple things real quick. First, it states exhibit number 18 and states exhibit number 19.
Okay.
Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with states exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on the board now, so you can hand it back to me and you can look through it.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first one is states 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store.
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station.
All right. And I'm going to show you states number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better
That is
rendition?
correct. Yes.
Okay. What is it you're seeing there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Park Lane.
All right. Well, in the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes.
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose, and we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'd just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop in the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we are looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes.
Had you been in that store before?
Twice.
All right. Can you tell me why you'd gone into that store?
Yes. My grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors, so I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once,
Candied
and
slime
they was like,
liquor?
come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there, and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
Candied slime
But
liquor.
having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the decoration?
Where the candy was at, yes. I
Where the
knew where to
candy-
go to find it.
Yes, ma'am. And
give it to
you're a little bit
kids.
familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something, stage exhibit number 52.
Same objections as before, Your Honor, but it's been ended.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed as stage exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I did.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
A lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from States 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
You can get toxic waste candied slime liquor in a squeeze tube.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
yes,
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter?
Candy.
Or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed
Oh, that's gonna be tough.
I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running with the two other gentlemen behind following suit.
You said following suit. Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
what kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV.
Okay, BMW SUV?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State Exhibit number 4.
I was afraid someone would suggest this. They're going to be terrible.
Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Spring Tree.
Oh, there's the victim in the red
So
shirt.
that vehicle right there, and as it's paused, that's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is.
2017 BMW S5.
So, what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off running with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when he was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped.
Okay.
So I was able to see.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, States Exhibits 20, 21, and 22.
Jordans are basketball shoes, right? Could they have been a little big on him or something?
I'm going to hand you States 20.
They don't
Can you
normally
tell me
just
what that
fall off.
is a photo of?
Yes, Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 21.
Maybe the kids
You
wear
show
them
me
all
that's a photo.
loosen.
Just a bigger view of Spring Tree Drive.
And is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes.
7441 Parkland Road?
Yes.
The store belonging to Rick Chow, the defendant?
Yes.
You sure? Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled into onto the lot, so I was at the edge.
Okay. And I'm gonna,
just off the street.
So what I'll do, you're going to witness that now?
Sure. Give her the pointer stick.
So I'll have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Carson, I'm going to give this to you. And you can point out, are you comfortable pointing on this one?
Yes.
Or you want me to be here so you can see on it? All right, show us about where you would have parked.
I parked where I got stopped right here.
Stopped in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as States 24, slide 24 from States number 4, exhibit number 4. Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Chow and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
And that caught your attention?
Yes.
They're booking it.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I guess, I don't know if it's a sister or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw from that vantage point.
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip, and he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Okay. Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
All right. What happened next? And you can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down my window and asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb, and then as he was getting up, he fell down again, so he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him. Then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure there was no car coming. So then I drove down there, and when I stopped and asked if they needed help, was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of them, and Mr. Chow was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near the position where his head was at.
So let me ask this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them run in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, Can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, the defendant in this case, doing, or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw, he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
Okay. And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hand?
I did not.
Okay, we've corrected the counter.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Well, what is it? Let me change this around a little bit. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got down there, Mr. Chow was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Chow has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Where? Because I didn't see no blood anywhere. And so by then there was another female, and Mr. Chow, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up. And I saw the hole in the back. And they rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth, and I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he can breathe. And I told them to, the female, and because I didn't know how to do CPR. So I told him to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression. And Mr. Chow was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot?
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Chow was in a shooting stance where he's standing upright with his legs, and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute. Let me move this. May she come down again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here, and I rolled down my window, and he was in a stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow, in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? And he said, no. Call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and drove them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I couldn't get the information out.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
She witnessed most of this event and took immediate action, immediate life-saving action.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked. Slide 20 of State Exhibit number 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. I'm sorry, slide 21 of State Exhibit number
4. See the shoe flip off.
So we loop back a little bit just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw there? You talk about a shoe?
Shoe came on.
Okay, and that's what you saw?
I saw him run. He had on the red, bright red
Could you see
sweatshirt, so I was able to see him. But I saw a shoe that's white, and it just flew off as he was running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened and scared. He looked like he needed help.
And how is it that you could say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say that?
The way his eyes was just like a young child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not, my daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. And I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go down there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
And you did that. And let's just be clear, you're not any relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family.
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by. What, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw his backpack on his back, but I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. Thank you.
So the most impactful testimony, I mean, there's a lot of emotional testimony, but the most important testimony that the jury can draw from this witness is that there was nothing in his hands when he was running. Now, she didn't see the entire event, and I think the defense will try to point that out. So there's a key moment where she did not see, which was the key moment, but her testimony does sort of go against what we know that Mr. Chow alleges, is that he pointed a gun at them. So many attorneys on this case. I mean, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Obviously, it's got a lot of feelings in the area on both sides. A lot of attention on this case. What are you breaking, sir? Oh, it's the Elmo.
Yeah, this was a startling event, but I need to ask you some questions. All right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter. You went to this store to purchase something, a drink or something. Is that correct?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
And we've seen a video of your automobile, a BMW SUV, I think you said, turn off of Park Lane onto Spring Tree, and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe when we get this going. Technology. In a moment, when you get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. But now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? And your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy.
All right. And how old is she?
30. She's old. She's 30.
She's old. She's old.
She's not a baby.
She's 30.
She's a young lady, but she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right. So, which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She was directly behind me.
And are your the windows in your vehicle are tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so, let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you.
I don't remember the last time a witness has done this many steps while on the stand.
And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. Oops, right there.
Got the pointer stick.
So, as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
Yes, I pulled off Spring Tree onto here.
Okay. So up beyond that bush, perhaps?
Right there.
All right. And so your view would have been down the road, and so as you testified, you watched through your window. Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think?
Yes, they're legally tinted, though they're not.
Okay. And
legal
the
tint.
Three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give the jury an indication with your pointer there where they ran by you, past you?
Well, as I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off all the steps as he started running. So Cyrus were here, and the other two gentlemen was just passing my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off. The lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And let me ask you to stop you there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall. I don't recall.
you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. I saw that. I saw the lady come and pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up? Or
Yes, she was. They was already off. Yeah.
All right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus? Did you see him throw 2 cell phones away?
No.
Didn't see that. You see him throw anything else away?
No, I did not. I didn't see anything in his hand.
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that, you might have to take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, that's the person you're calling Cyrus, where his injury would have been. Where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is where he tripped at. somewhere in there. Somewhere in here. I can't right.
He ran across the street. This is where he tripped at.
And then
He tripped.
went down, and then he tried to get back up.
Then he went down, tried to get back up.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, it was much closer?
I cannot.
And I understand.
Yes, because
All right.
he ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, man.
Yes.
Are you aware that the Sheriff's Department indicates that the distance from the store to where Mr. Melton tripped and fell was 130 yards? Are you aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it's kind of, I couldn't see. You could see the lot in the store. You couldn't like see.
But your view from through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not,
Let's go back to when the three individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you were calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his hand.
Nothing in his hands. Didn't see him throw anything away. You just saw him step out of a chute.
I saw him running, and when his leg went back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it loose in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I can't recall if it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back, and I was sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol
No, I
hidden
did
in
not.
his clothing.
I did not.
In the front of his. Remember what he was wearing?
With a laser.
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white tennis shoes. Was white, and sweatshirt was red.
Do you remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing a pocket. If
Now,
it did, I
the
wanna know.
second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him. Let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes.
The second person, do you now understand what his name was? Andy?
The son?
Yes.
Okay.
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess, Andy and Mr. Chow.
All right. Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both of them. Yeah.
And Andy had nothing in his hands.
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
So you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
All right. You recognize him today?
Yes. I recognize him from
And
the
he
store.
also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
All right. And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos have indicated.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running, so whether side by side or behind, but they
And
was
so
running after
you
him.
testified
Did
that...
you finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please finish. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer it again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's
he was,
correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
and he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said before you answered, as indicated on videos that could be seen.
Yes. What I saw, I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, behind, I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb
All right.
and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down. He didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No.
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not, could
No.
you?
He would have had to have been running
remember
away,
that-
pointing it behind him.
You remember seeing Andy Chow when
Yes.
this young man fell? Do you remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street?
No. When I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
In the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
Okay. And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol
With the
in his
lens.
hand. When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
Saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they was backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down. And that's when I went down.
When he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see them jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They
I
didn't
don't know.
attack him. In other words.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn it back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about what you've testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see them jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot? You don't know?
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot, did you?
I did not.
And when he fell the second time, or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
Now, the solicitor asked you about speaking to the sheriff's department. You went to the Richmond County Sheriff's Department at their request.
Yes.
And gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in a 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there. Let's see. You were right there in that spot, though you in the 911 call, you were not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection of the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic at that moment. I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation with
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's hands.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, Mr. Chow and his son?
Yes.
And you rolled the window down, I think you said?
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to one of the parking lots,
Yes.
turned in and pulled over and parked?
Yes.
And you walked back down?
I ran down.
Ran down. And your daughter as well?
My daughter after me did.
Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow, you saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
Well, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow?
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand, because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where this blood come from, who's hurt. And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw the hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth, and I told him they need to do, because I could not do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay, so he
Where did the
Mr.
blood
Chow
come
did
from?
indeed
On his hand.
give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent,
yes,
even to the extent of that young man aspirating or vomiting. Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to a
There's no
mouth-to-mouth.
testimony about him aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe that testimony is in the record. The commentary.
I'll allow a question.
It was not pretty. And you yourself did not. Do you know how to give mouth-to-mouth?
I do not know. That bothers me today, that I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else but to stay there with him, because he didn't have nobody there with him. I tried.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life. Right there in front of him. That's all we have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything on your record?
Terrible questioning by defense.
You need a moment?
I'm fine.
The blood on
I'm
Chow's...
sorry, we got to rehash this without. So, Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Your Honor, I object to that because this is redirect. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
Go ahead and ask the question and see where.
Okay. So Mr. McCullough asked, or he said you went through this long litany about what happened right there, and said that the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth-to-mouth, trying to save this child's life. And that was
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hands, right?
I did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him point and turning towards them?
I did not.
He was running the entire time?
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared?
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
He kept running away from them.
Yes.
And they continued pursuing him the entire time. Yes. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. Was that because it was hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic, is the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset?
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands? Would that be a yes or no?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Any recall?
Nope. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carson.
You step down, Mr. Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson.
All right. So got
I do your Melrose.
y'all.
Checking their time. Looks like a scheduling conference.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I know y'all had a break when we were discussing that. Well, none of us have had one yet. So we're going to take our afternoon break for, let's just say, 10 minutes. We'll be back out about around between 4:20 and 4:25. We'll be here. Again, don't stay okay.
All right, we've got our counter up to 40. I think that's the right number. We're going to zoom ahead as well because we can. So let's mute that just for a minute and see what we have going on. Let's see, we're at a break. Hold, please. We're almost caught up for the day. There we go. All right, let's go back. So 40, I think, is the right number. We're counting both laser and tack light mentions. Who was this other CPR lady? It's the there was a like a jogger, a lady that was jogging. That she was like wearing a sports bra, a ponytail. I think she was the other helper. You saw her on the body camera. The jury most likely will not hear about this, but testing. Yeah, we hear buzz. We can hear that. It's really loud. A squeal.
I just don't think that speaker's
It's bad. The jury probably will not hear about this unless the defense opens the door to it. But there were prior instances, at least a prior instance, where Rick Chow and his convenience store and a gun and shoplifters were involved. So this was not like the first time. Two earlier shootings. I don't know the outcome of those shootings. If anyone was hit, if it was just fired, and not. But we'd ask that we keep racial comments out of this. Not commenting on Mr. Chow's race or victim's race. Just the facts of this case will get us, I think, to the appropriate verdict. Fired at a car, hit one in the second. A lot of people standing at the defense table. The jury should be coming in, maybe. Anna, good luck with all the life stuff you have going on. Thank you. I think Mr. Chow is going to have to testify, or his son will have to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. All right, so let's come here, please. This thing calls Kennedy Carson.
Kennedy Carson. We need to know what happened in the moments, the very few moments right before the shooting. I need someone to explain convincingly how Cyrus was positioned, how the gun was positioned, which hand he held it in, where everyone was standing. As it stands right now, it just doesn't make sense. They were chasing after someone and shot him in the back and now claimed that he was pointing the gun at them. That's a difficult thing to do while you're running away.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you gave in this case from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. Witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your first name.
First name, Kennedy, K-I-N-N-E-D-Y.
Please go down. So, again, your name is Kennedy Carson.
Correct.
And so just to kind of move a little bit, well, I'll give you a couple core kind of procedural pieces, then we'll try to speed the process along a little bit. So you got a court reporter sitting next to you, so just need you to speak loudly enough. And if you would,
you can whisper and she can hear.
Nod your head or say mm-hmm or mm-mm. But if you'll say yes or no, just so that we can take it down properly and that everybody on the jury can understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So your mother is Lori Carson. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're three siblings.
I have three siblings. I'm
Okay.
her
Where
firstborn.
are you in the fold?
I'm her firstborn.
All right. So the more bossy one.
Yes.
All right. Did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
What high school?
Spring Valley.
All right. So you grew up on the northeast side?
Yes, sir.
Are you slightly familiar with the northeast side of Columbia?
Very familiar.
All right. Are you any relation to anybody in this case?
No.
And in fact, you're under subpoena to be here today.
Yes.
All right. Were you a witness to some matters that took place back in May of 2023?
Yes.
All right. In May of 2023, were you working?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point?
May of 2023, I was working for TD Bank still in lockbox services.
Okay. And your experiences at TD Bank, you just talk about some of the roles you've had there before.
I've been a teller, customer service representative, IT specialist. Now I'm a lockbox processor.
So you've been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And you dealt with the public. You dealt with multiple roles at TD Bank.
Yes.
All right. Now, back in 2023, May of 2023, where were you living?
Greenbrier Apartments.
All right. And is that in Columbia area, Richland County?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us a little bit better vantage point of where that is in Columbia?
Off of Springtree Road, Park Lane, Springtree, I believe.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's already been marked, page 15. Okay. I'm going to hand that over to you. Take a look at that, if you would, for a moment. And see if you can familiarize yourself with that photograph. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Tell me what that looks to be.
This looks like Springtree Road, and the beginning of the photo is Park Lane.
And is that the vicinity that you lived?
Yes.
All right. Can we publish that on the big screen, please?
On the big screen, not extreme. I like her shirt. Reminds me of a stained glass window. Yeah, all we see is black right now. You have to turn it on. Sure. There you go. Gotcha.
All right, so you said, and if I could have the witness step down briefly, on?
Yes.
Gigi, we may have one of our members here be a court watcher for us before this trial's over. But right now we don't have one in the courtroom.
Tell us about what we're talking about. If you can walk me through as I ask you a couple of these questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said, show us Springtree Road if you can from here.
Long, straight one.
That's Springtree? And the one that runs perpendicular directly in front of that is what?
This is Park Lane.
All right. And you were living about where back in 2023?
Greenbrier is back that way.
Okay. So at the top of the screen is the Greenbrier apartment complex?
Yes.
And that's where you were living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. You could have a seat, please. Thank you, ma'am. It's like an amusement park.
It's like an amusement park, he says.
So if we concentrate specifically on May 28, 2023, can you give the jury an idea of what you were doing that day?
We had just came back from seeing The Little Mermaid.
So tell me who we is.
My mother, my daughter, and my niece.
Okay. So you had gone to see The Little Mermaid?
Yes.
And tell us what was happening at that time.
Well, Ariel had found this fork thing.
As far as when we were coming back home.
Yes, when you were coming, what were your plans for the evening after seeing Little Mermaid?
Okay, my mom was dropping me off, but I didn't have anything to drink at the house, so I was going to stop by the corner store right there, that Shell station, to grab something to drink.
Okay. Now you said the corner store, excuse me, the Shell station. Again, I'm showing counsel states 28, and I'm sorry, states 18 and 16, which are already in evidence. Okay. So you talked about the corner store. Let me show you states 16 and 18 and tell me if you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And tell me what you're seeing in those photos. And you can actually look it up. The screen, I believe, it may be up in a moment. Not public sector.
This is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And so that first, may I have one? Thank you, ma'am. So that first video that we showed was an aerial view, meaning a kind of a bird's eye view of it. This is closer in. This is the Shell station that you were going to that particular day that states 16?
Yes.
All right. And did you go to that Shell station often?
Yes.
All right. Now, about how many times, if you could just kind of count in your head roughly how many times you've been inside that Shell station?
I can't count on my hands. It's
About
been too
1,000,000
many. I've lived in that area for over 3 years, so that was the gas station I frequent.
Okay. And so having been in there before, you kind of had a chance to walk and look around the store, is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And was there anything about the decorations in that store or the pictures in that store that would bring your attention to things?
What's alarming is when you walk in the store, you see all the photos on the wall.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked. It states exhibit number 50.
All these people are being shamed again.
Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize if you're familiar with that view.
Yes.
Tell me what you're seeing generally.
The clerk stand and the photos.
Okay, and you see several photos, correct?
Yes.
All right, may I have that back? Then there's stage 52 that is up on that board, the photos that you're talking about above the clerk's head. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you would see on a daily basis or however often you shopped in that convenience store?
Yes.
Right. Did you have a chance to have conversations with the clerks and people who were in that store?
Yes.
Do you see any of them sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Who do you see sitting in the courtroom if you know a name?
Mr. Chow.
And where is he seated?
He's seated over there.
And again, let the record reflect that the defendant, the witness is pointed out, Mr. Chow. Yes. Okay, the defendant in this case.
Don't have to identify.
Right, so if we focus on the
clothing or anything.
28th, you were heading home that evening, is what you said. What kind of vehicle were you guys riding in?
BMW X5.
Okay, BMW X5?
Yes.
And that was your mom's car?
Yes, it was.
And you said your daughter was in the car, you were in the car?
Yes.
Where was everybody positioned inside of that car?
My mother was driving. My niece was in the passenger seat up front. Me and my daughter were in the back seat.
Okay. And you were, and so again, you said you're in the back seat. I'd like to, and what, if anything, occurred as you were coming home and turning on the Spring Street to go to that store?
We pulled into the gas station. As we were pulling in, Cyrus was running out, and behind Cyrus was his son and Mr. Chow.
Okay. So I'd like to show slide number 20 of State's exhibit number 4.
By his son, it would be Mr. Chow and Mr. Chow's son, not Cyrus's son.
So tell us if you recognize a vehicle that you would have been traveling in on May 28, 2023.
In hand, not on back.
Just passing right there.
Okay. And when you say right there, do you need to step down, or can I? Is that the one that's
I can describe it. There's a red sign in front of the car, and then we are right behind that red sign there.
Okay. And so as you pulled into that gas, did you take a ride into the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And what did you observe when you took a ride into the gas station?
Cyrus was running out. His shoe had fell off, and he was holding his pants up with one hand and pumping his arms with the other.
All right. And when you said he was running out, you said there were people behind him. Do you recognize in this courtroom anybody who was behind him?
Yes.
Tell us who you recognized.
Mr. Chow.
All right. The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick
Yes.
Chow? All right. Now, I'd like to show, let's see this. And tell us, what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands what you were observing as Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this, pumping his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Springtree Road, his shoe had fell off.
That flew off. But almost as high as he
I'd like to show slide 21 of State's exhibit number 4.
You'll see it go almost as high as his head here. Almost right before he disappears behind that Honda.
So, based on slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4, did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been so you could see those things?
Goodness. This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. That makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
He was running behind his son.
And the son meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
All right. We show State's slide 27, I apologize, from State's Exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you were inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off, he was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street and he tripped over the curb. At that time he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out, he had his arms up, and then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled basically to the place where he passed.
And I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits and free marks, 72. Not another shit, right? Okay. Take a look at that if you would, please. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to enter State 72 in the evidence.
Objection? No objection. Part of the State 72 without objection.
May we publish that, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit farther down the road Cyrus trip
See the
or
gun in
fall
this
multiple
frame.
times.
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
I'm sure. So we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. We see Mr. Chow go and step out, put his arms up. And Cyrus trips again and kind of gets back up, but he's like a crawl to where he passed away.
Did you hear that?
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmine Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, well, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible that he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
The testimony about stepped out.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Tree Road?
Yes.
On May 28, 2023?
Yes.
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, and his son Andy, chasing after Cyrus?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that shoe fly off?
Yes.
Is that where you saw Cyrus fall and the backpack fell?
Yes.
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he meaning Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
Yes.
No, I'm going to object to the leading. Come on. Thank you.
What did you see him do with his hands at that point in time? Him meaning the defendant, Rick Chow.
Oh, okay. So after Cyrus tripped, he had his hands like this. You know, if I can.
Let me move this down. Can the witness step down here?
The rope's stuck.
Come on down, please. I'm going to step in front of you. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay. If the jury is my vantage point this way.
Okay. And, excuse me, so defendant Child's right here, so where was Cyrus positioned?
Cyrus was in front of him.
Okay.
With it turned, we all facing the same
Well,
way.
you turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing the Rick Bond.
Yeah. Maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah.
More like that?
Yes, sir.
Or
Well, you can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I object to either way being done by this solicitor.
Your Honor, she said lower, and I got lower. So if I'm getting lower, more like this or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so is that when you, tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
So he tripped and was coming back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again. Somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Chow was already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack Belton turn around at any point?
No.
Did you see him point anything at Rick Chow or Andy Chow at any point?
No.
Did you hear anything?
There was a lot going on. My mom was in the car, and
Rope her in for safety.
my mom was in the car, a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this, and I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We had the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. Yeah.
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
No.
From the vantage point that you saw it?
No.
Now,
Defense is going to hack away at this. Because basically everyone's in a line, right? You've got Cyrus up front, Mr. Chow's
your
son,
mother eventually,
Mr. Chow.
excuse me, drove down to the incident location?
Yes.
All right. And came back. Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody?
Yes.
While you guys were still in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Who did she speak with?
Mr. Chow.
All right. And did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah, she circled around. So after the incident took place, she drove down some, and she asked Mr. Chow, "Did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?"
So don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place?
Yeah, so she turned back around. We turned around and parked.
May I show slide number 30 of defense exhibit number 4. What do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
I guess that's Miss Chow. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, did you say you parked?
Yes, we parked.
Okay, all right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's start generally about what happened now. Be careful, don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car, and we went down to the scene.
Okay. What did you observe with your eyes?
Mr. Chow was sitting over Cyrus. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me, and when I was walking down, there was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
Okay. What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
What, if anything, was the son doing, Andy Chow?
He was standing off. He didn't move after the incident happened. He was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag. And there's Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
How did the gun get from his pocket to over by the tree? Has to be moved.
Yes, sir. Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy. Yeah.
Now, you've, I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old did Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yeah, I thought he was 16.
He looked like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
So all the questions after this time here.
Roll examination.
We have slide 27, your slide 27. The one you have up on the screen. It's maybe just put a still, but it's the child's going across the parking lot.
Was Mr. Chow down there before anyone else? No. I believe the jogger lady was right there at the scene as well. She was the one that was helping do CPR. So I think hopefully they found her because she watched the whole thing.
No, it's not that. Carson, let me show you what's the state put up as 72. So that's your automobile that you were in?
Yes.
Where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side.
Passenger
Yes.
side backseat. That's better.
That would be to the left side.
No.
Well, the right side is the passenger side.
So, all right. So, are you on the left side?
I'm
or
on
right
the.
side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
Okay. And this photograph,
Would be left. That was bad.
State's Exhibit 72. Is that pretty much the way the thing looked that evening?
Yes.
And it was that dark. It was 8 o'clock at night.
It was bright outside.
Bright outside. Okay.
The cop used a flashlight.
And you know the distance? Well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot. Yes.
Yes. Well, right, turning into the entrance.
Okay. And there was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush.
Yes.
And you saw these three people run past.
Yes.
And nobody had a gun.
No.
You heard no yelling, no cursing.
No.
You just saw three people run past.
Yes.
Now you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
Holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No.
How do you know?
You seen the pants in his hand.
I see. Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, a red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on. You're still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No.
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
No.
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry?
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, they were.
And you saw Cyrus's shoe come off?
Yes.
Did you see him throw things left and right as
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
No.
Didn't see him throw cell phones?
No.
Did you see him throw the backpack down the road?
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
It was on the shoulder.
Okay. And
How
now,
the backpack fall off its
the
shoulders.
distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And fell down and didn't get up.
Correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance.
She doesn't look surprised.
I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
Okay. But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton, you couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
you didn't have
car.
anything in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled, so his hands were on the ground.
All right. But when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your, you and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes.
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something.
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times.
Correct. He tripped twice.
And crawl to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call?
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or Deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawled to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you've just seen, and this was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'll be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, you think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I know I did.
When you went to the Sheriff's Department on July the 25th of 2023, did you tell that detail to that investigator as well?
I was asked as far as vantage point. I wasn't asked what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point of where I was. And
They wanted you to draw a diagram, didn't they?
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Please let her finish.
All right. They asked you to draw a diagram?
Yes.
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
No.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I seen.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you've testified to today?
No.
Average fit adult can run 130 yards in a little under 20 seconds. 15 to 20. Need to see the video of the car turning around from when he leaves the parking lot. How long were they in the parking lot? As far as sprinting goes, top speed usually the first
Before I sit down, let me get one more
40 to 60 yards at your peak speed, and then you're slowing down after that.
When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall, younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes.
You knew him to be the store owner?
Yes.
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
Yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
And my mom has been hysterical in the back. And I know I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. Thus the reason why I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call and on the scene, you didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything on brief, Street Direct? Yes, sir. Now, there's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. Isn't it true that you gave a statement to the police, a written statement, on the 28th of May 2023?
Yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
Our next break, we're going to slow down the video a little bit and take a look at some convenience store camera footage right before Cyrus starts running. See what you guys think of it. as they're marking the evidence. I have questions about vantage point. Time-wise, I think they probably turned the car around faster than 15 seconds. She flipped that thing around pretty quick. The X5 is pretty maneuverable, has a tight turning radius. Got back out to a street, to a vantage point where she at least would be able to see down the street pretty easily. So I don't question that. There was a car ahead of them. It was moving quickly. Probably wasn't blocking their view if they crossed the street. But as far as seeing Mr. Chow's hands in front of him,
82.
maybe they could see his arms up, not at his sides. I think a lot of times a witness sort of fills in the blanks with what they did see, with what they think they saw.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document.
We're now impeaching the witness with her prior statement, inconsistent to what she's saying today. She looks up, that look of "it's not there" in her eyes. She remembers telling them. But
You recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting. I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom? Yes. So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature?
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in the court without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So, at 21:23, military time, so I'll do my math. I can't do math. 9:23?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, and the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answer, no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? The answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? Answer is no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? Answer, you say no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? Answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop?
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down?
Yes.
You called 911?
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store?
Yes.
The kid, the store owner?
Yes.
The owner and his wife?
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
And that you followed on Spring Tree? And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in?
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him? And
Yes.
that's when I heard the pop? You said
Boxed
that?
Yes,
in?
I did.
And you said that on May 28, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide 21, please.
This is direct again. It's not impeachment. I was
While
wrong.
we're doing that, there's this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Tree?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so will you play that, please?
We're going to slow down this part with him right in front of the car. Starts around 44, 45 seconds. Here we go. Watch the left. Boom.
All right, my wear glasses are hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
Not
You see shadows under the car.
Of what the weather conditions were like at 8 02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Was not dark.
It was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said in your direct, you saw Chow pointing at Cyrus.
Yes.
Cyrus was on his knees, getting up on the ground.
Yes.
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot.
Yes.
And he passed away out there.
Yes, he did.
Do you know who shot?
Mr. Chow shot him.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yes.
4 people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
Yes. She picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Chow. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
Oh, so you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you might
I didn't
say.
know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him, and that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
Can you see a pop?
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Chow shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
Well, but you're there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. There was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, ma'am, what you said is if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. Here. You want to read along with me?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to see about midway on that first page under A, the sentence that begins with owner. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him, and that's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No Mr. Chow shot
and he
him.
fell back down. I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, you say you saw a gun by the tree.
Yes.
And the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where this young man died?
It wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
Right. And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? And your answer was?
No.
No. Thank you.
How the gun got there is important in this case. If he had it in his hands, then he threw it.
Thank you.
Or he dropped it when he fell as it was in his hand. could support the defense case.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. We'll get started again tomorrow, hopefully, at 9:30. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research on your own or anything of that nature. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning ready to go. Have a good evening.
All right. I think something happens here in just a moment. I think something happens here, but while they're getting that figured out, we'll leave the audio sort of playing. Let me play for you a slow motion clip of Cyrus as he comes out of the convenience store. So let's jump to this real quick. He's got something in his hand. This could be the cell phone. But something gets tucked into his shirt there.
Nothing at this time.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
All right, see y'all tomorrow radio at 9:30.
All right. So with that, we're going to go to a little break. They ran toward him, right? He wasn't running until he did anything. He was holding his pants. You can see his underpants a bit. His elbows moving, his arms moving, and I think he had cell phones in his hand as well. I don't think he tried to throw the cell phones, right? Here's what I think. I think he was holding his cell phone or both cell phones and maybe even anticipating running while also trying to hold up his pants, and he's holding a backpack. And you just can't do it all, right? The pants needed to be held up because you can't run without them. I would argue that wearing a belt would fix that problem, but youth. So he probably dropped the cell phones so he could hold up his pants and run. The cell phones were legally his and his mom's. He had every right to own them. He's not going to chuck them. They weren't stolen. They probably were just dropped that way. I don't think he had a gun there. The gun we haven't seen the picture of yet. I'm not sure if it was black or silver. If it was silver, I think it definitely would have shown up in this picture. But anyway, let's see. Where are we at? We're jumping to today, right? We're jumping to today. Just 1 second here. Okay, hold please. We're getting caught up. I thought something happened. Didn't we lose another juror or something in this case? Maybe that was something else. Maybe it was a different case I was watching. I thought we had lost another juror. If I missed it, let me know. Okay. We're going to fast forward till the action starts. Mr. Chow gets let in. Everybody's running around in the courtroom, acting all crazy. Just as they do. And let's go to this. Boom, 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 6. Boom. Got audio. Yes. Okay. This has started this morning. So now we're just a couple hours behind. You can tell by everyone wandering around the courtroom that nothing important has started yet. The case has not started, so we're going to zip forward a little bit further because we can. Still a lot of milling around in the courtroom. Mr. Chow talking with his attorneys. Fast forward. Yeah, they just place like a circus in the mornings. There we go. Okay. Judge is here now. Let's see if we get everything underway.
Are you all right if I sit over here?
Yes. That's fine.
If Cyrus lived in this area, he may have an idea about how
Before we get started, anything from the state,
Mr. Chow
housekeeping-wise I need to address?
treats customers he doesn't agree with.
No, sir, I don't think so.
How about from the lieutenant?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Okay.
Actually, and I'm not sure, Your Honor, maybe you have been doing it and I haven't been paying attention, but are we asking the jury every day, have they paid any attention, seen any news media
I have
report?
not. I can't. I mean, I've been monitoring every day not to. I don't know if there's any requirement that I ask them. They have any strong feeling either way.
Please be kind. Thank you. Please be kind.
We don't, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I think I'm just going to continue admonishing them not to.
Yes, sir. And nothing else on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Okay. All right. First, we have lost another juror.
We lost a juror. Here it is.
So, number 22, which was the first selected juror. My clerk has prepared and the numbers of the other alternates, which I will draw from as required by statute.
This is today.
So, our replacement will be juror number 232.
I thought we had lost 2 before today.
All right.
Shelly Small, thank you very much. You're amazing.
All right, so we will replace and juror number 22, just to the record, juror number 22 called in today, indicated she was sick and would not be able to make it, so she will be replaced by random drawing per the statute by juror number 232. All right. Have another note from the jury, and they are obviously sensing the pace this trial is going because I said, Judge, we have a juror that has an important doctor's appointment that must be kept. The appointment is for June 3rd. So if we are still here, then we'll work around that juror's doctor's appointment.
That's Wednesday next week. I think that's it.
I thought so too. Sorry.
Everyone says we're going to be done by Wednesday next week. This should take less than a week.
That's marked as Courts Exhibit 16. All right, a couple other things, just housekeeping wise. I thought about addressing this yesterday morning after Monday's arguments when things started getting a little chippy and I didn't, and it started bubbling over yesterday. And I don't know what or why there's this dynamic in this courtroom. I don't know whether it's TV cameras, media cover, I don't know. But there's way too much acrimony, bickering back and forth, sarcasm, eye rolling, disparaging opposing counsel. That stops right now. I didn't practice that way. I don't like preside over cases that way. And I'm not talking to one person, I'm talking to every person. So that stops now. You are all great lawyers, and I've worked with every one of you as a member of the bench. I know many of you personally outside the courtroom. I've known some of you for the entirety of my career. I respect every one of you, but this needs to stop. Just be the great lawyer you are, try your case, and let's move on.
Judge speaks for the moderators as well.
And
Let's be
here on out,
nice
we'll
and
have one lawyer, one witness. We'll have one lawyer, one argument. Also, happened a couple times yesterday, the lawyers need to stand when they're addressing the court, with the exception of Mr. Schwerling, because he did address that with me. He had an issue with his knees. And his birthday's Saturday. So, Stacy.
Don't say that on my birthday.
What else? Just caution you also as to the redundancy, especially on direct. 611B allows me to permit some of that. But I know Ms. Taylor may remember the last trial I was with you. The juror sent a note, or the jury sent a note requesting that counsel limit their repetitive questions to 2 or 3. So y'all keep that in mind. everybody take a glance back at Rule 18 of the Criminal Rules of Procedure. Also, in pretrial matters, we dealt with the issue of today being the anniversary of the event which we are all here for. I'm told there may be some lapel buttons or things of that nature. In pretrial, I ordered that there not be any mention of the anniversary today. So if anybody has anything like that on, it could be viewed by a juror, I'd ask that it be removed. Mr. McCullough, you were the point man on the subpoena for Ms. Rutherford. What's the status of that?
All right, now she is released.
She is released. Okay. Can someone from the state or defense let Ms. Rutherford know that she is released from her subpoena?
With our apologies, Your Honor.
No problem.
Well, it is a problem. Apparently, she had a personal trip that she has now canceled, perhaps, but I hope she can put it back together.
Okay. I had that on the list. I think that is everything. Just wanted to follow up too on the issue yesterday with Deputy English and Deputy Carter, the statements, the Rule 106 issue. Based on, just to clarify, and I did have the opportunity to look over the exhibits. I'm going to stand by that ruling on the rule of completeness, but just with a finding that the statements or the body cams consisted of two separate statements. There's some case law that basically two statements don't satisfy or aren't required. If they're two separate statements, they aren't required to be both submitted basically per the terms of the rule of completeness. So we'll stand by that ruling, but again, we'll find that the statement of English and the statement of Carter are two separate statements. Anything else?
Nothing from the state?
Just per your ruling, we understand completely. Just let the court know with the court's written instructions and the solicitors, Carter has been subpoenaed and will be testifying. So it's just we know that we've done everything that the court has required under the extradition.
And based upon some other cases I read, and it does, if there's any error I may have made.
He is subpoenaed and he will be testifying to the remainder of the statement based upon the state's request in the court.
All right, Mr. Tolbert, can you let your number 232 know that she is now a part of the panel? I will, yes. Thank you, sir, and bring them on in.
I think we've lost all of our alternates. They had 4 alternates, right? I think we missed it during the first day, but there was one juror who was excused at the beginning, and then there was another juror who said someone had been, I think we missed this when we were skipping ahead. I think there was one juror who said that someone had been glaring at them from the audience who might be a family member. And that juror got excused. Does anyone who watched this somewhere else, can they verify that happened? And then we have one juror who's sick and another juror who has a trip that she has to go on. And so that's 4. Did we lose all 4 jurors? All 4 alternates? By my math, that's where we are. One no-show at the beginning. The one that we didn't cover when we skipped ahead was the juror who said someone was glaring at them in the gallery. Who I think we've lost all of our alternates. Chasing a shoplifter was automatic dismissal when I worked in retail. That somebody had a shoplifter run out the door into the arms of a cop once, which was hilarious. Chasing, the owners don't allow you to do that because of the liability it puts on them. In this case, he was the owner, and he made the decision to take that liability on himself, and that puts him right here in court. I think we've used up all of the. Oh, the trip was a witness. Okay, thank you. Lazy K-Dot. Thank you. That makes much more sense. That means we still have an alternate left over. It was a witness that's not going to be called. That means we're down to 3 alternates who have been, well, we're down to 1 alternate. 3 have been excused. Well, that is a nice suit. Man, that just pops. Do you see that? That baby blue? What do you call that? It's not baby blue. It's sort of muted. That suit just pops. Commands attention. And it fits, too. Baby teal. There we go. Big, pretty blue-green. It's blue, powder blue. I like powder blue. That's a good name. Dusty
You're
blue.
seated, John. Thank you, Mr. Felder.
Seafoam
Madam
green.
Floor Lady, I received your note with regard to a juror having a medical appointment next Wednesday, June 3rd. In the event we are still here, I will make every effort. The juror, we will adjourn in order for, or start later, or we'll work around it, put it that way. I was having trouble spitting that out, but we'll make the appointment happen. How about that? All right. Stay ready to see.
Stay ready, Your Honor.
All your hands with.
Stay close, Jasmine Broadwater.
Heard Jasmine is the next witness. Just drag that lectern wherever you'd like to have it.
Good morning.
Everybody's crazy about a shot dress.
Swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record. Jasmine Broadwater.
Please, court.
Yes, Miss Lee.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. Would you mind just telling us where you're from?
I'm born and raised here in Columbia. I currently live now in Michigan,
What took you to Michigan?
job-wise.
Where do you work?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
When did you move to Michigan?
I moved to Michigan 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Where did you live before that? Here?
I lived here.
Where at the house?
I lived in an apartment complex on Park Lane.
Okay, so pretty close to where all this happened.
Yes, sir.
And so were you living there on May 28th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through what you were doing that day?
That day I had family from Michigan in town, and we were on our way going out to eat when we saw the incident occur.
Who was with you?
My aunt from Michigan.
Anybody else?
No, just me and her.
Were you guys driving together separately?
We were driving together. She was driving.
She was driving. Okay. What kind of car were you in?
We were in, it's a Cadillac SUV, one of those new models. It was her vehicle.
Do you remember if your windows were up or down?
They were half cracked.
And were you pulling out of, like, where were you pulling out of what subdivision or neighborhood?
We were pulling out of Brookside Crossing, leaving out, trying to make a right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states 15. Now, Ms. Broadwater, I am unfortunately lacking in the height department, so even with this great piece of property, I may not be able to point exactly to where I'm indicating.
Somebody give him a leg up.
If you need to specify, I will let you know. Or you let me know.
Maybe
So
just
you tell us
grab him around the
roughly
middle and lift.
Where your neighborhood was?
The neighborhood is right there. That's considered, yes, that's considered Brookside Crossing.
Okay. And were you pulling out of this area?
Yes, we were pulling out, making a right.
Okay, so you're coming this way?
Yes.
All right, and then this is the gas station to start with?
Correct.
Okay, so whenever you were pulling out this way, did anything draw your attention to the right?
No, we were just pulling out. When I turned my head to the right, me and my aunt, that's when we saw the incident occur.
Okay. Stephanie, can we do 26? I'm going to show you what's also in evidence. It states 26.
They would have had a very good vantage point, it sounds like.
So this is, with what direction is this? Is this towards where you're coming out of or away?
This is towards. So as you come, this will be my right. So it's coming out up there where the tree is at.
They pulled out. They pulled out just past those trees.
down over here, the far end of the photo, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
He's holding the wrong end of the pointer.
770. Is this the same rough?
Correct. Where that truck is at, that's where we were coming out.
Okay, perfect. And can we check one more? What direction is this pointing on Springfield?
So with the car being this way, it will be to my right.
Okay, so this would be roughly where you were coming out of?
I was on the passenger side, so that's to my right.
Okay, perfect. And you said you were on the passenger side?
Yes.
So whenever you were coming out, you said were you just looking for cars, looking if anything was coming so you could pull out?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you looked to the right, what did you see?
When we looked to the right, I seen a young man running. I heard a pop sound, and my aunt, we looked, we said, "What is that?" We saw the young man go down to the ground, and we saw the older man had a gun in his hand pointed in a gun stance.
All right, let's walk through that just a bit slower for the jury, okay? So you said you saw a young man running. Do you remember what he was wearing at all?
Yes, he was wearing a red hoodie, black basketball shorts, white long socks.
Okay. Do you know how close everybody was? Were they pretty close, pretty far away to each other?
They were pretty close.
Pretty close, okay. So whenever you looked over there, did you see the young man carrying anything?
No.
Okay. You said you heard a pop. Did you recognize what that sound was?
Not at first until I seen him hit the ground.
Okay. And when you saw Cyrus hit the ground, what did you see anybody else doing at that time?
First, me and my aunt, we were just staring. We saw the older guy had his gun pointed still, and I believe his son was running behind him. He had came to a stop as well.
You said the guy was holding a gun. Do you know who that guy was?
The store owner of the Shell gas station.
Okay. The man sitting over at that table?
Yes.
Compared to Cyrus, how big were Mr. Chow and his son? Were they bigger, smaller, same?
Mr. Chow, he's pretty small, and he kind of got a little weight on him.
Okay. So after you realized that a shot had happened, what did you guys do?
We stopped. My aunt said, "Jazz, he just shot that boy. You need to call the police." We're both about to call them, so we both put on our cell phones. We called. My aunt said, "I just want to make sure we're seeing what we see." So we drove out real slow, and we still see Cyrus on the ground. Looked like he was trying to push himself up, like how somebody's doing push-ups, but they're shaking really bad. And he propped back down on the ground and started banging on the ground like in pain.
So at that point, were you still sitting at this intersection that we have right up here, or were you moving?
We were moving real slow because we wanted to make sure we saw everything. And that's when I got on the phone with 911 and explained to them, like, "Hey, we just saw the gas station owner shoot a young boy." And then my aunt, she said, "We need to get out of here." So we drove up to an empty parking lot near where the old Columbia Mall is at. And 911 had me on hold for a long time, so we hung up and we called again.
Okay. Whenever you were driving by, did you see Mr. Chow's son doing anything?
He was standing with his hands on his hips like he was trying to catch his breath.
Okay. Now you said you drove past this incident location and you parked somewhere, a mall, you said?
Yes, so it's further up the street.
Okay.
So once we drove out, we went further up, passing the gas station, making our right, and going to an empty parking lot.
Okay. And when you parked there, did you call 911 again?
Yes, because they had me on hold.
And after you talked to 911, where did you guys go?
Me and my aunt, we went to go get something to eat because that was our plan. That's why we were leaving the neighborhood. We went to go get something to eat. We ate. By the time we came back, it was dark outside. My aunt said, hopefully everything is fine by the time we come back. But by the time we turned down to where my neighborhood was at, the street was blacked out and we saw nothing but blue police lights.
When did you talk to law enforcement about what you saw?
Once I had my aunt go back into my apartment, I told her I'll be back. I need to go speak to somebody, let them know what I saw. When I went out of the neighborhood, it was kind of hard to come out, and I saw a police officer. I said, "Hey, what happened to the young man that was here? I seen an incident that happened." He asked me, "Did you see what happened?" I said, "Yes." And he said, okay, did you file a report? I said, no, not yet. I'm just letting you know what I saw. And he said, okay, somebody will get in contact with you.
Okay. Did you talk to law enforcement the next day then?
I did.
Court's indulgence?
Yes, sir.
Probably one of the best vantage points, because she could see if Cyrus had something in his hands from what she's described. And they were running towards her, not away from.
Just two more questions for you, ma'am. Whenever you were pulling out, who did you see holding a gun?
Mr. Ray.
Did you see Cyrus holding anything?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
We need to know how Cyrus's gun got next to the tree.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Broadwater, how are you?
I'm getting yourself.
We got to get some pleasantries. The two of us have never met. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Madam Court Reporter next to you is taking down every word that you're saying. I always go through this with everybody. And she can't take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. You understand that?
I understand.
Two, she can't take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me the opportunity to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you the opportunity to answer. Is that fair?
I understand.
And finally, sometimes I've been known to speak way too fast. And if I speak too fast and you cannot understand my question, if you ask me to repeat it, I promise you I will. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so I want to make sure I get a little background. What part of Michigan? I went to law school in Michigan, so what part of Michigan?
I currently live in Clinton Township.
How long did it take you to get there? Drive, fly?
I drove.
God, I've done that drive. It is not an enjoyable drive whatsoever.
No.
I know it's not. What is that? 15 hours?
10.
Did you make it in less than 10? Or did you go the speed limit the whole way?
Whole way.
I plead the fifth.
Jasmine, I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I really want to talk about everything that happened that day. Do you understand?
I understand.
And if I'm not mistaken, you feel free to correct me where I'm wrong, this was definitely an emotional situation. Is that, remember is that yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And if I'm going through your testimony correctly, the first thing you did was call 911.
That is correct.
And that's when emotions were still going high and heavy. Do you remember that call to 911?
Correct, yes.
And you talked to the 911 operator?
Yes.
You remember a conversation with the 911 operator?
Yes.
And that was as close to the time as possible. Is that correct? And do you mind if I call you Jasmine?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was close to the time as possible, correct, Jasmine?
Correct.
And when we talked to the 911 operator, do you remember specifically telling him you did not actually see the shooting?
I stated in my 911 call, I said, I think I saw it. And then my aunt was behind me, as you can hear in the 911 call. She said, no, Jasmine, he did shoot that boy. And I said, yes, he did.
Okay. And I want to go through some of that, and I'm not trying to trap you. I want to make sure I understand. And I think that is exactly what I heard on the 911. But when you were talking to the 911 operator, you initially said, I didn't see anything, correct?
No, I said, I think I saw.
You think you saw. You were not positive when you talked to them.
Correct, because my emotions gone.
Fresh to the incident as possible, close to possible, emotional situation.
Correct.
And then you utter what you remember to the 911 operator. Fair?
Correct.
And then you said, I think I saw. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then somebody in the car told you actually did see. Is that what your testimony just was?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of that 911 call, and Jasmine, you've had opportunity to refer to 911 call.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not tricky or anything, so I'm going to ask you questions. And would you agree with me, a lot of that 911 call were things like you just said, I think I saw this may have happened. It was stuff like that. I think they call it equivocation. Do you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then when the officer dispatch, whatever they call those 911 officers, they ask you a question. Did you see him shoot the boy, or did you just hear the gun go off? And your response was, we just heard the gun go off, and then we happened to see the owner pointing the gun at the boy while he was on the ground. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling me, and I think you had described maybe you thought they might have been fireworks because you weren't sure what they were at the time. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then later, I think you gave two different statements. I don't want to say different because it sounds like I'm accusing you. You gave two additional statements. Is that it?
That's sorry. Yes.
That's a yes. You gave two additional statements.
Yes.
And each statement after that first 911 call, would you agree, got a little more detailed?
Yes.
Okay. And this was after you had met with law enforcement?
Everybody talked.
The next day.
Yeah,
That's when I
story
met with law
developed.
enforcement.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I understand, you also testified, you also gave the law enforcement, or one of these interviews that you gave, you specifically saw Mr. Chow toss the gun away?
I'm not sure if it was a gun. I remember when my aunt and I, we was driving slowly away.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chow still had his gun pointed at him while Cyrus was on the ground. He still had his gun in his left hand. He squat down. He grabbed something off the ground, tossed it, hand back on the gun, still pointed at Cyrus as he was on the ground.
Okay, so to repeat my question, you saw him toss something away, but you're not sure what it was.
Not sure what it was.
You don't remember if you told 911 or one of the other subsequent interviews that it may have been a firearm?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did. I'm just asking the question. You understand? I'm not trying to
All right.
trick you or anything like that, Jasmine. And Jasmine, do you remember doing or giving a diagram to law enforcement about where you saw the bodies?
Correct.
And they went through and you gave an identification where you saw everybody on the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And you may or may not know, and don't answer the question if you do not know. Are you aware that the diagram and the identifications of where you put the bodies would have been after the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Which would have been consistent with you seeing the end of the shooting and maybe not the beginning or during?
No.
Okay. And possibly going in conjunction with your 911 call, what you originally told the 911 operator that you did not see the actual shooting, and maybe you just saw the aftermath of what happened.
So I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Yeah, that was. Remember those long questions I told you about?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Take your time, please.
So,
don't talk over
as
each
I
other.
stated, when I turned my head to the right,
yes, ma'am,
we heard a pop. Me and my aunt said, "What is that?" We saw Cyrus go down. That's when I seen Mr. Rich had his gun pointed, and that's when my aunt said, "He just shot that boy. We need to call 911," and we both called 911. That's when my aunt took her time to drive out slow to make sure that we saw everything. And we, as I stated, he still had his gun pointed in the back of Cyrus.
I think you answered my question absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much. And are you driving back to that?
Yes.
Right after this?
Mm-hmm.
I pray for your drive safe. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anything over there?
Of course, Norman John.
I haven't heard all the evidence, but I think I've heard enough.
No further questions, John.
Starting to be
Very good.
convinced.
Call order. You can step down. Thank you for being here. Ready to call next witness?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. State calls Devontae Bryant.
As Devontae comes in, there's a hearing tomorrow that I can't live stream out of Utah, Wayne County, Utah, for a triple murder charge. Initial appearance, I think, for Ayden Miller, who's out of Iowa. Shot and killed 3 women to steal their cars. One, he hid in her house and shot her and killed her.
Do you swear or affirm?
Random women he didn't know.
The truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
We'll keep an eye on the case for you.
State your full name for the record.
I've got the WebEx access, but I just can't record or live stream.
My name is Devontae Bryant.
Well, he's out of Iowa, but it happened in Utah. So this is a Utah trial with an Iowa resident. He's traveling through, and his truck broke down, and he killed these women to steal their cars.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Rutherford Company. It's a company out of
Second?
Rutherford Company.
Robekirk?
Where do you live?
Hopkins, South Carolina.
Oh, man. You got to speak up a little bit.
Hopkins.
Hopkins, okay.
Where did you
Right.
go?
If you'll speak up a little bit for us, our court reporter here is taking down everything you say. So just make sure you say yes, no, answer verbally. You know, we all understand what you mean when you nod your head, but make sure that you speak up a little bit so we have to make a record of everything.
Okay.
All right?
Devontae, where did you grow up?
Like Fair Road area. I grew up in Bethel Bishop Apartments.
What are the Bethel Bishop Apartments?
It's meaning what?
What are they?
I mean, it's a
apartments.
Today they still consider it as like one of the worst neighborhoods in Columbia.
Okay.
Things like that.
Is it a high crime area?
Yeah.
All right. Is it low income kind of housing?
Yeah.
Did you witness crime when you were growing up there?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Did you ever see teenagers with firearms?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon in your experience?
Common.
Okay. Why do 14-year-olds have guns?
I mean, it's like.
I'm going to object to that. A lot of speculation. I'm saying it right there. And this is definitely not.
I'd sustain that, Judge.
I will allow it to the extent you can speak from personal knowledge, but not speculate about.
Careful, you might be admitting to a felony here.
You were a 14-year-old kid once. Was that correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see other 14-year-olds or other youths with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm just asking, honestly, did you ever have a chance to hold a gun when you were underage?
Yes.
Okay.
Careful.
Why did you feel compelled
Get
to
him a
hold
lawyer.
a gun or carry a gun?
I mean, just seeing the stuff that's around me, trying to, fit in with people, and then, like growing up, you want acceptance. You want to be cool with everybody. You want everybody to like you. You want everybody to be around you.
Okay.
So you, follow what's going on.
All right. So in your experience in the areas you grew up with, guns were cool.
Yeah.
And would you have certain cachet? You know what that means? Would it help your reputation sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that?
I mean, it's like I said, it's more like it's a acceptance thing. That's what it'll help with. Kids being cool with you being cool with other kids, you having an influence. You just not being talked about in a lame way with kids. You want to be popular or things like that.
Okay. So, in your experience growing up in the Bethel Bishop, was it common or uncommon to see people who were under the age of 18 with guns?
Common.
Okay. High crime area, Bethel Bishop. You yourself have been in some trouble. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. And got to ask you about some
priors.
As far as criminal convictions, in 2017, you got in a little bit of trouble, or maybe a lot of trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see a conviction for an accessory after the fact to a felony.
Yes, sir.
You
Possession of stolen
plead
property.
guilty to that?
Yes, sir. I did. They gave me 5 years for that.
Okay. I see that you were convicted of a possession of a stolen vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see that you got convicted of an auto breaking. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks like that was about 9 years ago that you pled guilty. I don't know when did the crimes occur?
I can't
was
remember
auto,
exactly,
not
but all of
alter.
that, I played to all of those in one.
Okay. And that was 9 years ago, 2017?
Yeah.
Let's go to 3 years ago. May 28th of 2023. You remember that date?
Yes, sir.
You remember what you were doing on that day?
Yeah, I was going to my brother's house. Her brother's. I was meeting my girlfriend at her brother's house.
Okay. You meet your girlfriend
at her brother's house.
I got you. Okay. And where did your girlfriend's brother live?
Greenbrier Apartments off of Park Lane.
Okay. Had you been to the Greenbrier Apartments before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an area you were familiar with?
Yeah, kind of. Just like going to his house, and her mom stays up the street too.
Okay. What were you driving at the time?
White Honda Accord.
All right. Do you remember what direction you were I guess you would have turned off Park Lane Road.
Yeah, I was coming from the interstate, which is by the Circle K.
Okay, so then you would have taken a left or a right onto Springtree?
All right.
Right, okay. Let me, 14. All right, do you recognize what we're looking at in States 14?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I understand you right, what is this building with the red?
That's the gas station.
All right. Can you see me, Devontae?
Yes.
All right. So you were coming up Park Lane and taking a right?
Yes.
Okay. 6:15. All right. Keep going. 16. Okay. And this, where that car would have been, you were just going up and you would have taken a right?
Yeah, where that gray car is.
Okay. Let me have slide 20. All right. Have you seen this video before, State Slide 20?
Yeah, I think you showed.
All right. Let me, if you see your car and just let me know when you see your car in this video.
You might see all three cars. You might see his car, the BMW, and there's the BMW. There's Chow.
Right there.
That's you up there, that white car?
Yeah.
Okay, play it for a second.
Okay, there's his car. Now we might also get the Escalade coming down. Depends how long this rolls. Probably won't see the Escalade.
And did that show you on Park Lane taking a right on Springtree?
Yeah.
Who was in the car with you?
Just me.
All right. What did you see?
As I turned, once I got like maybe by what's that stuff? An entryway in the parking lot for the store.
Uh-huh.
There was the young boy and it was two people chasing. And by the time I got close by the entrance, he had ran out of shoe. You know, like ran across the street. They still chasing him. He stumbles and falls. He's trying to get back up. He making up.
Wait a minute, let me stop you real quick. You talk about the young boy. Did you see the young boy you're describing in that video?
Yeah.
Stakes number 20?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he wearing?
A hoodie.
Okay. You said they were chasing him. Who was they?
The man and his son.
Okay. Had you ever seen any of these people before?
No.
Okay. The man and his son, do you know who that man is now?
Oh, yeah, now.
Okay. And who was that man?
His name Chow.
Okay. Do you see him here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is he?
Right there with glasses.
Okay. So Rick Chow and his son, and Rick Chow's son were chasing the red shirt boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the boy in the red? Do you know him now to be Cyrus?
Yeah, now.
Okay. If I call him Cyrus, would you know him?
Yeah.
Did you get to see Cyrus's face when he was running?
Just this side when they crossed the street, and yeah, the right side of his face as I was advancing up Springtree.
Okay. What, if anything, did Cyrus have in his hand?
A book bag.
Okay. Okay. What else did he have in his hand? Anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And how close did Cyrus, Rick Chow, and Andy Chow get to you while you're driving down Springtree?
Real close. I had to hit my brakes because if I wasn't paying no attention, I could have hit one of them. That's how close they was to my car.
Okay. So they ran in front of your car?
Yeah.
Okay. As they crossed Springtree?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to see any kind of facial expressions that Cyrus was making?
No, not really. No.
Okay. What did you think when you first saw Rick Chow and his son Andy? Did Rick Chow and his son Andy, did they appear to be adults or did they appear to be young adults?
No, adults. And I thought that maybe it was the police maybe chasing him because when he was running, I could see his holster, you know, like, and I see people on the pictures in front of the stores for stealing, not being chased. So at first I was thinking that he was maybe a police officer.
Little sidebar here while I Eat my pickles. Weebug, congratulations on your 25 months. Makes you an OG. And happy 60th to your sister D. Happy birthday, D. Also, we had a goat trophy come in from Weebug. Thank you very much. And Selena K, thanks for the gifted memberships. That's very generous of you. I like that the police were able to locate all the witnesses here. A lot of times when a crime happens on the side of a busy street, a lot of cars see it and don't stop. We've actually heard from a couple of witnesses that they wanted to not be involved. That, you know, this was not what they had in mind on, you know, their May 28th afternoon or evening. Getting involved, especially in an area which is known for high crime. And instead, the police were able to, probably because of the officer's quick action, were able to locate all these witnesses and get the vantage points from everybody. And the story is starting to take shape very well. The sports bra girl might be the last witness. I don't know. Or maybe that's the one that got released. I don't know. Interesting, because one of the witnesses got released and not going to be called. Anyway, the story's taking shape, and I've got to say, I'm having a hard time right now seeing how this could be self-defense for a couple of reasons. First of all, even if Cyrus had drawn his firearm and pointed at them at that point.
I just want to ask you what you were observing, okay? What you're observing right then and there.
Instigated it.
You said you thought it looked like, or you thought it was the police chasing the boy,
Yeah.
Cyrus. And you thought that because what did you see on Rick Chow?
I seen a holster with a gun in.
And that was in plain view.
Yeah, like his shirt was flapping up as he was running.
Okay. Did Cyrus appear to be an adult, or?
No, you could tell he was a kid.
Okay. All right, where was I? Let me see slide 24.
Cat Pool, the entire South Carolina Bar Association is here on this trial. Everybody's here. Seems like everybody.
All right, who's that white car that just stopped?
That's me.
Where about? Okay, play that back up a little bit, Stephanie, where this car goes by. All right, play. Okay, what are you doing there?
I'm slowing down because they running across the street.
Okay. If you hadn't slowed down, what was your fear that would happen?
I would have hit one of them.
Okay. You're driving up Spring Tree, going to your girlfriend's brother's house. Were you expecting 3 people to run across the path of your car?
No.
Okay. You slow down, almost to a stop. Is that what we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you go out of view of this camera shot, this is States 24. What are you doing next as you're driving?
Driving real slow, paying attention to the 3 people that's running.
Okay. Did you drive behind them, or did you sort of pace them? You know what pace means?
Yeah, paced them.
Okay. Or did you go on ahead of them?
No, paced them.
All right. Why did you pace them?
They was chasing him, so I was really trying to see what was going on. And like I said, at first I thought it was like the police chasing somebody.
Okay. Well, you're in the right lane of travel, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. And so, are they on? As you're pacing them, are they on your left or are they on your right?
They're on my left.
Okay. And are you focusing on the road, or are you focusing on these people that just ran out in front of your car?
The people.
Okay. Did you have a good vantage point or a bad vantage point?
Good.
Okay. Why are you focused so much on the people instead of the road in front of you?
Like I said, trying to see what's going on. And then once he fell.
Wait a minute, we're going to get there.
Okay.
From that vantage point, did you ever see Cyrus pull anything out of his pocket?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see anything? Did he lose any clothing while you were watching him?
Shoe.
You saw him lose a shoe?
Yeah, he had a white Air Force One on.
Okay. Did he stop to get his shoe, or did he continue running?
He kept running.
Okay. Did you see him drop any other things while he was around the shoe?
No.
Okay. Did you see him throw anything?
No.
Okay. Stephanie, can you play slide 21? All right. Is that what you're describing? What we just watched in that video?
Yeah.
Stephanie, can you go back maybe like 5 seconds or so? Put the cursor here. All right, I want you to focus, Devontae, on this area.
Okay.
And I want you to speak up if you see your car or when you see your car.
Okay.
All right?
Now.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay, so were you in close proximity to them, or were you a great distance from them?
Close.
Was your vantage point good, or did you have a poor vantage point?
Good.
Okay. And your testimony was you continued to pace them as they ran up the river?
Yes.
All right. He lost his shoe at some point. Had he already crossed Springtree, or was he still in the parking lot side of Springtree?
No, he lost his shoe before he crossed the street.
Okay. And then you're saying he continued across the street?
Yeah.
Okay. What, if anything, happened to his book bag?
I wouldn't have known. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have known if anything happened because once it fell, he didn't pick it back up.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's go ahead then and get to what you're talking about where he fell.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed about him falling.
Okay, so when he fell after he had got across the street.
Okay.
It was something over there that it looked like he had to trip up over or something.
You saw him trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And were Rick Chow and Andy Chow in front of him when he tripped, or were they still behind him?
Behind him, but they was real close up on him when he tripped.
How would you describe the fall?
He fell hard. The first fall was real hard.
Okay. Did he try to get back up, or did he get back up?
Yeah, he tried to get back up, but it was more so of a stumble versus him standing straight up.
Okay. Did you see the book bag again after he got up?
No, it was on the ground.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything in his hand at this point?
No.
All right. Was he able to get back up on his feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
It's like he stood up almost all the way up completely. He maybe took a step, if that, and that's when he shot.
Okay. And then what happened?
Like Cyrus fell. Once he fell, he was trying to like roll himself over, but I don't know if he could or not. But he was like putting his hands up as he was trying to roll himself over.
Okay.
But you could tell he was still out of breath. Like he was still breathing real hard.
Okay. Yes, that stays 25. You recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the spot where you remember him taking that first fall?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I think probably with the court's permission, if Devontae could step down and point out.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. Monte, all right, so this is, where, on States 25, is the gas station in front of us or behind us?
Behind.
Okay. And if we're right here, do you see the spot you were just describing where Cyrus took that initial fall?
Yeah.
All right, can you point to it with the pointer?
Yeah, it's like he took that first initial fell, he hit the ground real hard.
Okay. And speak up too, so she
Yeah, I said up there he hit the ground real hard. That's when he first fell.
Okay. Point to it again. Okay. So he was in the road and then he falls into the grass, or he falls into the road?
No, he was in the grass and he fell into the grass, like on the side. He
Okay.
never got back in the road.
I got you.
Once they crossed the street this way, he never went back towards the right.
Okay.
All his movement was on this side of the road.
I got you. But he's running up the road, and does he trip over the curb, or did you see what he tripped over?
No, I couldn't tell what he tripped over.
Okay. But he fell towards the grass.
Yeah.
All right. And at this point, when he trips, where's Rick Chow? Can you point to where he is?
He's like right behind him. So if Cyrus trips up in here, Rick Chow.
All right. Can you say about how far behind him he was?
Maybe 2 feet. If
They
that.
So he's right up here.
Did he touch him?
Okay.
Push him?
And if you're Cyrus, he's about this close?
Yeah.
All right. Where is Andy Chow? Rick Chow's son.
And when Cyrus fell, he's beside him.
Okay, these two, Rick's behind him or to the side of him?
Beside of who, the son?
Yeah.
No, they side by side almost.
But they're right back, and 2 feet or so is what your testimony is?
Yeah.
Okay, so about the distance, maybe, give or take?
Yeah, give or take about this distance, yeah.
Okay. Did they do anything to him while he's on the ground?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in Cyrus's hand at that point?
No. Just the book bag had filled.
Okay. Did Rick and his son Andy allow Cyrus to get back up or attempt to get back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
So once he get back up, like I said, he fell. He's trying to get upright, but he's stumbled after the second fall.
Okay.
And as he's trying to get up after that last stumble, he's trying to stand straight up so he can keep advancing, because he's trying to get away from them. He's not once like trying to turn around or trying to go toward the street. He's trying to get to the apartments. He's going straight up.
Okay. That's what it appeared to be, that he was trying to get to those apartments. And what are those called again?
Brookside.
Okay. That's what it appeared to you, that he was trying to make his way to those apartments?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable kind of demonstrating what you're talking about? I think I know, but you say he hits the ground and he's trying to get up and go, but he's stumbling. Can you kind of demonstrate that to the jury? Do you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, hold my pointer.
Okay, so the first fall, when he falls, it's like he completely falls all the way down almost.
All right, chest to the ground.
Yeah. And then he gets up, and as he's, like I say, he getting up, but he's moving so fast, he's stumbling.
Okay.
So he, after the last stumble, it's like he's trying to get completely stand upright. So he maybe took a step or two after that, then that's when the shot went off.
Okay. And that was the second fall?
Yeah. Well, you can say it's the second fall, yeah.
Okay. Did he ever get back up again after that?
After the shot, no.
Okay.
But after he fell, I think I shot him.
And you're saying you saw him roll around?
And he was trying, after he fell on the ground from being shot, it's like he was trying to turn over with his hands up.
Okay. You take. Did you see anything in his hand at that point?
No.
Do you recognize this little area behind these trees to be where Cyrus came to rest?
Yeah, like on the left side of those trees, yes.
Right in here?
Yeah.
All right. Zoom back out a little bit. And we're still looking at States 25. All right, so I just want to be clear, correct me if I'm wrong, but you say the first time he fell, it was somewhere in this area.
Yeah.
And what I understood you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, was that Rick Chow and his son were somewhere in this area behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Rick Chow out here in the road?
No.
Did you ever see Andy Chow out here in the road?
No.
Your testimony is that the two of them were, correct me if I'm wrong, I want you to just, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. But if Cyrus fell right here, you saw Rick and Andy side by side, I think you said, this kind of area.
Yeah.
And why did you have such a good vantage point again?
I was in the road, and you know, like I said, I was just staring at it. It was, I don't remember a car being in front of me or behind me, so I was driving real slow, just watching him the whole time.
Bless you. With each consecutive witness, we're getting more and more detail and better vantage points. The story's oddly similar. And I say oddly because oftentimes people from different angles will perceive very different things, vastly different things.
Devontae, did you stay on scene after this?
Not really on scene. After the situation happened, I rolled back past. I saw all the older ladies around him. Then I went to the car wash up the street. That's where I still was on the phone with my mom. I was telling her what was going on, just trying to get my head on straight. And then I went right back down.
Okay. So, where did you turn around? Did you ever go to your girlfriend's? Your girlfriend's brother's apartment?
No, I never made it.
All right. And did they live in this apartment that's over here to the left?
No, they live in the one that's all the way in the back.
Okay. Does the Spring Tree dead end into that apartment there?
I would say because Greenbrier is the last apartment back there, and I don't know if they have a back entrance. I think it's just a front entrance.
Is that Greenbrier?
I can't really tell from that picture.
So, but if I understand, you were going this way.
It's like I normally don't see it
Is
from
this
the
the
air.
driveway you turned around in to get back out after you saw the shooting?
No, I turned around a little bit past that.
That driveway?
Yeah, like up there.
Okay. And you just abandoned your plans to go to the girlfriend's brother's house?
Yeah.
Why did you abandon those plans?
Because of the situation that happened.
Okay.
Never really liked her anyway.
You said you left to get your head straight, but you did return and speak to law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know any of these people before that day?
No.
Devontae, please answer any questions that Mr. Kent has for you.
Cross-examination.
Yeah.
Quick sidebar. I like how interested the law clerk is, or the student.
Let's say we'll be back out at 10:45. Got some technological issues that we need to work through. So we'll take about a 15-minute break and we'll see you shortly. Do not discuss the case. And Mr. Bryan, don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. Okay? Yeah, and you can get down. You can go rest.
All right, we're going to zoom because we can. So let's go ahead and zip forward a little bit during the break. Getting caught up. It was about 10 minutes. Sounds about right. There we go. All right. Break's over. Resume your seats. These pickles were delicious. I wish they came in larger than a serving size container, though. Single serving size. So good. Yeah, wow, life is rough. The jury's not going to hear about that, what we think, because I don't think the defense is going to want to open the door to that. But there were some prior discharges.
Come on back down, Mr. Bryan.
Do you want to put that on record with him?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we appreciate you giving us a break to make sure we are ready to get proper for cross-examination. Secondly, at the bench, I made an objection, which was consistent with the court's pretrial ruling. During pretrial rulings, the state of South Carolina argued that they should be able to put a wall of shame up in front of the jury. We asked that it not be put up. And subject of compromise, the court asked the solicitor's offices all they were going to put it up and not make any discussion about these were people who had not been chased before. When this witness testified, and I think it was spontaneous, it was not elicited from the solicitor's office. However, this witness gave the same exact language that they said they would not be giving into. His statement on the record was, this was a wall where people who had not been chased before, something of that nature, I don't want to quote, but it was something of that nature. We immediately made an objection. The court at the bar basically gave us a choice. Did we want a curative instruction or did we want to move on? I was at the bench with co-counsel Swirling and McCullough. At that point in time, we thought it would be best to leave it alone, not to bring any light to it. The court gave us an option if we wanted a curative instruction. As a strategy decision, we chose against it. However, we were very concerned that this not come out again. Again, we agree it's not elicited from the solicitor's office, but it still is a concern of ours because that's something that the court said we not. Thank you, sir.
Yep, I think that accurately reflects the next conference. I did give you all the options of curative or simply move along so as not to draw further attention to it. And I'll just let Mr. Bryant know, Mr. Bryant, and you weren't privy to that, so it's not your fault. You're not in trouble. Nobody's fussing at you. But we, as far as the photos and things, you may have knowledge of what those photos mean on the wall and in the store, but we're not discussing any of that as far as what that means or whether or not folks were ever chased or not chased. But we're just staying away from that so we don't prejudice any of the parties. So again, you didn't know about that. You weren't here for pretrial motions. Things like that happen. But just stay away from that for the remainder of your testimony.
Was the victim on that board?
And Your Honor, we agree that even though it was not stricken from the record, it cannot be argued as if it's part of evidence in the record at this time. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Kathy Lynn, thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. Love it. And look at this. Loves True Crimes. 10 gifted memberships. I think Selena also gifted 10. 5 and 5. Thank you, Selena, for your generosity as well. Oh man, you guys haven't lived. You haven't lived. It's a single serving size, so it's not like unsanitary. It's not like anyone else is going to use this jar.
Just from, I guess, the media standpoint, I know we only have the one camera in here, but the clerk's office just got an email from a alleged concerned citizen in Washington, D.C., watching the trial, and says that, I don't know whether the person is a lawyer, knows something about procedure, but said they were able to see one of the jurors on camera.
Didn't happen.
Okay. Well, I just...
The deputies, probably the top of the deputy's head.
It said a blonde lady, and maybe they don't know whether the court reporter is a juror. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to address it and make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office.
And I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay. Well,
Cameraman's like,
we have
I'm very cautious.
I know you are. And,
didn't happen.
But I just want to make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office.
Didn't happen.
Probably the court reporter said a blonde hair with a pinkish outfit sitting close to the witness. So we're probably talking the kids.
Make sure they know what I am.
That's an expert. Yeah. Just wanted to address it for the record, to be sure.
No, all right. I think that's turquoise.
Your Honor, we are ready.
Ready for cross? All right, Mr. Toll, bring in the jury, please.
This cameraman's been really good. Shout out to Court TV, another professional cameraman. Now everyone's laughing and joking about it. The cameraman's like, didn't happen. It wasn't me. I think it was definitely built after the rest of the building. We're going to need, because that email was contacting the court, that's actually public record. We're going to have to go ahead and subpoena that and find out who it was. Educate them regarding what a court reporter looks like and what a juror looks like. attached. I like it. I don't think I could pull it off, but I like it.
Jury's present, John.
Even the blonde one. Oh, no, I mean, no, never mind. No, sorry.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bryant, my name is Sean Kent. I do not believe we've ever met each other. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we never met.
And I'm going to go over a couple of rules so we can be on the same page as I'm asking you questions. Is that fair?
Okay.
And I do this with everybody. Just make sure we're both on the same page. Madam Court Reporter has taken down every single word that you are saying. You did a good job from the state, but she cannot take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. So make sure you answer yes, no, and so on so she can get every word. Is that fair?
Okay.
2, she cannot take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me opportunity to ask my question, I'll give you opportunity to answer the question. Is that fair?
Okay.
And if at any point in time I speak way too fast, and I've been told I do that, and you do not understand my question, if you simply ask me to repeat it, I will repeat it so you can have it read again. Is that fair? If I can remember the question I asked.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you prefer Mr. Bryant, Devontae? What do you want to be called? I want to give you a proper title.
Either or.
Okay, is it fine if I call you Mr. Bryant?
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I want to go through first the testimony that you offered the state of South Carolina just a few moments ago. Do you remember what you testified to?
Yeah.
And I want to first start at the beginning part of your testimony that you were giving to the jury when they were asking you questions about guns. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And when they were asking you questions about guns, they were asking you about the prevalence and the amount of guns in the community of children, 14-year-olds and so forth. Remember those questions?
Yeah.
And do you remember saying that it was basically normal that a lot of kids have guns?
Yeah.
And it is okay for them to have guns because it's a sign, a status or something of that nature, right?
I'm not saying okay, but
it's not okay, is it?
Yeah.
It's not okay?
I didn't say that it was okay for a child to have a gun. I never said that.
And then let me follow that up with that question. It's not okay, is it?
I mean, it depends on what point you come from. I don't.
Please explain. What point would make it okay for somebody under the age of 15 to possess a firearm?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Well, you do know. You just said it depends. So let the jury know, based upon the questions from the state and your answer, when is it okay for someone under the age of 14 or a child to have a gun?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, everybody had their own viewpoint of it. That's why I said it depends.
Mr. Ramos.
And I'm asking your viewpoint, based upon your testimony, based upon what you've offered to this jury, when is it okay?
I mean, protection-wise, if you ask me.
Go on, please. I did ask you.
That's it.
What do you mean protection-wise?
Depending on the area you grew up in or the areas you stay in, maybe.
And so when the state of South Carolina put you on the stand, they understood that you felt it was okay to break the law for protection.
Objection to the question.
I'm ready.
All right, Rick, right.
It is your testimony that it is okay to break the law for protection purposes.
No, I'm not saying. I never once said that.
Okay, tell me what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't remember, but I didn't say that.
No, you just said it a few seconds ago, that it would be okay for protection purposes for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm. Is that what you just said?
That's what I said.
Is it legal for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm?
No.
So would it be breaking the law for a person under 14 to have a firearm?
Yeah.
And so would your testimony not have just been, it is okay for someone under the age of 14 to break the law for protection? Isn't that your testimony?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I guess? Because that's what they put you up to justify and say it's okay. So is that your testimony still to this jury?
Objection to the question and the implication.
Judge.
I'll allow it, but be careful.
I am. Did you understand my question?
No, sir.
Well, let's move on just a bit. We'll go back to that. Do you own a firearm?
No.
You don't have a firearm?
No.
Did you have a firearm that day?
No.
In your vehicle?
No.
You had a child yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
3.
And I think one of them would be 14 years old right now.
Yeah.
You would not want him to have a firearm.
No.
You would instruct him not to have a firearm.
No.
You would not want him to have a firearm for protection or status or anything.
No.
No, he would think it would be wrong. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
It would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And you would not want your child in the community carrying a firearm.
No.
The solicitor's office asked you about your criminal record. You stand on the stand currently as a convicted felon.
Yeah.
And so you couldn't own a firearm anyway.
Yeah.
And so you stand over there convicted of 3 separate offenses.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure.
Not sure how many felonies you have?
No.
Okay. Were these all in Richland County?
Yeah.
And so were you prosecuted in this courthouse?
Yeah.
And so they are familiar with you?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked to officers on the scene, well, let's go through this. You actually gave 2 separate statements to officers. One on a body cam on scene. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then separately, you talked to another officer. Is that a fair statement? Like you sat down and met with an officer and gave an actual recorded interview. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to talk about the second interview first, because this was with a member of the Richland County Sheriff's Department who interviewed you.
They both were.
Okay? Both were Richland County officers.
Yeah.
They interviewed you, right?
Yeah.
They asked you what happened.
Yeah.
They asked your details.
Yeah.
They let you give the story.
Yeah.
And you gave them this story, and after you gave the story, do you remember one of the officers telling you, don't embellish, that doesn't fit the evidence?
Objection.
I don't know what that means.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
When you met with them, did they think you were exaggerating the story?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Speculation of what somebody else believes.
Sustained.
When you gave the story to law enforcement, what was your belief when you left, when you talked to them? Do you believe they believed your version?
Objection, Your Honor, to what he believes somebody else believes.
I wouldn't.
You're asking him to
That's fine,
determine
Judge.
what the officer believed.
When you gave your story to law enforcement, and I want to make it clear, you told law enforcement that, and I want to make sure it's good again, I want to make sure the testimony is good. At some point, you're saying the victim had his hands up,
Yeah.
and he shot when his hands were up. I just want to make sure. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No.
So explain it to me again so we can all understand.
When he was on the ground, like
Yes, sir.
after he fell from being shot, it's like he was trying to roll himself over. That's when his hands was up.
Now, there's no question he fell twice.
Yes, it is.
Your testimony is that he was shot the first time.
Which
I'm
you mean?
asking, you tell me when he was shot, if he fell twice. Do you know exactly when he was shot?
You said if he fell twice after the second stumble. It wasn't 2 fallings.
It wasn't 2 falls?
No.
Okay. And I guess I'm getting more confused, and you did it with the solicitor's office, but I need to know exactly what position he was in when he was shot. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were...
When you saying when he was shot, as in when he hit the ground?
No, when he was shot.
Like, oh, he was trying to stand completely up.
He was trying to stand completely up.
Yeah.
And I think when you were right here, you had him completely straight, correct?
What you mean, completely straight?
Was he standing completely up when he was shot, like this?
I mean, almost as if, yeah, almost.
And Mr. Chow, was he directly behind him?
No, not directly behind him.
If you can come down again for me and just put your body in the position that you saw, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, the position you saw Cyrus in when he was shot. Does that make sense? I'll make sure you understand my question before you do. Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you come down from the stand and just show the jury the position, the exact position his body was in when he was shot that you saw?
Yeah. He was almost like completely up. Like he was getting up like this. He wasn't here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, he was like here, but still trying to move and get up at the same time. You get what I'm saying?
I do, and I'm just confused because I thought with the solicitor's office you said he was straight up. So you're not saying he was straight up?
He's trying to get straight up. He's trying to get up like how I'm standing, like this. He's trying to get to this point, but he never could get to this point. He's still stumbling, trying to catch his movement. That's what's going on.
That's what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after he was shot, what happened from that position?
He fell. He fell completely again.
Right there?
Yeah.
Didn't move any further?
It's like maybe try to turn over type of thing, maybe.
So where the body came to rest is where he was shot?
I don't know where his body came to rest at. Because it was so many people gathered around him. I couldn't see exactly nothing. All I could see is like legs and feet, and you know the older lady's son was on their knees and all of that. I couldn't really exactly see him. Like I'm looking at this desk right here,
Yes,
I
sir.
couldn't literally just see everything. I see everybody huddled around him.
Okay, go ahead back up there. Thank you.
Where did all those people come from?
Now I want to go backwards to the body cam footage. You remember you said on the side of the road you talked to the officers while they were there?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the officer on the body footage that you watched the shot through your car mirror, through your rearview mirror?
No.
You do not remember that?
No.
And if I was to find testimony or anything you would dispute saying that to anyone that day?
I don't remember that.
Is it possible you could have said that?
I don't remember that at all.
And you had mentioned that when you were driving by the scene, you were going at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
And if there was video of your car not going at a slow pace, would you disagree with that?
Yeah.
And so, how fast would you say you would have been going?
I don't know.
I need you to guesstimate because you said you were tracking them. So how fast you going? 1 mile, 2 mile?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
I think defense thinks this guy embellished the story, and they're pushing hard to get him to say things that
You had
don't
mentioned in your
match.
testimony that you did not see anyone throw anything. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you said you saw the book bag laying directly on the ground?
Yeah.
And it just had fallen?
When he fell, the book bag fell. The first time.
Immediately at the same spot?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I wouldn't say the same spot. I can't remember exactly where, but I wouldn't say the same spot. I think it kind of fell down, so I can't really remember.
Well, you testified to it, and so that's why I want to make sure. You testified on direct that it fell right there. So if you
Yeah.
want to correct that now, please.
I mean, can you explain what right there is? It could be here, it could be there. You're saying right there. I don't know what right there is.
Well, I need to know because that was your testimony. Where did the book bag fall?
On the ground.
Where?
I mean, I have to look or something. I can't just say where exactly it was on the ground.
You saw the book bag?
Yeah.
You saw the book bag on the ground?
Yeah.
It was not down a hill in some grassy area. You personally saw it?
Yeah, it was on the ground.
Okay. In your testimony, you personally saw the shoe come on?
Yeah.
Beg your courts and don't for one moment. Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So Devontae saw everything. Saw the shoe come off, which happened
Now,
in the
you are
parking lot.
not testifying, I want to make sure we're clear on this, you are not testifying today that the young man was shot while he was on the ground.
No.
Have you ever before, under oath, any testimony ever testified that he was shot on the ground?
Testify. This is my first time
Yeah.
testifying.
Have you ever given any statements or anything to suggest that he was on the ground?
I believe so, I think.
You believe so? You have actually before, to law enforcement, said he was on the ground when he was shot?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, so much going on at one time. You know, like right after the incident, I'm calling my mom. So much going on. The social media thing going on. So much going on
I got
at
it.
one
So
time.
much going on, so much stuff in our heads, so much to pay attention to, and then time to figure out a different story.
No,
Well-
not a different story.
Well, originally, you have told law enforcement that he was on the ground when he was shot, correct?
Okay.
Not okay.
Yeah.
And we now realize that's not possible, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that's not possible, correct?
Yeah.
And now today you're telling something a little different, correct?
Not just today, when I spoke with him too.
When you spoke with who?
Officer.
But you understand, we always want to try to get someone's statement as close to the event as possible, right? Because we want to get as accurate as possible. Is that a fair statement?
No.
You don't want to get someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
I mean, yeah, but that's not fair because, no.
That's not fair. We don't want to know accurate. We don't want someone to plan. We don't want someone to think of something. Don't you want someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
No.
No? Why not?
I mean,
I mean, why not?
I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, it shouldn't matter. If something happens, something happens. It don't matter when you ask them.
You got that exactly right. It shouldn't matter. When something happens, it should stay consistent. Is that a fair statement?
That's not what I just said.
So tell me what you said.
I just said when something happens. I never said nothing about being consistent or anything. I didn't say that.
Okay. So should someone's story change?
No.
No. That's what consistent means. So it should be consistent from one time to the next. Is that fair?
I mean, you said that, yeah.
You don't think a story should be consistent?
Yeah, a story is consistent.
A story is consistent.
Should be, yeah.
Should be consistent. So at one point you told a story that he was shot directly on the ground, and then today you're saying he wasn't. You agree that's not consistent?
Yeah, but I think there was a misunderstanding because I don't think the officer was really understanding what I was saying. So I think he kind of misunderstood my explanation. That's what I think.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
And a few minutes ago, I asked you, you specifically stated that you said he was on the ground when he was shot. And there was a bunch going on in your head, and you were incorrect.
No, I didn't say that. I said the women was around him on the ground as I was passing back by the scene. So I couldn't see.
When I directly asked you about telling an officer or giving a statement that you said originally that he was on the ground when he got shot. That's what I asked you.
Yeah, but you just asked me something totally different, pretending. You didn't ask me the same thing.
What?
What you asked me prior to the question that you just asked me.
Do you remember, let's make it very simple. Do you remember at some point in time telling an officer, anybody, that Cyrus was on the ground when he got shot?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a confusion, that's not a trick question, that's a yes.
Yeah.
Today, you're saying that's different, correct?
Yeah.
You have met with law enforcement, solicitors, everybody in between those two times, yes?
Yeah.
And we realize the first thing that you said about shot on the ground is not possible.
No.
Yes, sir.
Consult with the sidelines, which is a team of lawyers. You guys, you can thank me for having bringing the spice here this afternoon. I ate the whole jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles. They are spicy, and that just made the court want to match my effort.
A moment ago, I was asking you if there would be any video or anything of that nature of your car going at a fast level, and you said there would not be. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And you do recognize your car?
Yeah.
And you know what it looks like. What type of car is it?
Honda Accord.
Uh-oh. I think it's a good attack. This is probably the most incredible witness as far as vantage point compared to the scene. But once again, I'll say the witnesses, their stories are too close together. They're too perfect. They're too identical. That tells me that all these people talked. And they've put the pieces together and filled in the blanks. How much sugar content was in the pickle juice? All the sugar. All the sugar. All the spicy maple bourbon goodness and flavor. Or they saw the same thing. I don't buy that, Tiffany. I don't. The reason why, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but the reason why is we had people watching from both sides of this. Oh, from three sides, one to the right, one behind, one in front. And they all described identically things that you could only see from, in some cases from the other side. Jury's getting kicked out.
I'll get back with you as quick as possible. I apologize. We'll don't discuss the case, and we'll get back as soon as we can.
I think this witness probably has the most accurate viewpoint.
No, so this is,
This is a tech issue. They're good pickles. I really enjoy them, especially really cold. I gave a jar to the postmaster, my post office. He's a great guy, and hopefully he enjoyed them as well. They're trying to get the video up. The last question, if you remember, for this witness was something along the lines of if there was a video that existed that showed your car driving at a high rate of speed down this road. Greeners, why do you turn my fun into your felony? This is just it's no good. Anyway, there's probably a video somewhere. I don't know what this is. If there's another video camera somewhere that caught this, I don't think the convenience store would have seen it because of the trees and everything in the way. I know we see him up until the point where they cross the road. That's where they go out of the viewpoint. But maybe there's something out closer near the street that could be looking down that way. One of the bajillion cameras that Mr. Chow had there on his property. How many attorneys does it take to play a video? Think about the billable hours and just the cost that's being invested in time with this video, just from the ones who are standing around trying to figure out how to make it work. Your felony into my fun is what you meant? Yeah. Understand the witness perfectly. I think he's misunderstanding the question. When he says he was on the ground, in my opinion, he means after he got shot as he was getting up. He said he got shot as he was getting up. Yeah. I wish it was more clear because we have stumble and then we have two falls, and we've got the first stumble, and then they said he went down hard, and then he got up and fell twice. All of those, everyone who showed where he stumbled have put him short by 10 to 15 feet of where he was deceased.
I don't have any problem with that. I do have a problem with this to be published, but I'm saying it's not.
Okay. It's not, I understand it's concerned. If we publish it, we will introduce it in evidence, and not be very concerned with it. We're just going to publish it. So my only question there, if you want to come up there and I'm showing you the threshold that we can do, and can have all that come there and see my we're just talking. Okay.
We're back off the record.
I think we're ready to go. Yeah, I think we got it.
Your Honor, so what we are going to do, sorry for confusion, is rather than publish to the entire panel, we will utilize to refresh his memory. Okay. There will be no objection. They have no problem with someone from our team showing him the camera, so it speeds it up a little bit. Okay. And we go from there.
Very good.
And we're trying to get our technical staff here at this point aware.
Well, let me know when you're ready.
I just want to make sure.
So this is for impeachment. Is that soliciting the bribe? I forget. This is for impeachment. They're going to try to impeach the witness. Devontae said he drove slowly. He was pacing them. He was right alongside them as this played out. He said that basically he caught the victim caught his eye as he was running. He had to have, because he saw him run and kick his way out of his shoe, which happened in the parking lot before he even rounded the corner. He saw the whole thing. He had to slam on the brakes, let him pass in front of the car, goes to the other side, and he's right along with them as they're running next to him, and he's watching this happen. So he watches the victim lose his footing, and trip, go down hard, try to pick himself up, almost get up, and then go down again. Not sure if it's 2 or 3 times that he fell. The book bag issue, he says he just dropped it when he fell the first time, and he could see it. He should not have been able to see it from the road because it was down in the holler. It was down a hill at the bottom. French uniform blue. Eunice, is that the official color for the suit? We like it, whatever it is. I like it a lot. Anyway, so the book bag's an issue. The gun's an issue because the gun ends up over by a tree somewhere, which no one's really pointed out for us that I can put on one of the displays. And then the timing of the shot, with him being right there, right next to the gun, watching it, he probably would have been well aware of the shot when the shot occurred because of his proximity, and have him had his first comment to the police that he got shot when he was laying on the ground. That's just it doesn't work like that. And then he mixes in at the end. He's like, where did he die? Right where he was shot. Did he, right where he fell? Is that where he laid and was deceased? He's like, I don't know, because there are all these people around him. Well, where were all the ladies from? How did they suddenly get there as you're the first vehicle? No, he says, I didn't see any cars in front of me, didn't see any behind me. How did all these people suddenly get around the victim as you're watching from the side? He went down, turned around, came back, and then that makes sense. But he should have been able to say, wow, he's moved. He's now 20 feet further down and farther off the road than he was before. Greeners, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Apology accepted. Fun is a felony. Yeah. It's not an apology. It's a bribe. Bottom line is, shot a man in the back who was running away with him and had no threat towards him at the second. Selena K, I'm with you on that. I agree. I would say this is a big, big issue for Mr. Chow. It's a big problem. The whole defense team has a big problem. And them, even if they're able to prove that Cyrus had a gun in his hand at the time he was shot, I think they would still have a problem. Because I believe Cyrus, as we talked about yesterday in South Carolina, there's a separation. The court handles the issue of a juvenile with a gun and using a firearm in self-defense as 2 separate issues. And I think Cyrus, in his situation, having not committed a crime that anybody knew about, right? Because nobody knew that he had a gun with him when he went into the store. So he was being pursued for something that they could not have known, right? Police would not be able to pull him over and arrest him because they didn't know that occurred. I think he had the right to use deadly force in self-defense if he feared for his life, as a reasonable person might in that situation. So he had the right to use that sort of force. Mr. Chow, who instigated this, cannot then use self-defense or stand your ground when he started. And there's no threat. Jury's coming in. Cameraman might want to tighten up just a teensy bit. Such a noisy courtroom. Middle school lunchroom. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Anybody know where that quote's from? Sidebar. We're getting to the spicy part. Yes. Little Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall. It was, if Andy was the one that took the shot and on a trial, hard to prove self-defense. I would argue that at his defense, at this defense lawyer, that my client, Mr. Chow, was going after his son, seen the blaming and protected his son. That's what defense is saying. Mr. Chow is saying that he was protecting his son, and that Cyrus pointed a gun at his son. The only problem is all the witnesses have put Cyrus in the lead and the son behind, with Cyrus facing away from them. So unless he's doing the over-the-shoulder, behind-the-back, pointing the gun thing, which nobody saw, and Mr. Chow didn't even say that. No. The gray-haired defense attorney is Joe McCulloch. He attended the Murdaugh trial and commented on various court TV-type shows. Ooh. So he's a commentator and legal professional. Yeah, I'm going to need some ibuprofen. I'm going to claim workers' comp for that one. I've got a little bit. It's already starting to lock up, Greeners. A little soreness going on. Might need a massage. Bill it to the channel. What demonstrated and then described were different with the defense because of questions. Kid didn't start running. He saw they were coming after him. Heart hurts for how scared he was in his last moments. I wonder if anything was said inside the store. I think back to the concealed carry classes and the shooting trainings, self-defense shooting trainings I've been a part of. And there's a couple things that stand out. First of all, you cannot fire if there's not a threat. And you sure as heck don't want to shoot anybody in the back, because it's very hard to convince a jury that somebody running away from you is a threat. Now, you might have a situation where they're running to harm someone in front of them, and that might be an exception. This is not that case.
Jury's present, John.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Mr. Kemp, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Bryant, I promise you I'm almost done. When we took a break, I was asking you about your car. Do you remember things of that nature?
Yeah.
And the direction of travel.
Yeah.
The speed your car would have been going.
Yeah.
And what direction you would have been looking at the shooting.
Yeah.
Is that all? Do you remember all of that?
Yeah.
And then there was a question if you remember the speed and things of that nature, and I talked to you about a potential video.
Yeah.
If I was able to show you a video, would it help refresh your memory as to what your car was actually doing that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, I would ask one of the lawyers from our table to show the video just to him.
Okay.
And now, what we're going to do is we're going to show you two videos. I don't want you to talk about them. I don't want you to say anything about them. Just watch the two videos that I'm going to show you. Is that a fair
Okay.
statement?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Scott's going to come up there as well. Look at what you watch.
Oh, the court clerk gets to watch too. This portion of the trial brought to you by HP Business Laptops. Not a sponsor. Zoom. Zoom.
Sean, do you want me to play both?
Both of them. Right, just both of them. Just let me know if they both have to make both of them.
Well,
I know. I'm trying.
wonder if she wants to ever wear jewelry or anything. I think she could pull it off if she had a a subtle ring or like the single bangle. I think she's got the frame that she could do that.
Did you see that whole one?
Yeah. All the convicts are like, man, she's wearing like 2 2 pounds of silver on her wrist. That is so many. Please, ma'am, please go to the beach near
Devontae, have
me.
you now seen both of the videos?
Yeah.
I need to find some
And
good
a
metal
little louder,
detecting
so make sure she
device.
did. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And the videos, that's your car in the video?
Yeah.
And that car shows the direction you're traveling?
Yeah.
And it shows the speed you're traveling?
Yeah.
And you are the only one inside of the vehicle?
Yeah.
And that car shows both directions that you're driving?
Yeah. It goes the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. It's different angles?
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the videos shows your car in one position that will be an opposite side of the chute. Is that a fair statement? Going past the chute.
No, can you explain that to me, brother?
How about you explain it so I'm not the one asking the bad questions? What did the video show you?
It showed me going up Springtree.
Okay. Away from the chute.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. Not really away from it, but it's still like right there. I mean, that's the entrance of the apartments.
And the entrance of the apartments are past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what we see as your car going past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would go along with the question which I asked you from the body cam that you said on scene, I was looking at it through my rear view.
No.
Okay. But you do remember that question
Which one?
about looking at it through your rear view?
No.
You don't remember me asking that question earlier?
No.
You don't remember me asking a question about what happened on the scene and you telling an officer that you had looked at it through your rear view?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But you remember that question?
Yeah.
And you understand what I'm saying about that video that shows your car past the scene, right?
Yeah.
And that would make sense that you're looking at it through the rear view mirror.
No.
Okay. And two, the other thing that we're showing is you're not going 1 or 2 miles an hour in that video. Would you agree with that?
Well, the first one, it looks like it, yeah.
Is your position that the video that we showed you, you were going 1 or 2 miles an hour?
I wouldn't say 1 or 2 miles per hour, but very slow, yes.
Very slow. What is your definition of very slow?
I mean, it's just exactly what I said.
What speed limit would be very slow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I need to know because that's a big deal. How fast you were going that day.
I would just be guessing. I don't have a direct answer, like a direct speed limit answer. I don't know.
And I just showed you a video showing you how fast you were going. That refreshed your memory. You say from that video you can't tell how fast you were going?
No.
Asked objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Several times, sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Redirect.
Devontae, do you know where those camera angles, where they were from?
Those look like the apartments he tried to make it to.
Okay. So your testimony, from what I remember, was that you were driving. At some point, you do pass the scene where Cyrus came to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is your testimony that after you drove past, you were still looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, looking over my shoulder, yeah.
Okay. And I think your testimony is you turned around and went back out.
Yeah, when I got a little bit past what he showed me, I turned around in the middle of the road.
Okay. But did you almost stop in those videos they just showed you?
Yeah, that's how slow I was going.
Okay. Now, one more time. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're watching, and do you remember the video that we had, I think it might be 24 or 21, where it shows Cyrus running and a shoe comes off? Mm-hmm. Remember?
Yeah.
All right, and you saw your car in that video?
Yeah.
Okay. And does that depict how close in relation you were to Cyrus and the two Chows?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you continued up the road?
Yeah.
When Cyrus hit the curb and fell to the ground, how did you describe that fall?
Hard, real hard.
All right. Is this or is this not an accurate depiction of what you were explaining? As he's getting up, he doesn't fully make it upright. He's still
Is this accurate?
Yeah,
to
he's
some degree?
he's trying to stand up right, but he's still moving too
And he's
fast.
still moving forward, trying to get his balance.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from him
And then he falls for the last and final time.
for being shot. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know this?
I think
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything ready, Carl?
Brief, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Will not take long. When, based upon the solicitor's questions, on the scene, you specifically told the officer, do you remember, that Cyrus was facing him when he got shot?
no,
You do not remember saying that?
no.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Okay. They ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State Constable Greg Walker.
Yes, sir.
Another sidebar. We have a lot of these. And they had to bring in extra tables for this and chairs. I object to the cell phone being just left on the edge of the chair there. That's not the right way to treat a phone. Seems to be a lot of those cameras might be potential evidence as far as the crime itself. Why haven't we seen those angles? Did they not catch anything at all? There's our defendant right there. Apparently the police in the past couple of years before this had responded to triple digits of calls, problems in this area, and particularly at this gas station, where pretty much any crime you can think of had apparently occurred there. We can zoom. I just don't know how long it's going to last. Should we zoom? Let's zoom. Let's catch up. I think we're about done. They still up there? Oh, they are. Didn't zoom far enough. A couple minutes was not enough zooming. We'll zoom further. No, I missed it. Okay. They're doing the side-to-side shuffle, which means they're about to turn and go back to their respective rows. Ugh. Who is doing that? And please don't.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record.
South Carolina, one of the few states that still uses the Bible. Witness puts their left hand on the Bible and right hand in the air.
Gregory Walker.
May I please go?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. How are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. So I just want to introduce you to the jury for a little bit. So could you tell us where you work?
Columbia Fire Department.
How long have you been with the firefighting department?
26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
What's your current position?
Battalion chief.
How long does it take you to get to that position?
Depends on how you hit it. If you hit the promotional right, you can get it. Well, some guys making it 15 years.
15?
Yeah.
It takes a minute.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's not they just hand it to you when you walk in the door?
Nah, you don't get it. No battlefield promotion.
So, do you live in Columbia?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
27 years.
27? Born and raised or no?
No, I'm originally from Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama?
Yeah, Birmingham, yeah.
So you're a Crimson Tide fan?
No, I'm a Florida Gator.
That's a good man. All right, so when we're talking about May 28th, 2023, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Where were you working? Like either were you on the road, were you at a station?
I responded from my station, which is North Main, off of North Main. Yes.
Do you know roughly ballpark it how far that is from where this happened?
I don't know the exact miles, but it's not right off of them.
Okay. How about whenever you were notified that something had happened, how long did it take you to get to the location?
Roughly 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. So you're there pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get there, what do you see? Can you kind of describe what you see in the flood?
I get there, my guy was on scene, I think EMS and the Richland County cop. The crowd was getting kind of big around there. So as I always do, I get out my battalion, make sure the scene is secure. I talk to the captain that was on scene, ask him what he needed. And then I always try to talk to people that's around if I can gather as much information as we can.
When you say your guys are on scene, do you mean like an engine?
Engine company.
How many guys are in an engine?
4.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys respond to these kind of calls all
Yes.
the time? Okay.
Yes, we do.
So when you get on scene, you see your guys, do you see any other emergency personnel?
Yes, EMS is on scene.
Okay. Deputies, officers
Yes.
on scene too?
Yeah, deputies on scene.
Are there a bunch of lay witnesses around or lay individuals, regular
Yes.
people?
Regular people, and
Yeah.
EMS in Richland
Okay.
County.
So you talk to your guys,
right?
And then you kind of mill around, and do you talk to anybody else?
Yes, I did. You talking about on that day?
Yeah.
Yes, when I got finished talking to my guys, I seen another guy that was standing back. I asked him, do you know what happened? And,
Okay. And don't tell me what he said.
Okay.
Okay. Without getting into anything that he actually said to you, did anybody on scene, your guys, this guy, whomever, tell you about a gun being involved some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody say that the victim, Cyrus, had pointed a gun?
No.
Did anybody say that the victim was carrying a gun? Did anybody say the victim was carrying a gun?
No.
Okay. Do you know who you were speaking to that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you say who it was?
I don't know his name. I think it was the son of the store owner.
It was Mr. Andy Chow?
Yes, it was his son.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir.
As if we haven't done enough sidebars, we get one more. 6 attorneys up at the bar, and a few back at the table just to hold things down. So.
The scene was pretty chaotic when you got there, didn't you, Greg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were a lot of people there gathering at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You didn't actually conduct an interview or interrogation of anybody, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And of course, the state asked you about whether or not anybody had said anything about a gun. That was their first question to you?
Yes.
Actually, somebody did say something about a gun, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And the person you were talking to, I think you identified as the son,
Yes.
said that he told his father that Mr. Cormac Belton had a gun.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is they ready to call you next witness?
Yes, the state called Ryan Metz.
Dennis, that's awesome. I was just watching think it's Collinsworth. I can't remember his name. Channel over in England. He has a channel that does plane spotting on Lake and Heath Air Force Base. We're just off Lake and Heath Air Force Base. I was watching him yesterday.
I do. Thank you for some seat in the witness stand. State your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last name.
Brian Metz, B-R-I-A-N-M-E.
Investigator Metz, where do you work?
At the Richland County Sheriff's Department. I think it's
And how long have you worked there?
Next month will be 44 years.
It's a long time. And what is your current job there?
I'm an investigator in the digital forensic unit, which is part of the criminal investigative division.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that unit since 2007.
Almost 20 years?
Yes.
And prior to that, what were some other positions you had at the Sheriff's Department?
Like most officers, started as a uniform patrol officer. From there, went to several different teams that worked out of investigations. Uniform teams at that point. Went to be the resident deputy at the Dutch Fork Valentine area for about 8 years, where I pretty much did everything, worked from home and did everything law enforcement wise. And then have been in investigations since 99, I believe, 1999.
And what are some of your duties as a digital forensic examiner?
The digital forensic unit covers mainly cell phones now. When I first started, we did computers. We did cell phones, which were just coming about, especially the smartphones were just coming about. Also installing cameras and other GPSs and type work like that. And then currently we're kind of split where we have several people that do all the cell phones, and I do just about all of the video. If I'm available, then I do the video and DVRs.
And as part of your role to participate and assist in criminal investigations when asked?
Yes.
And in your career, I guess, as a patrol deputy, a investigator in the criminal investigations unit, and now in the digital forensics unit, have you been asked to collect and download surveillance videos for crimes like murders, robberies, shootings, shopliftings, thefts, and other crimes?
I have.
And you said, compared to when you first started the Sheriff's Department, technology has kind of changed. Has video evidence become a more common and important type of evidence in investigations?
It has. Most major investigations have video involved somehow or another. Most minor investigations have video involved somehow or another. You have a lot of the video that I don't have to deal with because it's automated through license plate cameras and stuff like that the investigators or the Intel division can access through databases. But then a lot of what we have is video that's in stores, people's houses that they don't know how to download, or they've forgotten the passcode or something like that. So just about the vast majority of our cases have something to do with video.
So you mentioned license plate readers. Did that exist, that type of technology exist when you first started?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so in your role, have you had to learn and become familiar with advances and updates in digital technology?
Yes, ma'am. It's constantly changing. You have to keep up.
Okay. And back in 2023, or May 2023, did you work as a digital forensics examiner?
I did.
Okay. And regarding this specific case, were you involved in collecting surveillance video equipment and other storage equipment from the Shell gas station and downloading videos from them?
I was.
Okay. And did you do a report to document your involvement?
I did.
Did you also take pictures to document your involvement?
I did.
And as part of your job, do you commonly go to like stores, gas stations, retail stores, and other types of places to collect surveillance videos?
I do.
And when you go to these different locations to collect videos for these criminal investigations, typically do you work with the investigator or the deputy involved to kind of learn some information about the case and what video footage to collect and time frames?
My main involvement is they're supposed to give me a time frame that they want. On occasions, it'll be an object that they're looking for, a blue car or something like that, something specific. But I usually need the date and time that they're looking for.
On May 30th, 2023, did you respond to the Shell gas station?
I did.
And that would have been 2 days after the shooting?
That's correct.
And by that date, had Rick Chow already been arrested on May 29th?
I believe so.
And when you got involved in this case, were you aware that this was a murder case stemming out of the Chow's allegations that the victim shot liquid water from the store?
I was.
And were you aware that another Sheriff's Department digital examiner, John Burkhard, had downloaded some videos from the store the night of the shooting?
I was.
And were you able to access and review the videos that he downloaded?
Not at that time. I did later.
Okay, but at some point.
At some point.
Today. Okay. Did you later go to the store and collect additional surveillance and storage equipment and some computers?
I did.
Or after Burkhard did?
After Burkhard, that's correct.
And when you went, were there other investigators with you in the store that day?
There were.
About how many other investigators were with you?
At least 3 that I recall.
And when you entered the store, where in the store was the video equipment located?
In the office.
Okay. And was that in the back of the store?
Back of the store, yes.
And did you take pictures of kind of how the office looked in the video equipment when you first entered it?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 57, 58, 59 first, and you tell me if you recognize this in these pictures.
I do.
Okay, and did you take those pictures?
I did.
Okay, what's shown in those pictures?
The first picture is the information screen from the system that was on the computer in the store. The other picture is a screenshot of the monitor showing the different views that were available.
Okay, and showing you 57, do you recognize what's shown in this?
I do.
Okay, what's shown?
So that's several of the computers that were in the store and the 6 servers that were in the store.
Your Honor, the state request to enter number 57 through 59 into evidence.
Without objection.
That'll be admitted as state 57, 58, 59 without objection.
Whoa, this guy was running a server
So let's
farm.
look at state number 57. Okay. Now, this picture was not taken at the Shell station the day that you went, correct?
That's correct.
But does this picture show the equipment that you collected from the store?
Storage.
It does.
Okay. And kind of, again, can you describe what types of equipment is shown in this state 57?
There's servers and storage.
So
racks.
basically the 4 items to our left are computer systems, Windows-based computer systems. The other items, the 6 items stacked one on top of each other, are storage systems, currently referred to as RAID systems.
Pay no attention to the creepy white figurine in the back corner.
Okay, those 2 things at the top, what are those?
Those both appeared to be the network switches.
Were those been the NVRs or?
No.
Well, the first one there's a network switch.
Second one's
and
a DVR.
The other one. So on the top row, the kind of one to the left, that's a network switch. That could be, that might be the back end to one of the DVRs, the NVRs.
Okay.
And then the other one is definitely an NVR.
Okay, so focusing on the 6 servers stacked up,
Each one
what
of
are
those is
servers usually
$2,000.
used for?
For data storage.
Okay. Like video data storage?
It can be, yes.
All right. And on the day that you went to the store office, you know, was the equipment like organized like this? Describe how the equipment was laid out in the office when you went.
So the servers were on a shelf that was off to one side. The computers were, a couple of them were on the desk. One of them was on the floor under some paperwork. The DVRs were actually on the other side of the room, but they were hooked in through a network cable somewhere.
Were there a lot of wires and cords attached to these things?
Going everywhere.
You said what?
They were going everywhere.
Okay. And did the investigators at the scene transport these items back to Richland County headquarters?
They did. They were transported back for evidence.
And can you describe like how y'all transported this video equipment back?
You just checked the back of a pickup truck.
I don't recall if they had Tahoes or Ford Explorers, but they were SUVs. As I would turn things off and get them disconnected, then I would hand them out to them, and they were loading them into the trucks, and so that they could all take them back to the office.
Did it fit in like the back seat in one of the cars or front? Like how much space did it take up?
It pretty much takes up a full size Explorer or medium size, whatever it is, Explorer.
Yeah, that was not a Bitcoin farm.
And when you analyzed
It's the
this
wrong equipment.
when you got back to your office, were some of those servers and devices used to store surveillance videos recorded from Rick Chow's cameras?
Yes, I was able to get video from the 2 NVRs.
Okay. Now, were you able to gain access and download videos from all of those servers in this picture?
I was not.
And why weren't you able to do that?
I did not have the correct passwords.
Okay. And what were the names of the, I guess, systems that you were actually able to access and download videos from?
So there's the Hikvision NVR and the Dalhua NVR.
And were you able to download and access videos from those 2 devices?
I was.
Okay, and why were you able to do that?
I was able to get access into them, and they're NVRs is another name for a DVR that is networkable, and so if you could get access, then you could download from a DVR.
Were any of them password protected? Would you like to see your report to refresh your memory?
I better look at that.
Okay.
So I was given one passcode that worked several items, but did not work the other items that I tried to get into. And I believe one of those DVRs had a swipe passcode, but I was able to get access into both of them.
Okay. And where did you get that password from?
It was sent to me through supervisors at the department who I told them, requested it, that some contact be made to get those.
And that contact would have been made with someone in the Chow family?
I really don't
Or
know. It
associated.
was my understanding it may have been with the attorneys that were representing the Chows.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, couldn't understand what you said.
You said
So I don't know exactly where they came from. I requested them. I was given them back, and it was my understanding that it may have been from attorneys speaking to the Chow family is where we got them.
So let's look at Stage 58. All right, and what is this?
So while I was in the store and before or it was actually later, I brought up that was the one computer that I could get into that held the Blue Iris software. So that is a sheet that gives you the information on what version and that type thing. So I made a record of that by taking the picture.
And that says that this Blue Iris security software was registered to Rick Chow?
That's correct.
Okay. And is Blue Iris software designed as like a video surveillance management system?
It is.
Okay. And are you familiar from your experience in dealing with different types of video surveillance systems and downloading videos, are you familiar with some of the features of the Blue Iris software, the Hua and the Hikvision MVRs that you...
I am, and depending on the cost and how high line it is, there's a lot of different variety in what you can get.
Okay, so let's just talk about some of the general features of these things. Do these camera systems have the ability to customize or add features?
Some do, yes.
Okay. Do they only allow you to operate one camera through the system, or can you have multiple ones?
Multiple cameras.
Okay. Can you have like an audio feature in these types of camera systems? Audio, like do they record audio in some of these video systems?
I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Do these video systems record audio in the video?
Some do, yes, and that's usually you'll have the option to either hook a microphone, or a lot of times that comes off a camera that has a microphone to it, and then you can select and have it come through. And it's usually only done on one channel.
Okay. And do these camera systems, can they offer some type of remote access?
Most do, yes.
Okay. And does that mean that you can you don't have to be in the actual store or on one computer to access the videos and stuff?
That's correct.
Okay. Do these camera systems have the ability to have remote access through like a cell phone too?
Yes, most manufacturers will have an app that you can download and then access it through that app.
What about the ability of the camera system to take screenshots and save them?
A lot of the systems, even the basic DVRs, you can select a screenshot of the video that you're looking at, and on some of the higher line ones, it's able to download it and put it to a computer that you're using.
And speaking of these, customizable features that you talked about and the added features, can you add any facial recognition features to these cameras?
You can on many of the systems nowadays.
Okay, so let's look at 59. All right, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay. So looking at 59, did you take this photo while you were inside the Chow store?
I did.
Okay, and are all the cameras on this screen maintained through the Blue Iris software system?
They are.
And is each camera angle labeled by different names?
They are.
Okay, and do these angles show either inside or outside the store?
They do.
Okay. And at the bottom right, it says May 30th, 2023.
That's right.
All right. Looking at that, I guess, let's see. If you look at like the different screens, do you see some of them have like little bells on them?
I do. You're talking about the...
It's like a little bell symbol.
Yes, I can see those on several of them.
Okay. Now, when you went back to your office to analyze this particular equipment, or software or video cameras associated with the Blue Iris software cameras, were you able to download any videos from those particular cameras?
I was not.
Okay. And were you looking for, what date were you looking for videos from?
From the date of the incident.
But you couldn't find it?
I did not.
Okay. So were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from other locations around the area?
I was.
And were those locations Springtree Apartments and like Greenbrier Apartments?
That's correct.
And where are those apartments located in relation to the gas station in Springtree Drive?
So Willow Oaks is the road that runs beside the gas station. If you go down there, the first place on your left is Springtree, and then all the way at the end of that road is the entrance, guard shack and all, to Willow Oaks, and then there's a back gate about halfway down there.
And why did you decide to collect videos from those specific locations?
you don't know what you have until you go and look at it and collect it. So with both of those, there was a possibility that the cameras had shown the incident occurring on the roadway.
Okay, and after you reviewed those videos, did they show any of the chase down the street or the shooting?
I could not see that. I could see cars moving and stuff, but the one from Spring Tree is kind of blocked by a hill and trees. The one from the guard shack at Greenbrier is blocked by the hill in that roadway. And then there's a separate camera on a pole by the back gate, and of course they're interested in people coming to the back gate, so that camera's turned down too low.
So earlier, you talked about as part of your job, and you're kind of just 44 years.
That's right.
At Richland County, as law enforcement, you've collected videos from multiple different types of stores and other gas stations.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at take number 57. Okay, so how would you compare the amount of video surveillance systems, the amount of storage servers that the Chow had in their stores compared to other stores that you've been to?
An objection, Your Honor, because no foundation to establish that he has that information or the ability to make it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So the DVR systems, it's not unusual to see more than one in the store. It's not unusual to see DVR systems that are built into computer systems. What I found unusual was the amount of storage. That's way more storage than I've ever seen at any convenience store or house or anything like that.
Okay, and those 6 servers that are stacked up, those like little individual slots, what are those?
Those are hard drive bays.
Okay, and based on your review of those servers, like how would you estimate how much storage that they had?
If I remember correctly, they each had a 20 terabyte hard drive.
Whoa!
So you're looking at 120 terabytes for each box.
For each times 6.
For each one of like the big boxes is 120?
I believe that's what they were.
Okay, so it would be estimating 120 times 6?
Yes.
Is the amount of storage? Okay.
That is a lot of storage. A ton.
And is there like an analogy of like something that's close to that amount of storage? That's like
Actually, ma'am, the figures on that. So you've got 12, not 6 in each box at times 20.
So you said what?
So you have 20 terabyte times 12.
Okay. And like, apps and stuff like that, like I guess computer storages, like do they usually have this much storage?
They do not.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with digital equipment, would you describe the types of equipment that the Chows had in their store as low quality or inexpensive?
It would be expensive.
Is it expensive?
Yes.
Okay. Like $200 expensive?
No.
Or what?
Each one of those 2,000 plus the drives.
I have not priced the Synology. That's a brand name.
They're $2,000 each.
Storage boxes.
I have no idea and would object to this on the grounds of relevance. This is very interesting and a question of the foundation, but it is irrelevant.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 12,000 plus whatever the drives were.
Just the hard drives nowadays would be very expensive. Hard drives have gone up tremendously. At that time, you were probably looking at several $100s per hard drive. Boxes like that are, I would be safe to say, in excess of $5,000 a piece.
No, they're half
the
that.
one that I have in my office is nowhere near as robust as that. And it's at least that much.
So it's fair to say they made a large investment in their security and storage equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So you said earlier, as a digital forensic examiner, you have to learn about advances in technology, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with facial recognition software technology?
To some degree.
Okay, can you just generally explain what your knowledge of that is?
So facial recognition basically uses biometric points on a person's face. It's science type thing where you pick out so many points that are in the same place. It then basically makes a mathematical algorithm out of it. And then with the newer DVRs and cameras, there are actually some cameras that will do the facial recognition itself, but you can compare that to a known picture and it can tell you whether it's the same person, or it will give you a probability rating as to whether it's the same person.
Is facial recognition a method that law enforcement can use to identify people?
It is.
And typically, to use facial recognition technology, you have to have a photo of that person's face, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can that photo come from a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video?
It can.
All right. And are you aware of Richland County Sheriff's Department investigators using screenshots from surveillance videos to identify potential suspects through facial recognition?
I am. We have an intel unit in the investigative division, and they usually handle that, but they also have software to do it with, where they can take pictures from a lot of different places and use it to compare.
And are surveillance videos a useful tool and source of evidence that can assist in criminal investigations?
They are.
Okay. And even in non-criminal investigations, let's say like a missing person investigation, are you aware of surveillance videos being used in that context?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you kind of mentioned this earlier, but surveillance videos can show people. They can even show cars of interest, right?
So yeah, most of the systems that do any type of recognition can be set so that it will recognize whether it's a person that it's seeing, whether it's a car that it's seeing, whether it's a small animal, dog, cat, something like that.
Sounds like he was running his own
Have you personally ever been asked
database.
by an investigator at the Sheriff's Department to take a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video for a criminal investigation?
I have.
He was tracking
Can surveillance
prior
videos help
offenders.
identify potential suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos also be used to eliminate people as suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos be used to prove that someone did not commit a crime?
It can.
Now, in the videos that you downloaded from the Hikvision and Alpha DVR systems, were there approximately 5 different camera angles captured in those videos?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those captured angles from both inside and outside the stores?
Correct.
And were those videos in color?
They were.
All right. And when you reviewed those videos, did you see any videos that showed the victim inside the store?
I did.
And how well were you able to see the victim's face in those videos?
It was pretty clear. It's very clear video, actually.
So looking at a still shot from state number 3, and that's from a video that you downloaded, looking at the victim's pants, can you zoom a little bit? All right, so you're able to zoom in. Looking at his pant leg, are you able to tell what that symbol is?
It appears to me to be the Nike swoosh.
Okay, and that came from a video downloaded from the Chow's video surveillance system.
That's correct.
So still looking at this still shot, that green box on the victim's face, what does that appear to be?
The green box is what's known as a boundary box, and that's what the system is doing to focus in on what it's looking for or what it sees and recognizes as either, if it was a person, that boundary box would probably be, head to toe or somewhere about there. And so it appears to me that it's looking at the face. I don't know how accurate it is or anything like that.
And what other types of technology have you seen those green boxes show up on videos?
I've seen it on a lot of different DVRs and MVRs.
What about facial recognition?
Yes.
So look at 59. Or actually 57. So looking at these, say 59 with the camera screens that you already testified about, when you looked at this picture before, how many different camera angles did the defendant, Rick Chow, have set up in his store solely maintained from just the Blue Iris camera system?
I believe there are 39.
39? Okay.
It can handle 128.
No further questions.
No questions.
So he was storing all that video, doing image recognition, so he could flag somebody.
What you got next?
We have one.
You have one more witness?
How long?
We're almost done.
Fairly short, I think.
Okay. All right, well, let's try to get that one in for one. Oh, next witness.
Short witness before lunch.
Matthew Dooley, Michael Dooley. Sorry.
That guy's power bill. It's expensive to run servers and data things like that that are constantly being written to. And you have to keep them cool. Your internet's expensive.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Shall I speak the witness stand? State your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name spelled Dooley.
Police court.
Is it Booley or Dooley?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Could you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Okay, those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the
About
road.
as long as he'd been growing his mustache.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive?
Very.
Okay. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense within our identifications of state 7481.
Autopsy is going to give us potentially the bullet angle. Which might help us understand the positioning of Mr. Chow, as well as even the proximity of Mr. Chow to the victim. Hoping all these pictures are not shown. Oftentimes with these pictures are really bad. Objection here that might be made is that they're cumulative. We're okay with you showing these ones, but not these ones. It's just too much. His surveillance system was also cumulative. A little bit.
For identification purposes, State Exhibit 74, 75, 77, and 78.
76 didn't make the cut.
Without showing them to the jury, could you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They are not.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection. Part of the United States 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Permission to publish now?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dooley, court's indulgence, Your Honor. Mr. Dooley, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
Uh-oh, content warning.
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
Ooh, that is a hollow point.
And you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 75 minutes? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And yeah. And is that the same item, just a different angle?
That's correct.
Loosely laced, easy to run out of.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I tell you correctly.
Camera's panning away from the picture so we don't accidentally see something that the judge has ordered not to be shown.
That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Could you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Court's indulgence. While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his, did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Would you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes. The state's 80 and 81. Stop showing those to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and States 81 and 80 into evidence.
Well, Your Honor, our objection is that he's not going to be questioned about what it is if they want to introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And so I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony.
You guys have testified.
And Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
It will be admitted as states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And is that the same thing that you noticed in the victim's back, just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence.
One mic's still hot.
When you were there, did you observe any diagrams for the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
Okay. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an x-ray performed on the victim.
Okay. Would you recognize a photo of that if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked by State's Exhibit 79.
And Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take. It's a photograph he saw. He can't.
Oh, he's testified to that, yes.
That was the question.
Okay.
Premature objection. I'll remain standing.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the x-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
My objection is he didn't take it. He saw it at the autopsy. That's for the pathologist.
You said he took a photo of it.
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point, Your Honor.
He's off. Indicating the photo overall.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what I handed you, does it look
It's a
substantially
copy.
similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, this time, the state would offer State 79 to evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79, subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
It was an authentic
And what are we
authentication.
seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the x-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, the I'm approaching the witness with worth mark for identification purposes as states Exhibit 9.
There's the bullet is visible inside the body there.
You recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you who collected it from the coroner?
Yes.
Court and witness. Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from the coroner's to Richland County?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 into evidence only for identification purposes and to projectile.
No objection, Your Honor. Being moved to the State's Maryland without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Cross examination.
Mr. Dooley, did you go to the, I'm not clear on this, may have been clear to the jury, I was having more trouble hearing you at my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
Okay. But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you've said, to just take some photographs, collect some evidentiary items, is that right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs, though we don't have them, you have them, I assume, of a backpack?
If I may reference, make sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or
Did not.
photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
with a picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
All right. Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Find any money? Nothing?
I did not.
Do you have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
These long pants and shorts?
He had both.
Okay, had both on. Did you find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
In the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
Okay, we have Exhibit 75, which has been admitted. That's one. That's the side view of the shoe, I guess.
Yes.
And then we've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe?
That would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight, but okay.
You don't know the difference?
You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So, of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings, no cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over here, Rex?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I think that might take us to lunch.
All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. We will, let's be back ready to go at 2 o'clock. And again, don't discuss the case with one another or do any research or anything of that nature. And enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back at 2 o'clock.
And because we're on catch up, we get to skip lunch. I'm sorry. I already ate. It was pickles. I had some rice-a-roni with it. It wasn't just pickles. But lunch is over. I hope you guys have had something to eat and you're not hungry, because it's time to continue. So let's violate so many OSHA rules. All the rules for sure. So he walked into the store without a way to pay. He may have used his phone, tap to pay. I pay for stuff all the time using my phone. Yep. Time traveling skips lunch. Yes.
Cell phones are not authorized by the court. They must be turned completely off. Not to vibrate, not to silent, but off. Thank you.
No vibrating phones in the gallery, please.
Yes, sir. Someone sent me a message that asked that request on the record actually what color your suit is.
I think it's showing difference in the mic document.
It is seafoam.
Seafoam.
Different shades in case you want to curious. It is seafoam, definitely.
Seafoam was the winner. Who had seafoam as a color for that suit? That was the judge that asked the question.
And I don't want to know who asked.
Oh, you know.
Oh, I do.
Red pen, you win. You win, Red.
Yes.
So Colt Gray is a school pew-pew case. Got his change of venue. He's getting out at the Atlanta Media Market.
Everybody ready?
That's the Appalachia High School shooting.
Ready on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Okay, we can wait. I'm a little bit early. Okay.
Just waiting for a moment. I've got the info for this hearing out of Utah tomorrow for the triple murder. They give me the WebEx. They tell me who Pool is. No live streaming. No electronic media coverage of victims' families.
How long do y'all anticipate it taking? Certainly not, I hope if you need to take it all next week, that's fine.
And we go up to sidebar to hammer out the schedule. I heard something about how long do you think y'all would take, and somebody said something, if you plan to take all next week, that's fine. Don't think it's going to take that long. I think it was slated for 2 weeks, but I think it's going to come in under that. Mr. Chow, rare moment, seated by himself at the table. So show leader. What show leader? Possibly. That's sort of what I was asking. When you say no live streaming, I think it might. I might have to see the decorum order for that one. Amber, are you busy? I know you're always busy, but I'm curious. 261600001. Ivan Miller out of Utah. Triple murder. You able to find? Oh, that costs money. Let me do that one. Utah courts charge money for their records. They charge money to search for their records. Whose purse is that? Oh my goodness. Mr. Chow could hide in there and make him escape. It's massive. And what's with these metal water bottles? It is water. It is water. Yep, it's clear. What brand of water is that? Inquiring minds want to know, but everyone's drinking it. At least everyone on the defense side. What county? That's going to be in...
So we got everybody we need now? Yes, sir. All right, break us adjourned, please, Mr. Dolan.
Hang on, it's going to be in Wayne County. W-A-Y-N-E, like John Wayne. Be right back. 1 second.
jury is seated, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. Mr. Ready to call your next witness?
We are State calls Amanda Metz.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. State your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amanda Metz, M-E-T-Z.
Okay. Investigator Metz, right?
Sort of. It's examiner.
Examiner Metz, okay. Where are you employed?
I work at the Richland County Sheriff's Department in the Forensic Sciences Laboratory in the Firearm and Toolmark section.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department in that capacity?
I've been at the Sheriff's Department for 16 years and in that capacity for 14.
Okay. Tell us generally, I mean this is a broad kind of question, what goes on in the Forensic Science Laboratory, specifically the Firearm and Tool Marking section?
So the Firearm and Toolmark section primarily examines firearms and ammunition components and then report our findings to the court. So we're examining them for forensic evidence. What this means is primarily we're doing a bullet-to-bullet comparison, bullet-to-firearm comparison, cartridge case to cartridge case comparison, cartridge case to firearm comparison. That's our main bread and butter. We have a lot of other kind of smaller disciplines that we do, so tool marks such as bolt cutters to a padlock, that sort of thing, as well as serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, and then we also participate in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Imaging Network, also called NIBIN. It's a lot easier to say. And we do that all with either evidence cartridge cases or evidence firearms.
Okay. Any clue, I don't know, how many firearms you examine in any given year?
The laboratory or myself?
You.
I can probably tell you over my career, I've examined thousands, 5,000 myself. Yearly, we examine well over 3,000, 4,000 firearms each year in the laboratory.
Okay. Are you ever asked to match a fired cartridge casing to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Are you ever asked to match a projectile to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, well, I guess before we get going too much farther, what is a cartridge casing?
So a cartridge case, well, we'll start out. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition, so it's the whole piece. It contains the projectile or bullet that sits inside the cartridge case, which is what holds the gunpowder, as well as the primer. So the primer and the gunpowder are what have that combustion that allow the firearm to actually function, meaning it allows the bullet to be pushed down and out the barrel and towards the target. And sometimes, depending on the type of firearm, the cartridge case to be pushed back and extracted and ejected.
So a fired cartridge casing is what would be left behind after a projectile is fired?
Yes, after a cartridge is fired, a cartridge case could be what's left behind. So in some situations, such as a revolver, the cartridge cases aren't extracted and ejected. They remain inside the cylinder. But the cartridge case and a projectile are what we call fired components. They're what happens after you fire the cartridge. They're the remaining components. So the cartridge case will no longer have the gunpowder and the primer's been expended. And then the projectile obviously will have passed through the barrel of a firearm. And so those are two fired components.
So like this was an intact cartridge or unfired bullet. When it's fired, the projectile travels away and meets its target, whatever it may be, and what's left is this casing.
Correct, cartridge case, yes.
Okay, and the projectile, wherever it goes, you can sometimes recover it too and match it back
Sometimes, obviously, it just depends on how far it's gone and what it's gone into. Sometimes you can recover them, and sometimes you can't.
All right. Were you asked to, in this particular case, examine a Glock 45 and a Taurus 9mm pistol?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to examine a projectile?
Yes.
Were you asked to examine a fired cartridge casing?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert before in firearm and tool marking and ID?
Yes, I have.
All right. Approximately how many times?
Approximately more than 20 times, 20, 25 times.
Okay. At this time, the state does offer examiner Amanda Metz as an expert in firearm and tool marking and ID.
Objection. No objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you something about experts in a minute. I need to make this finding, though, that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving certain factual questions. Ms. Metz is qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and the methodology and testimony is reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give you opinion testimony. Their testimony must be what they heard, saw, smelled, touched, something of that nature. However, there's an exception when somebody is qualified because of their education and experience. They are permitted to give you their opinion in certain areas if I find that they are qualified. As I stated, Ms. Metz will be qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and that does not mean you must accept her opinion, but it's evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it whatever weight and credibility you deem necessary during your deliberations. Okay, Mr. Scott.
Examiner Metz, I have that your analyses took place between May 13th of 2024 and May 10th of 2024?
Yes, correct.
All right. During that time period, did you have an opportunity to examine states number 11, which has been admitted into evidence?
Might have to cut away from this.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 11 as my Richland County items 21 and 22.
Oh, okay. Well, it's states number 11 for this trial's purpose, but you recognize?
Yes, correct, as Richland County items 21 and 22.
Okay. I'm going to need to refer to it as states number 11.
Yes.
What is states number 11?
It is a Taurus Model G3 9mm Luger caliber pistol. The serial number is ADG 488788, and the other part of that, which is a separate item number for us, but still States Exhibit 11, is a Taurus 9mm Luger caliber magazine assembly and 10 unfired 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
Okay. So the magazine, you had not only the pistol, but the magazine and 10 unfired bullets.
Well, yes, however, they're not in this box.
Okay.
They're
For course safety purposes, we don't typically enter a gun in
correct.
bullets. But you received 10 unfired cartridges.
That's correct, yes.
And did you find states number 11 to be in working order?
I did, yes.
Ms. Hawk, something keeps popping up on the lap screen. It's like someone's computer is locked and it keeps making noise and popping up. I don't know if it's plugged into it.
Anybody plugged into the system?
Somebody's in the house and it keeps popping up at their screen. We just turn it off.
That one. Doodling, doodling. You've got mail. Doodling. It's still going. Judge, is it yours? Judge?
Somebody log in. We're not over, John. We're not over.
Somebody's plugged in.
Well, at least just mute it. Oh, that's the limits. But that's the monitor we use for limits.
But they take over this house.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties. It should be.
Judge's clerk gets up and leaves, says technical difficulties not for me.
We're not making noise anymore.
We're talking about, you had 10 unfired, I'm gonna call them bullets, but that's a cartridge in.
So yes, cartridges is the correct term for unfired. Bullet is what comes out and down and out the barrel of a firearm.
You had 10 unfired cartridges.
Yes.
You had a magazine, and then you had a 9mm pistol.
Correct.
Did you test the 9mm pistol?
I did.
Was it in working order?
It was functioning properly, yes.
Did you or did you not have a chance to look at States Number 6? Is that tack light? What would you call it?
Ooh, tack light reference.
I did not have a chance to look at States Exhibit 6.
Okay. We met last week.
Week before that.
Week before. And I showed you States Number 6, the tack
Yes.
light. And we were able to put it on the Taurus, were we not?
Yes. Well, this is a solo fish laser flashlight combination. And the way they design it is so that it has rails that can expand and contract. They're designed to fit most pistols, even compact pistols. As long as the firearm has an accessory rail, they could even fit a rifle, depending on, again, if it has a correct accessory rail. They're really universal. They're meant to go on quite a few different firearms.
Okay. But States Number 11, the Taurus, it would be compatible with the solo fish tack light.
It's compatible with just about every pistol that has accessory rails, which the Taurus does have accessory rails.
Okay. Are you familiar with the solo fish brand?
I'm familiar in that I've seen it attached to firearms and know how it works, yes.
Okay. Are laser pointers attached to firearms, is that an uncommon thing?
No.
What about flashlights attached to guns? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon. I mean, this is a very popular brand flashlight, and almost all of their flashlights are flashlight laser combinations. So you have the option of either having a laser or a flashlight or both at the same time.
I mean, could I buy one of those like at Dick's or Academy
You
Sports?
could get it off of Amazon if you wanted to.
Amazon, okay.
Walmart.
Did you have an opportunity to, well, you already said the Glock 45, that's States Number 10. An opportunity to examine that?
Throw it around in the box. That's fine.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 10 as Richland County items 19 and 20.
The 10 is the Glock 45 caliber?
That's correct. It's States Exhibit 10 is the Glock Model 30 or 30S 45 auto caliber pistol. Serial number is XRP621, as well as a Glock 45 auto caliber magazine assembly and 8 unfired 45 auto caliber cartridges. But again, I don't have the unfired cartridges in this box.
Now, with the Glock, were you asked to test it against a fired cartridge casing?
I was asked to do a general examination, which is when we get this evidence, we look at the fired evidence first, look at class characteristics. So class characteristics for fired evidence is the caliber, what sort of, for cartridge cases, we're looking at firing pin shape, ejector shape, any breech face markings. For projectiles, we're looking at the caliber again, as well as the rifling type. Once we determine that, then we would look at the appropriate firearms that we have.
Okay, so the Glock number, States Number 10, was it in working order?
It was working order, yes.
You just described a general kind of analysis of it.
Yes, so we don't get fired evidence and only compare it to a singular firearm. Like that's not our main goal. Our main goal is to look at the fired evidence first, see what characteristics fit, and examine the firearms that could have fired it. So in this instance, we have 2 different caliber firearms, and then we would compare our fired evidence to which firearm has the correct class characteristic or caliber.
Let me see if I can ask that another way. This is States Number 7. It's been admitted into evidence, and it is a fired cartridge casing from a 45 caliber pistol. So did you examine States Number 7 and compare it to States Number 10, the Glock pistol?
Yes, can I have some scissors, please? Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 7 as Richland County Item 5, which is one fired .45 auto caliber cartridge case.
Why do you have it open? Hold on. Just kind of set it here. So. Okay, so that, we kind of talked about there. That's a fired cartridge casing.
Correct. So there's nothing inside of it. When it's unfired, gunpowder is housed inside of it with the bullet kind of like holding it all in.
My analogy, that would be the pin part that's left behind in the projectile.
Exactly.
Gunpowder.
That fired cartridge casing.
Yes.
Did it match either one of those guns you tested?
It did identify to State's Exhibit 10.
Which is?
The Glock .45 auto caliber pistol.
Okay. That fired cartridge casing matched State's number 10, which is the Glock .45 caliber pistol.
Yes.
All right. You still get your scissors, so this is State's number 9. I ask if you have a chance to examine State's number 9.
Just cuts the top clean off. Sticks the pieces back in the trash bag. In the bag.
Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 9 as Richland County Item 16, which is one fired metal jacketed bullet.
Okay.
Do you want that too?
What we got? Is that what this is? State's number 74?
I have to.
That's the one recovered at autopsy.
That's
You
not
just
my photo, so it looks similar. Yes.
Okay.
That's the one.
Projectile.
It's a bullet projectile. Yes.
Is that how the projectile, the bullet looks when it's attached to the cartridge before it's fired?
No.
No, that's not how it looks when it's intact before firing.
Okay. What causes a projectile?
So this is a jacketed hollow point, which means that the
hollow
that
point.
the inside is lead and is surrounded by a metal jacket, usually copper or brass. And jacketed hollow point means that the point, the top of the bullet, the nose of the bullet is open. And those are designed to, when upon impact, spread so that it doesn't travel through your target and possibly hit something you're not meaning to shoot at.
Okay.
So this is
Transfers all the
what
energy.
happens. It expands into this pretty starfish.
Okay. So State's
Pretty
number 9,
starfish? Is that how you
projectile.
described it?
Were you able to match that to either of the firearms you tested?
Yes, I identified it to State's Exhibit 10, the Glock .45 auto caliber pistol.
So the Glock 45 fired this casing that we heard some testimony about before, and it fired the projectile shown in State 74, but also what you've got in front of you is State's number 9.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so is it your expert opinion the Glock 45 fired the casing, State's number 7, and fired the projectile, State's number 9?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Answer any questions that the defense will have to.
Cross that way.
So, as a firearms expert, are you familiar with the, I guess it's State's 11, which is the Taurus 30 pistol?
The Taurus G3?
G3.
Yes.
I don't know where I got Taurus 30, G3. And you examined it.
I did.
Now, you testified that there were 10 bullets submitted to you, though they're not in the same box.
Yes, 10 unfired cartridges.
So you agree that this weapon, this 9mm pistol, is semi-automatic, is that right?
Yes, a 9mm Luger semi-automatic pistol, yes.
So it holds 1 in the chamber
Yes.
and 9 in the magazine.
No.
All right. How many in the magazine?
Give me 1 second, because sometimes it can be submitted with extended magazines. 1 second, and I'll refer to
That
my...
would mean more bullets.
I'm sorry?
That would mean more cartridges.
Yes, more cartridges. This particular firearm was submitted with a magazine that could hold 17. So if you fill the magazine, it's 17, and then if you carry one in the chamber, the firearm itself can hold up to 18.
17.
Yes.
17 45 rounds?
And
That's a big mag.
now you mentioned that this
Stagger stack
Taurus
still.
weapon was compatible with what you were asked about being a solo fish.
Yes, the solo fish flashlight laser combination, it is compatible with the Taurus. It's also compatible with the Glock. Both of these firearms could have that flashlight on them.
Are you aware that your department concluded this weapon belonged to the young man Belton who was deceased in this incident?
I don't pay attention to the particulars. I just look at the evidence.
Did you examine the Taurus to see if it had markings that would indicate that all this was attached to it?
No, I did not.
And what's the function? We can assume a tactical light is a flashlight.
Yes, it's a flashlight and a laser. It just has buttons. You can turn either one on.
And this had also in combination, meaning one accessory that attaches to the
Yes.
weapon and would attach to the bottom of the barrel of the gun.
It attaches to the frame. The frame has like kind of grooves cut out. That's called accessory rails, and it's underneath the barrel, but it's actually attached to the frame.
As consistent with the Taurus, which had those rails.
Taurus and Glock both have those. Yes.
And the red dot laser, is this a red and green or just a red dot laser?
I did not examine this, so I don't know what color the laser is.
What's the point of this accessory, a red dot laser?
Well, it's not necessarily a red dot laser. So a red dot laser is actually a brand. So this solo fish flashlight laser combination, the point is so that you could possibly shoot in the dark if you needed to illuminate anything that you plan on shooting at. And then the laser can be used to help shoot what you're intending to shoot, so targeting.
So the gun not equipped with a laser sight, is that fair? One not equipped with a laser sight, you have to look down the barrel and try to hit what you're aiming, right?
You would look down the sights, which are on top of the firearm.
Top of the slide.
Again, it doesn't matter really. It is helpful, but it can also not be helpful. It depends on what scenario you're in. If you're in a scenario
What
where...
is it? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure what it meant. You said it.
The flashlight laser combination?
No, that's not my question. My question is, without that equipment of a laser sight,
Yes.
you're relying on your aim,
Well, you're
pointing
relying
the
on
weapon, looking down the barrel, and the two sights that are metal pieces on the top of the barrel.
you're relying on your aim either way, I guess is what I meant, is it. Your aim is not necessarily made better with a flashlight laser combination. Aim is not everything. When you fire a gun, if you are anticipating firing that gun, you are going to usually miss what you're aiming for.
Let me ask you to get back to my question, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
You're gonna
That's not really
miss?
responsive to my question,
What?
which was pretty simple. With a
Judge,
gun,
I'm just asking that he's interrupted a couple times. Let her explain her answer.
well, it's because her answers are not responsive to my question.
Well, I understand sometimes you don't like it, but you need to let it finish, and then we can move on from there.
Have a way.
I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at now. So I don't remember what I was saying. You can
Let me
rephrase
ask
your
the
question.
again. Can we agree that a laser sight fires a beam of laser light?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose of the laser light is to allow the person, whether it's nighttime or daytime, to put that light on whatever you intend to shoot to improve your ability to hit what you intend to shoot. Isn't that the purpose of the
It
laser
does
light?
help, yes.
Okay,
But
thank you.
only if you are competent with a firearm. If you are not competent with a firearm, it's not going to help you.
And you don't know about the owner of this?
I don't know who owned this, and I don't know their competency, but having a flashlight laser combination does not make you suddenly a magically gifted shooter.
Do you have a red laser or a laser sight on your service revolver?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything on your end?
We got a few laser lights in there.
You familiar with a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380 pistol?
Yes.
I like that one.
little.
Yes.
I got one of those. It came equipped with a red dot.
Yes, it comes with the Crimson Trace laser, yes.
Your Honor, I don't think that's probably correct, and I don't know that it's relevant. But he owns the gun.
I've shot that.
Well, I'd be happy to go into his gun collection if you deem that relevant.
Overruled.
You familiar with that gun?
I am familiar, yes.
It's a mass-produced pistol.
Correct, yes.
And it actually comes from the factory with a built-in laser.
It does, yes.
Do you have any firearms with lasers?
I don't know.
Do they help you shoot any better?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you step down, man. Thank you for being
She's the first person to get up and say, Red Dot is a brand,
Yes, sir. You're on a state call.
and this was not a Red Dot. This is the lead investigator, I believe. He just dropped the case, the whole case.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this case will be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May you please have a seat in the witness stand and state your name for the record.
He's not nervous at all. He just dropped all his papers.
Taima Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, Where are you employed now?
I'm currently employed with Garfield Wilson Associates.
Okay. You and what are you doing over there?
I'm now a polygraph examiner and private investigator.
Okay.
Polygraph.
You used to be. Where did you used to work?
Richland County. I retired in September of last year.
Okay. And do you miss me working with me?
Actually, I do. But it's kind of one of my favorites.
How many
my
years
aim's
did you
getting
work
better.
for the sheriff's department?
22 with the sheriff's department and 3 years with Camden Police Department.
Okay. 25 years in law enforcement altogether, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, just generally, I'm not asking for specific, did you see a lot of change during your time in law enforcement? Just in investigations, just crimes, everything?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you did retire from the sheriff's department, what unit were you in?
I was actually in the narcotics unit.
Okay. But at times, did you investigate violent crimes as well?
Yes, I did.
You had occasion on May 28, 2023 to become involved in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And May 28, 2023 was the date of this incident, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Would you walk us through how you became involved in the case?
So that was Memorial Day weekend. So I was actually supervisor on call. So the way that works is from Thursday midnight to the following Thursday midnight, there's a team of investigators that handle calls at 5 o'clock. I happened to be the supervisor on that particular shift. So we were responsible for handling any calls after 5 o'clock that required investigating.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call to respond to either Springtree Drive or 7441 Park Lane Road?
I did.
Okay. And what was the nature of the call?
He was a shooting hit.
Okay. Where did you respond first?
Actually, I was on the way to Ranch Road. We were called there because they have found some juveniles in a vacant apartment with firearms. So I was actually headed there to help the other investigator at that time.
Okay. So you were redirected. You're going to an incident involving juveniles and firearms. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
While we're at it, you talked about a lot of changes in 25 years in law enforcement. In the year 2023, was it uncommon for the sheriff's department to get calls regarding people under 18 being involved with firearms?
It was not.
Being in possession of firearms?
It was not.
Okay. And that's illegal, is it not?
It is.
Is it your testimony that's become something that has become more and more prevalent as time has gone on from when you started in law enforcement?
Yes, over the years it has.
Okay, so you called for service at Park Lane Road. Was shots fired, you said?
Shots fired or someone hit from gunfire.
And are you familiar with ShotSpotter?
Yes, I am.
What is ShotSpotter?
So ShotSpotter is a system that we use, or that we did use before I retired. It's a system that's placed around the county with sensors, and those sensors are able to detect gunfire.
We have that here in Greenville.
Were you familiar with the ShotSpotter hit in this particular incident?
Yes, I was.
And so essentially, that's just microphones that are set up around Columbia, Richland County, in certain places that they're basically microphones on the tower.
Correct. Microphones and sensors.
And they're trained to pick up gunfire.
That is correct.
Let me show you state's number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that just a copy of the ShotSpotter that was picked up on this occasion?
It is.
All right. You want to say it off the state's number 5 permission of evidence?
Objection?
No objection.
All right, let's take 5 without objection.
I'm going to slow this back down.
Okay, so that would be something that ShotSpotter would pick up, and then does that, ShotSpotter detects gunfire, do they alert local law enforcement?
Right, that's exactly what happens.
Okay, and so is a time attached to those ShotSpotter alerts?
It is.
Okay. When you respond to 7441 Parkland, do you go directly there, or did you go to the scene on Springtree Drive?
To the scene on Springtree Drive.
Okay. And what was going on Springtree when you got there?
I think EMS has already left. There were several other investigators already there, and also deputies that were there as well.
Okay. Was crime scene there yet?
I don't recall seeing them yet.
Okay. Was Mr. Chow there at Springtree, or had he already gone back to Parkland?
I don't remember seeing him at the scene.
Okay. All right, so you probably didn't spend too much time at the Springtree Road incident, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to 7441 Parkland then?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and who was there when you went there?
It was Mr. Rick Chow, the defendant, Andy Chow, and Alice Chow.
Okay. At that particular time, what was your understanding of what you were investigating?
Apparently, the victim in this case apparently allegedly has stolen some water, and so we went back to the store to try to get surveillance video to see if that actually occurred.
Okay. So Mr. Chow was there, you said?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And was he cooperative with you as far as trying to obtain video?
Oh, he was, yes.
All right. There was some testimony earlier about a room that he had his equipment in. Do you remember that room?
Yes, so you walk in the store, you pass the front counter, kind of make a small left, slightly up, a small right, and it's right there in the back.
Okay. What do you remember about that room?
Monitors and hard drives everywhere.
Okay. And did you direct Mr. Chow to look up a certain time period?
Correct. That would be correct.
And what was that time period? What were you trying to watch and review on the video?
Try to see the time that the victim came into the store and also the alleged shoplifting that they said that occurred.
Okay. Did you have multiple angles to choose from as far as video camera surveillance footage?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you review multiple angles?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We had earlier a series of clips. It's states number 3, which has been admitted into evidence. And we have a number of slides that came from that were also admitted into evidence. I'm going to walk through those with you and just see these videos that you would have reviewed. But first of all, let me, was Deputy English in there in the room with you and Mr. Chow when y'all were looking at the video?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he was wearing his body-worn camera?
Correct, he was.
We're going to, it's in evidence as Deputy English's body cam. We haven't published this portion yet. But it's in evidence as his body cam. We're going to publish a section just of them back in the security. So we're going to call that states number 84. And permission to publish states 84 this time.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just an idea of how dark it was around. We got lights on, car lights on. There's the sun. Welcomes the officer into the store. Says right this way, back here. Pass all this. Employee only.
Something. She walked in the door? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to pay the whole spiel in a bit. You told him to pull out the backpack and stuff? Yes. Yeah.
Ty, just real quick. Did you find Mr. Chow being to be adept at navigating through his security system?
Very much so.
Okay, we just saw some of it. Was he able to fast forward his video?
Fast forward, rewind, slow it down.
Okay.
Enlarge.
Was he able to speed it up?
Yes.
Put it in reverse?
Yes.
Zoom in?
Yes.
Zoom out?
Yes.
Toggle between different cameras?
Yes.
Was he able to do that for you rather quickly?
Yes.
Okay. I continue, I'm sorry.
This is what a server room sounds like.
Do you have another camera? Not me not touch anything. You have a camera that can show. Yes. You want to see this? I see that video right now.
See the victim in the red hoodie walking around in the store with no backpack. He's left that by the door.
He's up here, so he can see.
It's hard to see, but it looks like he's walking up to a drink. Door. Walks past. He's literally been followed around the store by the store owner. I think that's his wife, actually. That's following him around. There's the video we saw with him coming running out of the store. or running after he exits the store. Looking back, running.
Can you go back to that, the video we just watched beforehand? We had open the water cooler.
Tyler, what did you just say?
Actually, could he go back to the angle where he was at the water cooler?
All right, so you just asked him, can you rewind to go back to the angle where he's at the water cooler?
Correct.
Why did you ask him, why did you direct him to do that?
Well, wanted to look at it to see exactly what the young man did to make sure that we saw what we thought we saw.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any stolen merchandise found on or around Mr. Cyrus Carmack building?
No.
And you're asking him now to go back to the scene where he's at that water cooler, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing it now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just zooms in to the area where the water cooler is. Puts him back.
Can you go back one more time? I want to count how many you picked up and how many you put down. Make this normal. Here's the half.
It's 50% speed. There's one. So one in his right hand, grabs another one. Two. Reaches out with the right hand to grab the third. Right hand again, grab the fourth. He's got four in his hand. Tries to do something with his hoodie. Puts one back, two back, three back, and four back. Checks his hoodie. I mean, honestly, it makes it look like he was trying to make it look like he was stealing something.
How long did you last? About 2 years old. So I can say before it's not shooting. Everybody comes out here
Huh.
You remember that moment when you realized Cyrus never took anything? Do you remember that?
I do.
And in the video, Mr. Chow turns and just sort of does that.
He does that.
Shrugs.
Was anybody showing any emotion during this time? To your recollection?
Not to my recollection, no.
And so he's fast forwarding, he's reversing, he's zooming in, and he's pausing. He's putting it in slow motion. Is that what you remember?
That's what he was doing.
All right. I'm going to show you some videos now that came from states number 4. That's the number of slides. And we haven't published them yet, but you saw them that night. You've seen them since. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with slide 2, states number 4.
Comes in with the backpack over both shoulders. Opens the door. Door closes.
Okay, I'm going to go next to slide 3 of stage number 4.
Comes in the door on the right-hand side. Picks up there. Somebody tells him something. Turns around, takes his backpack off, sets it on the ice cream display.
Next is slide 4 of states, slide 4 of states number 4.
There's for looking in from the door. Puts his backpack back on the ice cream display, heads on, does shopping. Chow's wife sort of follows him around the store. I believe that's the wife.
All right. Moving on to states 5, slide 5 of states number 4.
He may have more money in his security system than I have in all my studio. It's not cheap. Backpack.
Slide
There.
6 of states number 4.
We've got a lot of these videos to go through. Seeing all the. This has audio. Backpack needs to go on the ice cream chest.
Okay. Going on to slide 7 of states number 4.
And let me see what the problem is. Don't know why it went black. Definitely going back to the water. That's where he went to begin with. Looks at the Doritos on the end cap. Goes back. Down again. Jopa or Yopa. 36 months makes you an OG. Having more trouble still? Hold, please. Let's see if we can fix this. It's a lot of chips. Who's craving a nice snack right now? Yeah, she's not restocking the shelves. She's watching them like a hawk.
Investigator Jordan, while we're watching that, who is this woman that we're seeing right here on the screen?
Alice Chow.
Alice Chow?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other male we've seen in the videos with the hat on backwards too?
Andy Chow.
Okay, thank you.
And there's Mr. Chow.
Who is that individual?
In the plaid shirt.
In the plaid shirt.
Rick Chow.
All right. Moving on to slide 10 of stage number 4.
I don't know what Cyrus was doing, but like he was walking slowly around there at the front of the chips, and then as soon as he saw Mrs. Chow rush back, he quickly walked back to where she was headed, almost like he wanted her to be right there. I ain't got no water in my pocket, bro, is what I heard him say. noticed him walking back after going to the cooler. He's going to pick up his backpack. It says I don't have anything. Grabs his backpack and heads out. Andy and Mr. Chow in hot pursuit. Miss Chow as well. Meanwhile, the store is unguarded.
Let me ask you, investigator, your view of the videos, did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever brandish a firearm inside of 7441 Park Lane Road, the Shell gas station owned by Rick Chow?
He did not.
Did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever point a red laser that was attached to a Taurus pistol while he was in the Shell station at 7441 Park Lane Road?
He did not.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever said he did that?
In the store?
In the store?
No, no one.
I want to go down to slide 15 of State's Number 4. Next is slide 16 of State's Number 4.
Yeah, they've got like every angle on this.
State 17, or slide 17 of State's Number 4.
You got one in your pocket? You got one in your pocket? What? In your pocket? Yeah. I don't have no water in my pocket. I don't got no water in my pocket, but I'll show you one. This is this one. No, it isn't. Hey, man. Take another one. Go up.
Moving on to states, or slide 18 of State's Number 4. Do you agree with it? There was multiple angles that you were able to review of the same incident?
That is correct.
A lot of angles.
Next on my list is slide 19 of State's Number 4.
Like 30 angles. Backpack's already on the ice cream right now. No mic on this one. You see two cameras mounted side by side on the wall there. Looks to be, I don't know, real links or some knockoffs.
Okay. Slide 20, State's Number 4.
Each one of those cameras alone are going to be, I don't know, $50 to $300 or so. Depends if it's a pan tilt zoom or fixed. There's a high likelihood that Cyrus, when he looked back at Mr. Chow hurrying around that corner, could see the firearm, could see the gun.
Hey, man. Take a minute, one. Go up.
phones now.
Did you ever recover? Did you ever see the shoe that popped off of him in that slide?
When I went back to the store, it was on the counter along with 2 cell phones.
Okay. And who had collected those cell phones and that shoe?
Alice Chow.
And she had taken it from the scene and brought it back to the gas station?
That is correct.
Do you know if she took any other evidence from the scene?
I do not.
Okay. But the crime scene was unable to collect the shoe and the cell phones from where they were originally found because Alice Chow had already moved them?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to skip a couple here and do your slide 24 of states number 4.
There's the Beamer pulling in. The Chow's pursuit. There's the white Honda. Slams on the brakes. They run across in front of it. There's the Beamer. 5, 6, 7, 8. Could have run 130 yards in that time.
Slide 25 of states number 4.
There's Chow with the phones.
What did that just depict?
Miss Chow with the shoe and 2 cell phones.
Going now to slide 31 of stage 4, which is these videos kind of stitched together as Justin Martin had described before.
This is the full story. We've made a collection here.
Guys, put down your backpack. Backpack needs to put on the ice cream chest. Yep.
I don't got no water in my pocket, but I'll still be warm.
Let me show you a couple pictures. Investigator Jordan, this is states 67 and 68.
It's hard to watch.
You recognize those just to be screenshots from videos it looks like?
They are.
Let me show you 70, 71. You recognize those to be screenshots from videos?
Oh no, he was wearing his blammy.
Yes, they are.
You can see it in the other the back angle when he leaves the back office.
67 and 68 for admission into evidence.
Yeah, I think they're screenshots from one of they already put in there on some other picture.
Oh, they're already in?
Well, there were videos that they just played in, screenshot from those videos.
Best
And then,
evidence is the video.
Also 70 and 71 for admission into evidence.
All right. They 67, 68, 70, and 71 that you had without that.
Ty, let me show you 61 and 62. You recognize those also to be just screenshots from videos supply?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what about 63 and 66?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state office states 61, 62, 63, and 66 for admission to evidence.
Mr. Scott, may I see those, not those two, the two that that are still in front of me? Just make sure I don't need to renew my, okay. You know, just, no objection, but just renew our pretrial objection.
Sure. All right, then we'll be admitted as states.
No objection, just renew our objection.
Subject to pretrial objection.
Thank you. Let me put up states 63. All right. Investigator Jordan, 25 years in law enforcement. Have you had occasion to handle a case where you had video or a picture of a suspect that you were trying to identify?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it common to eventually identify subjects based on surveillance video or photography for that matter?
It's very common.
And is it helpful if you have high definition video or screenshots of an individual?
Yes, it is.
Is it helpful in your experience to have good descriptions of the clothing they're wearing?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful in a case like this, if you're trying to identify somebody who is suspected of shoplifting, to be able to do freeze frames, to be able to reverse, to be able to zoom in on their picture? Would that be helpful in identifying them?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were looking for a suspect, and they were accused of something, and you had the video footage of them from multiple angles, you said that would be helpful. What if you had their shoe? Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would.
What sorts of things could you do if a suspect left their shoe behind at a scene and you were trying to identify them?
DNA or fingerprints.
You could request DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
All right. What if a suspect, you had multiple camera angles of their face, high definition videos of their face, you had their shoe, what if they left behind 2 cell phones? Would that help you in identifying that person if they did commit a crime? Would that be helpful to you?
Yes, it would.
Have you ever responded or has your department ever responded to a call for service to a convenience store because there was a complaint of shoplifting?
Yes.
And is that common?
Unfortunately, yes.
But that's your job. Is that not the sheriff's department's job to respond to calls for service if somebody is accused of theft at a store?
It is.
And is it your job to investigate if you were called to a convenience store for the crime of shoplifting?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any knowledge of your department instructing employees or owners of convenience stores to follow suspected shoplifters and chase them down?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Not that you're aware of. Have you ever heard of anybody in your department instructing anybody to do that?
No.
You familiar with facial recognition technology?
I am.
And what is that? Investigator Jordan, do you think it would be, you would have some tools to work with if you had gotten a call that this guy, this boy right here, had stolen? Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him
Yes.
and investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
Yes.
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Answer any questions that Mr. Kent has.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going about an hour and a half, so we will take our afternoon break. We will be these, let's just say, until 3:45. So 20 minutes.
All right, we're going to skip
Remember,
through the
please
break.
don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, and do any research or anything of that nature.
Fast forward through the break, get us all caught up. We were almost caught up. We're just less than an hour behind now. Okay, break's over. Hindsight being 2020. Why'd they chase him?
Radio gas, Mr. Chow, Your Honor, I will be on the cross examination.
Your Honor, this has been, phase 84 with the body camera is right here.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's already in there, right?
Yeah, we just have to.
What we played in the
I didn't hear any.
Station 84 has been introduced, and we did have a physical representation of the body cam. This is station 84. Pretty good time.
Is this going to be the last witness today?
We got another one lined up. I just, I don't know how it's going to all this way.
Baby Blue and Deep Voice and his friends head up to the judge to talk about scheduling one more time. Seafoam Green, by the way, if you missed it, Seafoam Green, the judge asked, he said somebody had sent him a letter asking the attorney what color his suit was, and Seafoam Green is the official color. The winner was Red Pen. She called that one. Law can't do anything about a shoplifting that didn't happen. Sports bra witness may be in reserve for rebuttal if needed. I don't think the other Chows will be in the witness in the room because of the rule that has been invoked. Sequestration of witnesses. The sports bra witness was the woman who was helping with CPR. She was a jogger who, I believe jogger, might have been a driver of a vehicle, but she looked like she had just run up on the scene. Or maybe she was heading out to exercise or back from exercising. But she showed up right about that time and helped with CPR. She was doing compressions. Shows up on the body cam. Man, I like that suit. It's just such a nice suit.
Investigator, I want to give you your proper title. Could you tell me what you would like me to call you?
Ty is fine.
Ty?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm going to
Ty.
give you your proper title and your respect that you are due. You have been sitting in the courtroom, so you understand normal questions I ask people at the beginning, so I don't think that's necessary. You've testified many times before. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And the two of us have never met. Is that also a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we'll focus over here while I ask you these questions. I want to go through a little background to make sure I understand a little bit more about you. Is that a
He's
fair
trying to
statement?
turn from the jury.
That's fine.
Okay. As I ask you these questions, I just want to make sure I understand a little bit of everything. You were with Force for how long?
25 years.
In those 25 years, you started out with your training at the Criminal Justice Academy?
That is correct.
And at the Criminal Justice Academy, they gave you training?
They did.
They training on how to become a police officer, if you will?
Essentially, yes.
Training on report writing?
Yes.
Investigative techniques?
Yes.
Witness interviewing?
Yes.
And in conjunction with that, the other thing that we also work on is you go to seminars?
Continuing education classes, yes.
And you've been to many continuing education classes, I'm assuming?
Yes, to keep certification.
And we do all of these things to make sure that we are good investigators, officers, stewards of the community. Is that also a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we go through these classes and things of this nature, we want to make sure that we uphold a certain standard so that we treat every case the same. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we look at these things, we talk about the investigative techniques, the witness interviews, investigation, collecting evidence. We want to make sure we uphold a specific standard so that later we can sit down and talk to a jury or a judge about what has happened in the case.
That's fair.
We want to make sure when we're looking at these cases that we don't use our memories and use the evidence and information that we find on scene or from witnesses, so we do everything correctly.
That's fair.
Because we do not want to rely on witnesses' memories and we do not want to rely on emotion when we're trying to make decisions. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And we do not want emotions to get in the way of actual critical evidence and police work. Is that also fair?
That's fair.
You have been put on the stand. Is it safe to assume that you are the case agent in this case?
For lack of better words, yes.
Okay. And as the case agent, I am free to ask you questions about this case. You're pretty familiar with it, as the solicitor just did.
I am.
And you have looked at all of the information, the files, the witnesses, the evidence, everything that I was just asking you about that we do in a very specific way to make sure we can do things critically. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so I'm free to ask you questions about what has happened, the investigation, the evidence, and the other witnesses that were talked to in response to this specific case.
Yes, you are.
And so first I want to talk to you about, and we spent some time talking about the store in question. So again, I want you to tell the jury, where is this store?
7441 Parkland Road here in Richland County, Columbia.
And one of the things that we started talking about in the cross-examination and the direct examination from the state is they were talking to you about the victim in this case, correct? Remember, they were talking to you about him.
Yes.
And when they were talking to you about him, they were talking about him going inside of the store, correct?
Yes.
And there was questions about when he walked inside of the store, what was he doing?
He's walked in the store.
He's walking into the store.
Correct.
And through the course of your investigation, is that something that you looked at to make sure that he was just walking into the store? Not anything else. Do we just investigate, or we just say he's just walking into the store, we don't investigate any further? I'm just asking.
Walk into the store, then we observe whatever else is on the video.
And so you watched the young man walk in throughout the store.
I did.
And as you walked him through the store, did you think anything when you watched the video yourself? Did you see him walking around the store and you say, this is a little strange? You had mentioned that you had studied and looked at shoplifting for many times. Did you look at the video and thought there was something there?
No.
You didn't think there was anything suspicious or anything strange about his behavior patterns, walking around, or how he acted in the store?
No.
And this is, you have testified to this jury that you have investigated how many shopliftings in your time?
I can't give you a count of that. I've investigated numerous cases.
And when we investigate shoplifting cases, one of the things that we look at is we watch the behavior patterns and how individuals walk around the business. And as your testimony, there was nothing odd or strange about this.
No.
So when we watch the investigation and look
that.
into the behavior patterns of a young man who walked inside of the store, you watched him go to a water cooler. Is that correct?
I did.
And when you watched him go to the water cooler, you saw him take water bottles out and put water bottles back in. Correct?
Did.
And as a matter of fact, when you saw him taking water bottles in and back out, immediately the first time you could not tell what was done and you asked to rewind it and watch it again.
Just to make sure that I saw what I thought I saw the first time.
And you had them zoom in so you could look a third time to make sure you saw what you thought you saw.
Yes. Yes.
And so you saw the long young man put water bottles in, put water bottles back out several times, or twice maybe, I think.
Well, he took them out and then put them back.
And you thought there was nothing peculiar about this?
No.
And I'm looking at this case, looking at the background that you know everything about. You know your young man went into the store with an empty book bag.
With an empty book bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
But I'm asking you, you're the case agent.
Yes.
I'm
I
asking
mean,
what evidence
there's
this
other
case.
contents in there, but I mean, it was essentially empty, yes.
It was essentially empty book
Yes.
bag. And you've heard testimony that he went in there with a firearm.
Yes.
Okay, so this young man, and there's also been testimony that there was no money on him. There was no finances on him whatsoever.
That is correct.
So this young man went into the store with no money, an empty book bag, and a loaded firearm, and you're telling this jury there was nothing suspicious about that.
Well, we don't know they didn't have any money on him at all. There was no money found on him.
Again, my question was, you're telling this jury there's nothing suspicious about that.
Absolutely not.
And that is normal, and that happens.
It depends on who you are, what your normal is.
I'm asking you as the investigator.
But I can't speak on behalf of him. It's okay. I would probably do the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You would go into a business with an empty book bag, a loaded firearm, with a bullet in the chamber, with no money in your pocket?
No, you asked me about the money.
Okay, I guess what happened is, officer, if you'll allow me to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you opportunity to answer. If you simply allow me to finish the question, I'll give you as much time as you want. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
So as I was saying, what you said to this jury right now is you probably would have done the same thing. And my question was, as in going into a business with an empty book bag and a firearm, pick water in and out of a cooler with no finances or no money on you to pay for it. That's something that you would have done, is what your testimony was?
To that question, no.
Okay. And it's your testimony that that behavior that I just described was nothing that caused you any concern whatsoever? And watching the videos and rewatching them?
Well, that was determined or found out after the fact, as far as the book bag being empty and him having a firearm.
Well, officer, when we talk about investigation, one of the things we talked about is we investigate the entire thing, the totality of the circumstances. We don't piecemeal investigation, do we?
We do not.
And so we investigate the totality of the circumstance. So are you telling me you did not investigate the totality?
We did, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But you asked about the store. At the time he was in the store, there was no indication that he had a firearm, that the book bag was empty, and that he had no money. No one knew that.
But you did when you investigated, because you're the investigator. You're not a witness in this case, correct?
Correct.
You are an investigator.
Correct.
We do not try with emotions, correct?
Correct.
We try to utilize evidence and look at the full scene so we can present the full story to the jury, as I just asked you, correct?
That's correct.
And so looking at the totality of the circumstances, your testimony to this jury, there was nothing strange about that behavior?
Once again,
As an investigator.
him going into the extra question, because you do a lot of word salad, so can you give me the actual question?
That behavior is not strange?
For him to have a book bag?
An empty book bag, a loaded firearm, a bullet in the chamber, going inside with no money to pay for anything, pulling water in and out of a cooler, putting it back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, ask and answer. Number two is opinion testimony is what he's asking. Do you find this to be strange? Your opinion.
I'll allow it, but just one more time.
The firearm being on him is the only thing that I would find that would be not right.
And so now let's go to the firearm. Through the course of your investigation, one of the things we have to figure out is ownership of said firearm. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And the solicitor was asking you questions about 14-year-olds in the community with firearms. You remember talking about that a little bit?
I do.
And you are aware that Richland County, your sheriff's office, your sheriff, has a problem with children and minors with firearms.
That is correct.
And it is not your testimony to get on the stand and normalize it and say it's okay. It is a problem.
It is a problem.
And so we're not trying to sit here and say it's okay for a minor to have a firearm with a bullet in the chamber going into a store. That is not your testimony, is it?
No, it's not okay.
And as we are trying to figure out, there's little things that we have figured out about that firearm. Do you agree that we figured out and found DNA on that firearm?
We did.
And the DNA belonged to who?
Cyrus.
So there, we have that. And then during you utilizing your investigation, you have testified prior before that you looked and utilized and went through the social media of Cyrus. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't go through his actual stuff, but what was given to me through extractions and through their findings, I was told what was in there.
As the investigator, the lead investigator on this case, one of the things we went through is to look to try to figure out the ownership of the firearm.
Correct.
And one of the things we utilized is went through his social media page to figure out ownership of the firearm.
Social media wouldn't tell me that he actually owned that gun. He's 14, so he wouldn't be able to purchase a gun.
I apologize, and that's a bad question. Ownership and or possession. Is that a better statement?
Yes.
And through the course of your investigation, you discovered that he had possessed that exact firearm within 24 hours of this incident.
It appeared to be the same gun, yes.
And this is something you have testified to prior. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this picture and ask if you recognize it, and have been asked to testify to that prior under oath before. You can look at me. You don't have to ask permission.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you can look at me and ask.
He doesn't want to look at him. He wants to look at the jury. Oh, whoa.
The question, do I need to repeat the question, officer?
Yes.
Do you recognize the picture based upon the questions that I just asked you about your investigation, and have you testified about it formally under oath before?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it a picture and what does it depict?
Picture of Cyrus holding a gun.
Which gun?
It's a black gun with a light on it.
Does it appear to be the gun in the case that we're talking about today?
It does appear to be the gun.
And that is a picture from his social media that was posted on his social media.
He was on his social media.
And that picture, could you describe what he's wearing?
A red hoodie with Chucky on the front.
Is it the exact same outfit he was wearing when he went into the store on the date that we're talking about?
The hoodie, yes.
Now, at this point in time, we would move this in as defense number one. I'm sorry, Judge.
With objection to foundation, Your Honor, we discussed before.
Okay. All right. Based on the pretrial motions, I'll allow it as defense one, substitute state objection.
This is a still image that's going to be brought in. Social media, probably an Insta, I'm guessing. Image. It's being shared as
Now,
the
before we
news
get into a
story
little
it
bit
is.
more about the ownership of the firearm,
Might have been Snapchat. Snapchat
now,
deletes
the picture that we're
things.
talking about in, and I should have taken that from there, I apologize. The picture that we have just exhibited from defense exhibit number one, that comes from a social media page, correct? As you just testified to.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from his Instagram page, and that was actually a larger post that was posted. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
It's a screen grab from a larger post.
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury what that post was that you saw when you looked?
I don't remember the exact.
You don't remember what the post was?
No.
If I show you the post, will it help refresh your memory?
Yes.
One moment. No.
I think two things can be right. Cyrus was in the wrong to carry the pew-pew, and the Chows were wrong to chase the kid. They had no idea that anything that Cyrus was doing wrong was wrong. They suspected him of doing something he didn't do.
I'll show you. Does that video help refresh your recollection as to the question I just asked you about where did the screen grab of that picture actually come from?
A video.
And could you describe to the jury what was in that video?
The gun in his hand.
And what was he doing with the gun in his hand?
He had it in his hand. The light was on, so I couldn't see what he was doing behind the light, but he had the gun in his hand.
You're a 25-year officer. You've been doing this a long time, correct?
Correct.
You know firearms.
Yes.
You understand firearms.
I do.
And you're telling the jury you do not know what he was doing in that video?
The light was flashing, so it appeared that it could have been pointed at the camera, and that's the way it appeared, but I can't say that for sure because of the glare of the light behind the flashlight.
But this is a video from his Instagram that goes with the screen grab that we're just talking about now, correct?
Yes.
And this is one of the things that we utilize to determine and prove ownership of the firearm that we're talking about in question.
Once again, he's 14, so he can't actually, own or buy the gun, but he had it in his possession.
And his DNA is on the firearm.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would move the full video at Defense Exhibit 2, based upon what you just testified to, understanding the defenses and the prosecution's pretrial objection.
It's a foundation issue. That's not how this evidence comes in. And we talked about this and talked about relevance.
We addressed that in pretrial motions, and I think I've already ruled on that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That it's not coming in. Well, there's an email that explains it.
Okay. Your Honor, this time objection covers defense number 1.
Sure.
Still image taken from the Instagram post.
Can you shrink that down, please?
We don't have to cut away from this. There's similarities there. The light under the barrel. That's the.
There was a question for some time about the light that was found on the scene that was attached to the firearm. Looking at Defense Exhibit number 1, is that one of the things that would aid us in discussing where that light came from?
It could.
It could or it does?
You asked, could it aid? I said it could aid.
Okay. Did it?
Yeah, it did.
So is that, from your example, from looking at Defense Exhibit number 1, is that the light that was on the firearm that was found on scene that day?
It appears to be.
And that would be the firearm that we believe is in State's Exhibit number 11. And I'll show that to you all.
Yes.
So again, through the course of your investigation, do you not find it strange, weird, peculiar that on the day before this, or within 24 hours, this is posted and then he goes into the store through your investigation?
You shouldn't have had a gun, period.
Got it. Now I want to talk about the things that happened inside of the store, okay? Is that fair?
Okay.
And talking about what happened inside of the store and the videos that we just watched, we watched actions of different individuals. We watched the actions of Andy Chow. That he asked.
I don't know if you're asking me a question or making a statement, sir.
Did we watch the actions of Andy Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Rick Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Alice Chow?
We did.
And did we watch the actions of Cyrus?
We did.
We've already established that Cyrus would have had a firearm when he walked inside of the business.
That's correct.
We've already established that he legally did not have a right to either own that firearm or walk into the business with that firearm.
That is correct.
And then one of the questions comes up, and now we're going to talk about Andy Chow's action that we watched in the video first. Okay? You have been at the front of that store before and looking back to where the coolers are?
On that day?
Anytime, like in part of your investigation, anytime.
I may have been in that store in my time in Richland County maybe 3 times, if that.
And that's fine. And one of the things that we have talked about is that Andy Chow had made a determination that he believed that Cyrus was stealing from the store.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And then you went and looked back and forth at that video, and it appeared as though nothing had been stolen.
That is correct.
And that he was putting water back and forth, but it did not appear that he had stolen something.
That is true.
And so, but still, from Mr. Chow, and I mean Andy's vantage point, that's what he had told you he had thought. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and what somebody else thought.
Hearsay sustained.
This case is all about if shoplifting occurred, according to the state, correct?
It is.
When he went back up to the counter from the videos we watched, the question is, did he have anything in his front hood? Is that a fair statement?
They asked me if he had any water in his front hood.
And it appeared as though there was something heavy in his front hood.
I believe so, yes.
Could you see how someone could have mistaken water for a firearm?
Objection, that's an improper question.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. Also speculation.
And watching the videos at the front that we've replayed, were you able to see something heavy in that front hood?
Not necessarily, but...
What do you mean? Did you look?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to see and check if there was anything heavy from your vantage point looking at these videos?
He had his hands in his pocket.
Okay. And in your 25 years of experience, was that suspicious behavior?
Keep your hands in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
No.
Why did police say get your
When
hands in
you
your
went
pockets?
back and looked at the videos, we can agree, based upon your testimony, that Rick Chow was being very helpful in letting you see the videos.
He was.
And when he was talking to you about the videos, as we were watching them on the screens, he was asking Alice, when did the shoplifting occur? Something like that. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. And so is it safe to say, and in watching the videos that we watched, most of the actions that happened inside of the store are Alice Chow, Andy Chow, and Cyrus.
That is correct.
And Rick Chow is in the back.
Yes.
And Rick Chow is the one who is showing you the videos.
He was.
And then once the three of you, and I think it was you, Officer English, and Rick, were looking at the videos, I think you had made the impression when he saw nothing was taken, he put his hands up or something like that?
He did.
Genuine shock?
I don't know if it was genuine.
Did you think it wasn't?
I didn't know what to think.
Did you indicate that in a report, anything of that nature, that I felt that he was faking or anything of that nature?
No.
And we had talked about when we do report writing that we want to make sure we have specifics. Would you agree with me there?
That's true.
And we don't want speculation.
Don't.
And we don't want to rely on our memory from 3 years ago.
Well, the video showed what it showed.
And what I'm asking you is the shock. Did you indicate anywhere in his report that he looked like he was faking, this was not genuine, he was making this up?
Well, I didn't say any of those words, but the video showed what it showed.
And when he talked to you, he had no lawyer with him.
He did not.
He didn't request a lawyer.
Not to my knowledge, no.
He just was talking to you and helping you and aiding you on what was going on.
That is correct.
And the conversations that were happening at the front of the store were between Alice Chow and Andy Chow concerning the potential shoplifting. Would you agree with me there?
That is true.
And none of the conversations were between Rick Chow and this young man.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And not that we saw in any other video.
That is correct.
And officer, we've gone back and forth, and I understand how you feel about following someone out of the store. That this is not something you would advise anyone to do. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely not.
And you would definitely not advise anyone to follow anyone, chase anyone for 130 yards. You agree
Absolutely
with that?
not.
But you would also agree that that's not against the law.
It's because it's not against the law, you have to use common sense sometimes.
Correct. But we're not sitting here and saying following out of the store is against the law.
It is not, but once again, common sense has to be applied.
And in certain situations, we have, and you've been asked this question before, officers sometimes have to follow individuals. Would you agree with me there?
We do, and we're trained to do so, and we are, once again, trained to do that, and that's our job as law enforcement officers.
And sometimes
to go into danger so that you, as every citizen, do not have to do so.
And sometimes officers make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
Absolutely.
And we can only take the information that is presented to us as we are paying attention at that point in time. Is that fair? Meaning the officer who walks in a situation, he can just take the situation as he sees it.
Could.
And in a situation, if, and this question was asked to you before, if you are following someone and they turn and point a gun at you and or your partner, what would you do?
Tell them to drop it.
And if they did not, what are you trained to do?
Fire, stop the threat.
Mr. Chow has a concealed weapons permit,
He does.
and that was part of the investigation that you looked into.
Correct.
And that is something that we also teach in the concealed weapons classes. Would you agree with me there?
What's that?
That the same thing that they teach you officers on how to be proper and how to assess threats and things of that nature.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to look at all of the interviews and everybody who's given an interview in this case?
I have.
Are you pleased with the way that other officers conducted and did their interviews?
We all do things differently, but I have confidence in all my fellow co-workers. They did it to the best of their ability.
To the best of their ability. But there's some things that could always be done different. Is that a fair statement?
Some things we all can do different, all do better. You're human.
And when I started talking to you, one of the things I was asking you about, Ty, is trying to, well, maybe I didn't ask this question, but I'll ask it now. When we try to get statements, do we try to get them as close to the incident time as possible?
We do.
Almost always. That is one of the things that is paramount to be an officer. You try to get as close to the incident as possible.
Try to, yes.
And I'm not trying to cut you off, but could you explain to the jury, why do we want to get something so close?
Well, we want to do it also, I guess, to capture the time so that nothing is possibly forgotten to help with the investigation.
And that is a great answer and a great question. We want to make sure nothing's forgotten. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
I apologize. Sometimes I do make statements instead of questions. But one of the questions is we want to make sure witnesses do not forget.
That is correct.
We want to make sure that witnesses' memories aren't merged with someone else's memories.
True.
We want to make sure that social media and things of that nature don't influence an individual's memories.
That's correct.
And these are the things that we're taught at the Criminal Justice Academy as well as the seminars and classes that you've attended. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we try to make sure that when we interview witnesses, and I think we watch some of the body camera, we want to separate people. We don't want them interviewed together.
Correct.
I mean, that's one of the first things to tell you. Do not interview witnesses together.
Correct.
Why don't we want witnesses interviewed together?
You want each person's authentic statement and what they saw and not have them impact each other.
And as an investigator, as an officer, as a gentleman who's doing this a long time, you have seen situations when other statements influence other individuals when done incorrectly. Is that a fair statement?
I haven't.
I know you've never done it, but have you ever seen a situation where someone's statement can be influenced by someone else's statement?
Not that I can recall.
You do not believe that actually happens?
You actually have, if I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I have not. I said I can't recall ever seeing it.
Have you seen a situation where an officer interviews two individuals at the same time?
I have not.
And we watched all the body cams in this case.
Yes.
Would you agree with me sometimes some of the officers are actually talking to individuals as they're together getting statements at the same time?
In this case?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing that.
But if that did happen, that would be a no-no?
It would be.
We talked, well, we haven't talked yet, but 911 calls are something that's also very important.
That is correct.
Because 911 calls, that's when we get the, not to use a legal phrase that all of us know, the excited utterance. That's when we get the person's true emotion when they're talking and what really happened. And that's as close to the incident as possible a lot of times.
That can depend. Sometimes people's emotions and what they see can cause them to maybe, how can I say it? Maybe forget things that they saw, but once they calm down and think about it all the time, they start to remember things. And so that's why we try to bring them back sometimes so that we can get a more detailed statement.
But don't we worry about witnesses coming in and giving 2-3 different types of statements? Isn't that a concern that we have as officers?
It is.
And you were in here, we worry about individuals giving different statements. We want things to be consistent. Is that fair?
That is true.
And when we're talking to the jury, our goal is to try to present all facts to a jury so they can have everything, so they can understand what happened on the scene, so they're not taking our opinion. Is that
To the
fair?
best of our ability, yes.
Did you interview either Rick or Andy? And I don't know, I'm literally asking.
Andy.
You did interview Andy Chow?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence. Question asked of some witnesses, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but since you are the investigator who knows the full file, there's a question asked that anyone on scene was told that Cyrus pointed a gun at Andy Chow, or if Andy or Rick Chow ever said that. Do you remember?
I don't recall.
So you do not remember if that was said?
I don't recall at that time.
That was such a bad question. It could have like 6 different answers, so that's on me.
It just happened yesterday.
You do not recall a question being asked of anybody? Or, well, first let's start there. Do you recall that question being asked?
I don't.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did Ricky or Andy Chow on that night indicate that Cyrus had pointed a gun at Andy Chow?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fine, Robert.
Calls for hearsay. I think you can get around it.
You've heard the testimony of some of the witnesses who have testified. As the case agent, was there ever any concerns about the veracity of any of the witnesses who had testified?
No.
Did any of the officers under your steward, when we were looking at this case, questioned any of the witnesses' veracity?
Objection again to hearsay, Your Honor.
Same.
I promise you I'm almost done. I promise you I am. Thank the court's indulgence for me.
Keep saying that. Keep promising us you're almost done, but I'd feel better if this witness wasn't so cagey. I realize that there's some strong feelings in the community about this, and a lot of eyes locally are on this, but honestly, the prosecution, I think, has this in the bag. I just cannot see a justification.
I very much appreciate your testimony, because this is a difficult time, a difficult situation, and I don't want to take that for granted. But just to make sure I go back and finish. Cyrus Belton went into the store with a firearm.
He did.
It was illegal for him to walk into the store with a firearm.
It was illegal.
Through the course of your investigation, you showed that he had possession of that firearm within 24 hours before going into that store.
Correct.
The firearm was equipped with the light that we see on the TV now.
Yes.
Through your investigation, you found no money or payment ability for Cyrus to pay for anything in that store.
Did not.
The book bag you found had nothing inside of the book bag.
It had papers.
There's some papers in there, but essentially, no.
Your testimony is there was nothing strange that you thought of going inside of that store with nothing in it. Nothing in the book bag, other than the gun. I'm sorry, I don't want. You thought it was strange going into the store with the gun.
Correct.
Rick Chow immediately talked to you that evening.
Not. He talked to, I guess, other people there, but then spoke to me at the store to show me the video. Yes.
No attorney.
No.
He went down and showed you the video surveillance.
He did.
He comported with everything that you asked.
As far as the video, yes.
When you were watching the video, you had to watch it not one, not two, but 3 times, and on the 3rd time, you had to blow it up.
Didn't have to, but he said that he could.
He said he could.
Yes.
And then when it was shown that it appeared as though this person may not have taken anything, he said something that showed shock, but you're not sure if it was genuine.
The video speaks for itself.
And he was not in the store when the shoplifting occurred, or the alleged shoplifting occurred.
Who?
Mr. Chow. He was in the back. I'm sorry, he was not in the main area of the store.
Correct.
Is that a better question?
Yes.
Andy Chow and Alice appeared to be the one having conversations with this young man.
That's true.
Andy and Alice are not charged with anything.
No.
Andy Chow is the one who went out of the store first.
Yes.
You conducted an interview with Andy, and we can't get into that, of course, but you conducted the interview with Andy.
I did.
On the scene.
No.
So you conducted an interview with him later.
Correct.
You're aware he gave several interviews on scene.
I learned that, yes.
You learned that, yes.
Yes.
Later, that he gave several
Yes.
interviews on scene. And Rick Chow gave several interviews on scene, and we saw a portion of one already.
I learned that.
Yeah, but we saw one of them.
Yes. I'm sorry, yes. Yeah.
One of them all there together. And then finally, you have testified, we may disagree with it, we may not like it, but you would agree it is not against the law to follow and or chase somebody from leaving from the store.
Not against the law, but once again, use and exercise common sense.
And you are not sitting here testifying even with any suggestion that you believe it is okay for a 14-year-old in Richland County to have a gun with a bullet in the chamber.
It's not okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
That was a whole bunch of asked and answered objections that were not lodged.
If you saw 2 grown men chasing a child down the road, one armed, would you intervene?
I would.
Okay. Was Rick Chow licensed law enforcement?
He was not.
2023, were you licensed law enforcement?
I was.
In 25 years of being a licensed law enforcement officer, have you found yourself in dangerous situations before?
Yes.
How many times have you shot people?
Never.
Have there been times in these dangerous situations where you were felt compelled to have restraint instead of pulling out a firearm and shooting somebody?
Yes.
In 25 years of law enforcement in Richland County, you never aimed a gun at anybody and pulled the trigger.
I have not.
Let me ask you something, Investigator Jordan. I'm still calling you investigator. That's what you are to me. When Cyrus Carmack Belton walked out of 7441 Parkland Road, May 28, 2023, was he walking or running?
Walking.
Was he combative with the Chows, or was he polite to them?
He's very polite.
Okay. In contrast, what were Rick Chow and his son Andy doing when they left the store?
Hastily running after him, or hurrying out of the store to try to catch him.
They're hauling ass.
Yes.
He
What did
has a
Cyrus
technical
do when
term.
he saw two grown men running at him and screaming?
Your Honor, I'm going to share the video speak for itself, and now we're editorializing.
On the other hand, when Cyrus turns the corner after he's walking, what does he do when grown men are running after him, screaming at him?
Appear to be scared and take off running.
Where again was Cyrus Carmack Belton shot and killed?
On his body,
Where was his body found?
on Spring Tree Drive,
Do you know how far away?
over a football field.
You were asked a lot of questions and about what you find suspicious and what could have happened here and there. Cyrus Carmack Belton did not steal anything from that store.
He did not.
Had he been left alone to walk away, not been chased, if everybody stayed in the store whose name was Chow, would this situation have occurred?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. The solicitor just asked you, I don't really have one question. He asked you in your 25 years, you have never had to pull your firearm?
He asked me if I had to shoot somebody.
And the answer is no.
Never shot anybody.
Have you ever been in a position where somebody has pointed a firearm at a loved one while you were sitting there watching?
Actually, had the firearm pulled on me. On a loved one, no.
On a loved one, no?
No.
Different situation.
It is.
Thank you so much.
All right, can you step down, sir? Thank you for being here.
In the 25 years between 2013 and 2023, well, the 10 years between 2013 and 2023, there were 12 officer-involved shootings in Richland County, 7 fatal killings by police in that period. They're higher. They're 64 to 64% higher than other U.S. sheriff's departments per arrests. 2014, officers fired at suspects in 3 deadly force incidents.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony shall give in this case to be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amy Durso, D-U-R-S-O.
Dr. Durso, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Medical University of South Carolina as a forensic pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathologists are medical doctors. We go through medical school and we go through pathology training, but we're specifically trained to do autopsies, so to look at bodies after death, to determine the cause and manner of death, and also we're educated about patterns of injuries and different mechanisms of death.
Okay. You perform autopsies on people who have passed away to
Hopefully
determine
only
the
dead
cause and
people.
manner of death is what you testified to?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I'm up over 4,000.
And you are a medical doctor?
Yes, I have a medical degree.
And how many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert?
Your Honor, I have no objection with your expertise. None whatsoever.
All right, I find that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving factual questions. Dr. Durso is qualified in the area of forensic pathology. The methodology and testimony is reliable, ladies and gentlemen. The same applies to what I told you earlier. Dr. Durso has been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, and you can accept her testimony and opinion and give it whatever way you deem necessary during your deliberation. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Dr. Durso, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Cyrus Carmack Belton on May 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with a couple of questions. What do your notes show that Mr. Belton, what was his weight?
Mr. Belton weighed
That's Cyrus.
114 pounds.
Okay. And it looks like he was about 5'6". Does that sound right?
I have him as 5'8", but
68 inches in your.
yeah.
Okay. 5'8", 114 pounds.
Yes.
And his listed age?
Is 14 years old.
Okay. Initially, when you examine a body, what is the first thing you do?
So the coroner's office identifies the body, brings it out, and then we look at the outside of the body and we notate everything, eye color, hair color, scars, tattoos, any injuries, height, weight, post-mortem changes, and after we complete that, we start opening the body and looking at all the internal organs.
Okay. Initially, what were your observations before you began dissection?
The most notable finding was a gunshot wound entering his right back.
Okay. What about other superficial type wounds?
There was a partially healed injury on his right hand, and there were some abrasions on his right lower leg.
I want to show you stays 77. Does that accurately reflect any abrasions on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And did these appear to be recent wounds?
Yes.
Okay. The location of the wound on his back, say that one more time.
It was on his kind of right back area, just below kind of mid-back.
Okay. And that states 80. Does that fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been introduced, state 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photo of one of the x-rays we took before we started the autopsies. So before we do autopsies on gunshot wounds, we x-ray the body to make sure we know where the bullet is, if there's a bullet in them, to make sure we recover that so we can hand it over to law enforcement. He's on his side.
Okay, I was about to say, so where his head would be to the right of the screen?
Yes, his head's to the right, his legs are to the left.
Okay, yeah, and I guess his buttocks would be at the bottom left corner there?
Correct.
Okay.
And he's kind of boosted up on a body block so we can shoot across the table.
And, okay. Dr. Garza, what is this object right here that we're seeing in state 79?
That's the projectile we recovered from the body at autopsy.
Okay. And this is just this is an angle, different angle, but this is state 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's upside down. But this is an x-ray going front to back of the body, again showing where the projectile is located. So it's just left of midline, as you can see.
83 is not in yonder, but we're all from state 83 for admission now.
No objection.
Already been moved, state 83.
Okay, this is a little, in state 83 again, this is what?
That's the projectile, and you can see the shadow of his heart just above that.
This is his heart?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but his head would be, this is basically looking at his head being up, his feet
Correct.
being down. I even see, I think, an arm right here.
Yes.
Okay. What were your general findings as far as the bullet wound? Did it have an exit?
It did not exit, no.
Okay. Let me show you, it hasn't been introduced yet, but do you often, or I guess rather, probably all the time, do you draft something like that when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so we have a stack of blank male, female, all sorts of diagrams that we take notes on when we do the autopsy. And then I kind of do my report based on some of the notes I take on there.
Okay. And this is not scale, right? Is it? This is just kind
No, it's a generic male diagram.
Okay. United States officer states 73 for admission and admission.
No objection. That'd be United States 73 without objection.
What were your general findings as far as the, we already said didn't have an exit wound, but the bullet wound that was found in his back, you said it was his right lower back?
Right, so it's the right lower back. It was just under 2 inches right of midline, 46.5 inches above the heel. It was a classic entrance wound. So entrance wounds have what we call an abrasion collar. So as the bullet enters the skin, it kind of rubs the edge of the skin and drags it for a split second on the way in. So that's a typical entrance wound, which this had. The other things we look for when we're looking at bullet wounds in autopsy is we look for soot and stippling, because that's going to kind of tell us if there's a clue as to how close the shooter was when they were shot. So if there's soot like in the wound, that's usually a contact wound. If there's soot more on the skin around the wound, that means the gun was usually within 6 inches. If there's stippling, which is actually the gunpowder that comes out of the end of the gun and has tiny little abrasions on the skin surrounding it, that's usually within around 18 to 24 inches. The exceptions to those, of course, if it goes through like an intermediate object like a car door or a wall of some kind, and also very thick clothing can block those things. On this case, I did not see any soot or stippling, so this is what I call indeterminate range, meaning I don't know if it's 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Okay. So no indication of sooting or stippling.
And then, so after we track the bullet, it comes in, it goes through, it kind of hits the 11th rib, so we have 12 ribs, so just above the bottom rib. It hits part of the rib and part of the T11 vertebrae, so the 11th vertebrae going down the thoracic vertebrae there. It then goes through the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it goes through the right ventricle of the heart. So this is the most deadly thing that happened, is that it goes through his heart. That's not a survivable wound. It then goes and after it goes through the heart, it hits the inside of his rib cage. We're actually able to see when we remove the front of his rib cage where the bullet impacted. So it's actually a little higher up than where the bullet's found. So the bullet, because of the way it kind of mushroomed, got caught on the pericardial sac, which is the soft tissue sac that surrounds the heart. So it kind of pulled it back down, but it actually impacted further up and to the left.
Would it have been immediately fatal, or would you expect to see somebody live for some time period after this?
So it's not immediately fatal. Those are more, and he would not lose consciousness immediately. Those are more with wounds to the head. So with a heart wound, maybe a minute or two, he could have, there's been reports of people being able to run with the adrenaline in their system, but not far. They collapse pretty quickly because the blood, every heartbeat is the blood's coming out of their heart and not circulating.
What is it that kills you? Is it
the blood loss? So instead of the blood circulating in your vessels and going to provide oxygen and energy to your cells, such as your heart, brain, vital organs, the blood is accumulating in his chest.
Tell me about midline is his backbone, is that?
Yes.
How far from midline, left to right, was the wound?
The entrance wound was 1 3/4 inches right of midline.
Almost
and
right in the
as
middle
far
of his
as the trajectory, was it? I guess assume back to front. There's no exit, and it's the holes in his back.
Correct. So it's back to front. It was going a bit upwards, and it's going just slightly right to left. So it goes from just right of midline to just left of midline.
Okay. Upwards. Well, that's bad. That means he definitely was not
court
upright.
permission. Can Dr. Garso step down for a minute?
Sure.
Why was there blood on the front and not on the back? Did Did she cover that? I didn't hear this.
Show me kind of on my back, just use me as a model, where would that entrance room be?
So if we go mid-back, just underneath that, just right at midline, I would say approximately in this location here.
Use the pointer stick and skewer me. Oh, dun, 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 dun. That's a nice jacket.
You can show the jury.
I would say right around here.
Get the skewer stick. We might need music for this. Get a Sharpie.
It's an old shirt.
Okay.
Yes, he got a
You want me to draw
Sharpie.
you? Okay.
Okay, she says. You want me to ruin the shirt?
I've never drawn him an attorney before.
Okay. And the trajectory was upward.
What in
Yes.
the world?
Okay.
Now you're gonna have to take up your shirt and admit it as evidence.
Show me with an X on the front of me. Where would it be, on this side or this side?
It's going to be on the right side.
Okay. And do you need any notes? Or
Might have to take your tie off, sir.
Oh, the left side, sorry, the left. Okay, so left, and it's, can I feel the bottom of your sternum? So it would be
Okay, the dating game is strong with this attorney.
here-ish.
Okay. Now with this rod, stand at the side.
Skewer me.
Show during my profile generally where that would be, how that would look going into Mr. Carmack Belton's body.
Say it like this. If he was standing
Now
straight
push
up.
hard.
Okay.
The problem is, like my diagram, everyone's standing in anatomical position. No one is ever really standing in anatomical position when they get shot. So
Well, I got one more. Did you see my toy gun? It's not a workable gun.
This is a prop. This is a non-firing replica.
I have this.
If you're in a shooter's stance, if that was testified to, okay?
Okay.
This is a
Stand with the
training
jury
tool.
where they can see you, and I'm over here.
Do you want me to put this down?
Yeah.
This is a training tool used,
Would you expect
not an
to
actual
see
firearm.
that trajectory, if you're in the shooter's stance and you're behind me and I'm upright?
So a lot of times we get people, if someone is behind you with a gun, in general, someone's not going to stand there. A lot of times we have upward trajectories from people bending over.
Okay. The victim bending over, you mean?
Yes.
Let's just for argument's sake, you're the shooter and you're in a standard gunman stance. I am upright.
Where
Would
do
you
you have to
expect to
be?
see the trajectory that you observed on Mr. Belton?
No, so either the shooter would have had to be below you shooting upwards, or the victim would have had to be at an angle downwards, or he would have been uphill. There's a few different variables, but generally not straight if we're on flat ground and I'm directly behind you.
Testimony is we're on flat ground.
Okay.
Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance.
Got it.
Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running from you?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner's stance with their back directly towards you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here with you in that stance,
Okay.
especially with you just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
If I'm for some reason turning around aiming at you, like I'm doing now,
Yes.
is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Wow. Wow.
In your
Sorry.
expert opinion,
Sorry, Mr. Bones. We don't need you anymore. We have attorneys with white shirts.
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
I Darcy, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I promise it was an old shirt.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie. It will not wash out.
I'd ask that it be admitted to evidence. It was not a cheap shirt. It's got cufflinks and everything. That was a $70 demonstration. That is not an old shirt. That was the whitest shirt you could get for this demonstration.
Dr. Garrison, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I don't think we've ever met.
I have not met you before, no.
I can just go through a couple of things. One, my name is Sean Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And under no circumstance am I going to let you draw on me.
I'm good with that.
I can promise you that will not happen.
That's great.
But you can feel my suit.
Dr. Darcy, I just want to go through some of your testimony to make sure that I understand that everything that you said. And of course, I have no challenge to your expertise whatsoever. And so please don't take offense to any of my questions. And if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. Is that a fair statement?
Fair enough.
And you do not have anyone to reward, anyone to punish. We consider you a neutral witness. Is that fair? You don't work for the solicitors.
Oh, correct. No. I'm just here to explain the autopsy findings and what it means, and that's it. I do not take sides.
And I'm definitely not going to disrespect or ask you how much you make or anything of that nature. That's completely improper, but you work for a living, correct? You work for the Medical University of South Carolina?
Yes.
And how long have you been there?
Well, I've only worked directly under them for about a year now. For 15 years before that, I worked for a private group of pathologists, and they just bought our practice. So I'm doing the same job for 16 years, but with MUSC for only a year now.
And doctor, as we talk about things, you are a doctor. You are.
We're struggling. Hold, please. Wait for it.
Say correctly, because that is a rude phrase, but they want to make sure that they can look at it, challenge it, and see if it's done a consistent way.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there are specific standards that are utilized in doing autopsies.
Yes.
And that comes from the forensic autopsy performance standards.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And we utilize those to make sure that if somebody else is looking at the work that we've ever done, that we can have a standard so not necessarily can challenge, so they can make sure. Well, tell me why you have standards. Tell me the point.
Just so we don't have people making stuff up and creating havoc.
And we want to endeavor to make sure that if we utilize and follow the standards at all times, that's when we know things are done exactly correctly.
Yes.
What happens when we don't follow standards? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, to be honest.
It's just a
with
question.
you.
Do you know? I mean, how about let's make this. Looking at the picture of the autopsy, do we believe that all standards were followed properly?
I believe I did.
Okay. When we're looking at the human body, I think you mentioned that we take it from the anatomical position.
Correct.
We take the height of the individual.
Yes.
Because we want to be very specific.
Yes.
And then we measure where the wound is, the defect, I think some call it, but wherever the wound is.
Yes.
We measure it exactly because we want to have very precise measurements.
Correct.
And then in this situation, we are very specific that the wound path in this situation is back to front, and because we can tell that, because we can tell the entry wound.
Correct.
And it's going front, back to front, and it's going, I think you mentioned right to left.
Yes.
And it's going slightly up.
Yes.
Now, first I want to deal with the word slightly. In my research and looking and talking to other doctors, they had mentioned that that's generally not a word that we utilize when dealing with autopsy because we want specificity. Is that a fair statement?
I use it, and so do my colleagues.
But with a word like slightly, that's not a question where we can get a specific what numbers that we are dealing with.
I guess not, no.
Okay. And without having a specific, using a word like slightly on a small human being could be different than slightly on a large human being.
Yes.
And when we're dealing with standards and making sure we can make a point of what has happened, it makes it almost impossible for another doctor, another pathologist to look at our work and say, what does slightly mean? Would you
Well, that's
agree?
why we take photos
And that's the next thing I wanted to get into. That's why we take photos.
Correct.
And when we take photographs in situations, we don't just take photos, we follow the standards to make sure it's done the exact same way. Correct?
Okay.
And you're familiar with the forensic autopsy standards? Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that utilizing the forensic autopsy standards, there are specific things that we are supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I'm not the one taking photographs.
But you would agree with me there's some specifics that we're supposed to have in dealing with an autopsy?
What are you saying we were missing?
I'm asking, are you aware of
Because
that?
I can see what.
Okay. Can see where you're going with this one. Let's see if we can get back to the stream in 3, 2, 1. It's like YouTube buffering. It's buffering for you. I'm not getting the spinning wheel.
Done. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I don't understand what you're.
And it looks like I am completely on the wrong. No, yeah. In section E2, it talks about what happens when we have injuries. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And just generically, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
This is the same pictures it's describing.
Okay. But what are we supposed to do?
It says describe an injury by type, location, size, shape, pattern, and color.
Okay, and if we turn to page 15, that is where our industry standards talk about photographic documentation of injuries. Are you familiar with that section in the standards?
Yes.
And if we go to the forensic pathologist or representative shall, there's E3.1 and E3.2. What does E3.2 require us to do?
It says photograph major injuries with a scale.
Did we do that in this situation?
The sheriff's department or police department is the one that does that. And typically they do. I do not supervise them directly.
Do we have a picture of any of the injuries with the scale?
There should be some.
We haven't testified or seen any of that yet.
Yeah, Mr. Kent, going down a road you might not want to go.
May we approach?
Yeah.
May we approach? A little sidebar. If you missed it, this was some must-watch TV that happened just a minute ago. Let me turn this one off. Watching this attorney take off his jacket, say, "Show me on my shirt where the bullet hole went into to Cyrus." No, wait, I've got something better. Hand me that red Sharpie. Grabs the red Sharpie, goes back to her and says, "Draw on my shirt." Here you go. Just use this. It's an old shirt. Draw on my shirt. That's where this happened, and she draws, and of course, red is a brilliant color, red on white, right in front of the jury. The method of demonstration. Every juror member was watching what is happening here, and there you just have that one little. It's a bullet hole-sized hole. I mean, it's a little bit bigger, but and it's so telling. And says, "Now with the black, show me the front, the trajectory where the bullet ended up," and. Just amazing demonstration. I never expected him to do this. As the sidebar continues on our other channel or our other real feed, we'll cut back to that in just a second. But ruined the shirt. He's got something to explain to his wife. I'm sorry, honey. My shirt is I can't salvage it. It's ruined. I had some lady. She was all over me in court today, and here's the trajectory with the skewer, the pointer stick, and I mean the things you do for your clients or to secure.
Thank you so much.
Secure a conviction. Okay, back. The sidebar's over.
And doctor, I think I understand what you were saying. That you did not take the pictures, these pictures that we have.
Correct.
And if you would have taken the pictures, you would have had a scale next to the pictures as required by the industry standards.
Right. So the sheriff's department always uses a scale, I guarantee you.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I'll be right back with you. I promise this will last 2 days. Don't discuss the case.
At least it's not lipstick on the collar. Right. Tiffany, the demonstration, if everyone else understood the situation and described what happened well, Mr. Chow, by every account, was standing upright, arms raised in a shooting position, which is, for me, that looks like this, okay? Arms raised in a shooting position. And so if that's how it went down, we know the point the gun was at, roughly. I mean, if Mr. Chow, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, say he's 5'6", okay? He's not a giant, 5'6", head 2 feet down. It just doesn't, the math doesn't math. You can't get the trajectory of the bullet going up in the body.
No one is saying anything's not turned over. No one was accusing anyone of any type of, I don't want to use the word, discovery violation. But it has been handled. We've addressed it. I know how to address it with this witness. She didn't do it anyway, so it was fine. I think my question was going to stop because she didn't put it on there. The sheriff's office would have done it, so I'm going to come through this witness. I mean, she's exactly right. She didn't do it, and that's where we're going to stop anyway the inquiry. She wouldn't put the picture on there.
Sheriff's office screwed up.
No, they have something. Yeah, no, they have something. It's an image.
Can we approach them?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that
This witness blurted out, even after there was an objection,
the standard practice. And what she testified to is, I don't think the sheriff's department coroner's office did. And she's asking, that should have been done. It hasn't been done. It has been done. It's been turned over, and we've called out all these pictures because I thought we were all in agreement that a couple pictures was red and 2 pictures. We were limited to 2 pictures of his fatal wound, which we agreed to, and now we're kind of being punished for that. So, I mean, it's a little.
I don't care there's no attempt to punish at all. I'm still in the middle of the direct of this witness. If it is not, and they have a right to recross, and it is not handled properly, I think the court can address it.
Okay, well, we need to print up this picture now and introduce it.
But she didn't take it anyway.
It does exist though. We don't know. It's just, I don't like the implication.
Listen.
Why don't we let him finish his cross-examination, see where that goes. If it is rectified during the cross-examination, we'll be fine. If not, maybe we will discuss something curative for me.
Yes. Yeah, and I think she did a good job of correcting it right there, and I think that's where we were going, but I'll make it up a little more clear. She's smarter than me.
It's all good.
In there, so I think we're fine.
You told me I could correct you.
And you corrected the heck out of me. So I think that's where we were going.
It's court.
Just for the record, Your Honor, all of this information was turned over to current counsel, at least a portion of current counsel on what date? January 30th, 2025. They do have that information.
All right. Well, let's give the jury about 5 more minutes. I'm sure someone went to the restroom and stuff like that. If I get the opportunity to do that real quick, go ahead.
Okay, quick little break. I'm sorry, I might have to make a quick call, tech support call. People are calling me for tech support for this happens to be a TV in I believe it's in Wilson. Network in Wilson. Let me have an issue. Let's see. We're going to zoom because we got a break. Give me a second here.
I don't like the implication.
Why don't we let him finish witnesses, cross-examine.
We got that part. We got that part.
Body, but of course the body at that
Went too far. Okay, there we go. We're back. Gotta make a quick call.
Can you take this one? We all it's back there by you. Okay, thank you.
You don't think I do? You are not writing them. It is not. I feel very comfortable. You'll never also hear me say this thing, and it's an old shirt. You'll not hear that. Yes.
You guys familiar with Meraki, Meraki Cisco devices? About to reboot one remotely. I'm not sure what it does. I like that baby blue suit walking around. We're almost live. We're almost live. I'm just trying to do tech support for Wilson. Look, I can skip ahead just a teensy bit further, but we're almost. I mean, we're minutes away from being live.
Mr. Bowden, bring him in, please, sir.
Quick moment, Chairman. Do we need to do a curative to show that this information was sent to the defense January 30, 2025?
Let's see how the cross goes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Fixed it.
Yes. Bring him on in.
I manage a network in a bunch of buildings that covers most of eastern North Carolina, from the Virginia line down to almost New Bern. I stayed after class. I stayed all class long. Most of y'all, the majority of you only watch for an hour each. You know that? That's a fun fact. Majority of you only watch for an hour a day. A few of you, a few good ones, watch all day. Yeah, but power cycling just sounds so much more technical than just try turning it off and on again.
Jury's present, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Durso, I want to make sure I understand completely, and I think as we've talked about, if I say something incorrect, you have every right to correct me.
Correct me.
But I want to make sure I'm clear. You don't take the pictures, and I think that's where my confusion was. You don't take the
Right.
pictures.
I don't take the photos. I'm honestly gloved up in full PPE the whole time. So the coroner's office has a representative that takes photos. And in this case, I believe it was the sheriff's department sent one of their crime scene investigators to take photos. And they always take pictures with and without scale of the wounds.
And you understand why that was a concern of a question that I had to make sure who actually took the pictures, and that's why I'm glad you can explain that.
Right. I'm happy to
And
correct you.
No problem. And I want to give you a chance to make sure to clarify. Is there anything wrong with someone different taking the pictures other than you? That way you can clarify to the jury.
No, there's no problem. And that's very typical because I've worked in medical examiners' offices in North Carolina during training, and it's always someone else that's usually taking the photo. It's very infrequent in my experience that the actual pathologist has the camera because, once again, we're in full gear doing the work, and that way we can just call someone over and say, take a picture of this.
And to make sure, so I don't look like I just tried to beat you up with a bunch of papers, I asked you the question about those forensic standards. You can understand it says something different. Do you want to explain why that's not at issue in this situation? Because, of course, I read the forensic standards to the court.
Right. So it actually says the forensic pathologist or pathologist in training shall, and it literally says photograph injuries. So it literally does say that, which I think that's something probably names should correct because I don't know any forensic pathologists that take the photos.
So you can understand where my confusion comes from, that it says that you should, and I'm not blaming you, not blaming the solicitor's office, but you understand when I read the standards it says that you should, but you're like, nobody does that.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about, and again, if I use words or say things incorrectly, please talk to me, because one of the things we have to figure out is the laterality of the bullet as it enters into the body. That's something important. Would you?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Is that something that we measured to figure out inside the body, the laterality of the movement of the bullet when it went inside of the body?
So there's no exit wound. So typically there's an exit wound that's pretty easy to measure, but it's inside the body. So I described it. We took lots of photos, and I actually put a trajectory rod through his body to show the trajectory. That's our standard of what we do.
And you understand why I asked the question, because that could be something important, the laterality of the bullet going into the body, especially when we're talking about a right to left path.
Correct, and that's why I described where it was located and why I put the trajectory rod through the body. But of course, the body at that point has been opened because, again, it's not a through and through, so it's not a picture that most people would be okay seeing.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, that's one of the questions that, when I brought up at the beginning, utilizing, I want to make sure I say this correctly, utilizing words like slightly, when we then talk about we don't have a measurement of the laterality of how the bullet moves in the body, that would be something we'd have trouble determining how right to left something is actually moving. Do you understand why I had that concern?
Yeah, and that's why we have the pictures with the trajectory rods and all of the descriptors.
And how are the pictures of those trajectory rods? Are they taken from the angles, or are they just taken straight on?
They're supposed to walk around the body and take them from multiple angles.
And if it's not done, is that an issue?
It's not ideal.
Okay, just asking. Well, is it not ideal because we can't tell how right to left something is?
Well, I know how right to left, but for someone reviewing, like you said, I just like to be thorough.
The solicitor was asking you questions again about the right to left movement of the path. Now, when I was doing my studies, it says something, and again, this is where you correct me because you're smarter than me. When a bullet is moving like 3 or 4 inches, almost equates to like 30 to 40% turn to the torso. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the bullet inside of the body, okay, you know where I'm going, so I'll let you explain.
There's all sorts of theories about measuring angles and degrees, but the problem is there's so many variables.
Right.
And so, is the body twisted, or is the person just standing to the right of them? There's a lot of different variables. So there's not, unless you were physically there at the scene.
And that's what I wanted, and I'm glad you
And
said-
know exactly where everyone is standing. It's hard. I can tell you whether something's consistent with the pattern and the angle, but I can't say, well, this person had to be standing here because I don't know exactly what angle even the victim's body was at. Nobody can unless you were there.
And that's why, going back while we talk about we do the body in an anatomical position, and then you just talk about possibilities and not possibility, and the sad part is a lot of things are possible.
Correct.
And so when we say this is, it's almost rare to say something's impossible because we don't know because you're not there.
Correct. I can say if it's consistent or not. Clearly, he was not shot from the front, he was shot from the back. So
Correct.
there are certain things we can say.
And when we talk about the slightly right to left, there's a degree, the solicitor said, couldn't have done that, which we understand. But there can be a slight turn, correct?
Correct.
Like there can be a slight turn this much.
True.
Okay.
If the shooter's directly behind.
If the shooter's directly behind, and we're going to do that thing, but you are not going to draw on me.
Come on. I'm good at it now.
Let's grab a couple bodies. Would you come up here and show me again? Because I want to make sure I understand. I'm going to have you come on down again. And just so you don't take the chance, I'm going to take Kenny Rogers, if he'll come over here and we'll utilize him. So what I want to talk about, so if we
I would get the
body
prosecutor
this
back up
way, this
there.
is where
Bring the
we're gonna do
original
this
demonstration.
Okay.
This is going to be the individual who had passed.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the solicitor asked you if this was possible, and you said no.
Correct.
But this is possible.
Slightly, yes.
So that's possible.
Yes.
So a human could be turning this way, and that's possible.
Yes, slightly to the right. Maybe not quite that much. I mean, that's assuming, like, if I'm to the right of you, that
Yeah.
changes, but directly behind, as it goes just right to just left.
Okay.
So I would say more than about there. If I'm directly behind.
If you're directly behind.
It's a good
So
demonstration.
that's possible.
Yes.
Okay.
But you also have to bend them over.
Yeah, you can go back. See, you didn't get the draw on me.
Probably could have said that differently, but phraseology is a thing. You would have to also be, leaning
And
forward.
they've introduced x-rays. Again, I'm not brilliant. One of the things that we always have to make sure of is the x-rays and so forth. Just shows where the bullet comes to rest. It doesn't show us the bullet is trampoline or anything like that when it's in the human body.
Right, and because of that impact on the inside of his rib cage, I could tell that it didn't come to rest exactly at the direct angle, because bullets don't turn, they go straight. And then it got again snagged on the soft tissue around the heart, and it kind of yanked it back down.
And so I think the phrase I use, a bullet can trampoline back, is that a proper phrase that I just used?
That's a word, yeah. You can
Okay.
use that.
Look at me looking words, look like I know stuff.
That's a word, she says. It's a word. It's a choice.
And again, I want to apologize completely if I have misconstrued anything you have testified to, and I have not challenged your expertise whatsoever.
I understand.
So please apologize if it seems like I have done anything to do that. Have I given you opportunity to answer all the questions that I have?
Yes.
And do you feel as though you've gotten perfect opportunity to respond properly to everything that I have asked?
Yes.
Have you given opportunity to
questions.
see? You don't believe that I've tried to trick you in any way whatsoever, do you?
No.
And you would agree with your testimony that we've talked about, there are different possibilities that could have happened and you were not there.
Absolutely.
And one of the things the solicitor talked to you about, if the two individuals are on flat ground, that takes a situation that you don't know.
Correct.
Because you're not there.
Correct.
And so if somebody's on a flat ground or raised ground or something like that, all of that changes our equations.
Correct. There are several variables as long as that angle stays true, but you
As
can
long as
move
the angle
both
stays
the shooter, the shootee, and everyone else around. So
And so the best way to do it is take the science that you have offered and put it with witnesses, evidence, and so forth, and let them decide what happened. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Oh, I've been told I don't.
Okay.
I've been told I have another question.
okay.
I've been told I forgot something. Sidelines, just rushing in one more question for me to ask. By the way, who wore it best, my suit or his? Please, ma'am, you were the judge. You're the only one who's had your hands all over both of us. How's the fit? She's like, normally I only handle dead people. I'm sorry. Oh, man.
So apparently I am done. I apologize. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Anything on redirect?
There you go. All right, doctor, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Checks his watch. Checks his watch at eye level so the judge makes sure he knows.
We're going to adjourn for today. Same rules apply. Don't
She's wearing
discuss the case
flip-flops.
with anyone or amongst yourselves. Don't
She's
do
wearing
any
flip-flops.
research or anything like that overnight. And we will get started tomorrow morning at 9:30. Y'all have a good
You
evening.
can hear the flip-flops. Oh, wow. I love it. Great witness. Great witness. Misconduct, I see you here. Welcome. Welcome.
Stop, just a second.
Wait.
Any more witnesses from the state?
Not for today, Your Honor.
Oh, so you're, okay. Sorry about that. Now you're excused.
Now the jury can head out. No. We can go back. I promise. The ME witness that we just had, Amy, she's wearing flip-flops. You can hear her. Flip-flop.
Me on the record, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're still on the record.
Your Honor, directly I talked to Mr. Scott. I can assure you there was nothing that we were attempting to do to say that the state of South Carolina has hidden any evidence. They've given us everything we have. I just wanted to make sure that that was not our intention whatsoever.
I think that's clear.
Didn't want to today, but I fully expect us to go ahead and rest in the morning if that's okay. Your Honor.
Okay.
Ooh.
We just want to talk.
I was thinking you might rest now, and then we can go ahead and dispense with DD.
Okay, well, if you want, let me talk to them.
Well, it needs to be done in front of the jury, I think, so they're gone. So you can do it more. That's fine.
Sure, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that.
Didn't think about that.
And just, not to beat a dead horse, Your Honor, but I just want to make sure the record is clear that that information that was questioned about the scale and the gunshot wound, it was initially sent to defense counsel January 30th, 2025, and it was sent a second time through evidence.com on March 3rd, 2025. So it has all been released to them. They've had it for over a year. So just want to make sure.
I've never said
Your
not.
Honor, the problem was we received it, it came as a crime scene photographs. And we, of course, are looking at what Mr. Kent was questioning on, which suggests that the pathologist shall, so when we didn't get it in the pathologist report, you know, it just wasn't there. So that was our mistake. No party foul from the solicitors.
No,
And we now have them.
Yeah, I think it was covered. I think it got cleaned up on it.
Your Honor,
I just don't want this narrative of, just going back to yesterday with nefarious intent, that narrative that, solicitors' offices or the Fifth Circuit solicitor's office is holding anything away or hiding and, playing fast and loose. That is not true. It's been sent at least twice. And I just need that to be clear on the record that they have everything that we have, and they've had it for a period of time, and we've shared it with multiple lawyers throughout this case. Because Mr. Chow has been represented by some version of this team twice, and also the Shealy Law Firm, and each of them has received this information.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's clear. I think they made it clear on the record they have it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one last thing. During the questioning of Devontae Bryant,
Here goes.
there were 2 videos used to refresh him. These are not in evidence, Your Honor. I kind of feel as though they should be offered as a court exhibit only because they were shown to the witness during the proffer, during his refreshing opportunity. They were not presented, not seen by the jury. I'm just not absolutely clear, so I tend to err on the side of caution. Would you?
Yeah, I think it's fine to make them part of the record unless they got some kind of objection, which is making it quick. There'll be 2 videos, there'll be 1 court.
There it is. And the court's exhibit, I guess.
two sides are carefully stepping around the judge's anger, making sure
I
they.
think I have one more thing, and Madam Court Reporter, correct me. On the testimony to
It's like
the
mayhem.
last witness, Ty. Brian. Yes, sir, Your Honor. I attempted to put in.
Jordan. Monte Ryan, sorry.
I attempted to put in a video. We reread your email. It said we had to lay the proper foundation, so I think it was at that point in time it was not admissible, but I still want to mark this for identification at this point in time.
Mark it as a court.
As a court exhibit?
Yep.
I'd like to move, Judge, to mark the solicitor's shirt as a court exhibit.
Thank you, I just want to make sure that was marked.
And ask that it be admitted
That was
and put in the
full
record.
post, yes, Your Honor. We have one clip from the full post, and I think
We're caught up. I told you we'd catch up by the end of today.
Or it did not
I think I just made a determination that the post was not coming in. I would submit a screenshot of it.
And I respectfully, I do not remember that from the court's email, and so I just wanted to make sure. I thought the email was just very generic, that it was allowable, that it was relevant.
doing to that cable?
Lay the proper foundation.
Please, somebody move that he has to admit his shirt as an exhibit. It's the right thing to do. First of all, he won that. He won this, and you could do it. You could do it right now, outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, that was it.
And so
I think during the hearing, I determined the boss was going to allow him to screenshot.
I just want to make sure I don't run afoul of the court's ruling. Are we allowed to lay a foundation to get in the video now, or are you saying we are not? And that's not what the email says.
Yes. Assuming appropriate foundation.
Okay, and that's what I was understanding. We still have to lay the appropriate foundation to get the rest of that video in. Yes, Your Honor. I understand that. Thank you, sir.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
I don't have anything else. Okay.
You happen to know a good dry cleaner, do you? Does white shirts? All right. We're done. We're done. So, all right. Love it. I'm sorry. That was phenomenal. The ending was phenomenal. With the I've got to give the prosecution points there.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
With breaking out the Sharpie and saying, show on me. I'll be taking off the suit, and he's got the goes from the black suit to the white shirt, so it's like it pops. It's always you expect an attorney to wear a suit in front of the judge, so it looks out of place. You're like, wow, what's going on? Gets this Sharpie and colors on his shirt, and wow. There are probably a million more acceptable ways to demonstrate with a skeletal figure and a little pencil skewer, which I have somewhere. I'm pretty sure I have like 20 of them, but I can't find any of them right now. To demonstrate that he was shot in the back right here, and it went to that sort of upward and to the left, and it went to that angle. But using the attorney's shirt was next level. I know he's going to get fist bumps back at the office tonight as he heads back and stops by the office. He's probably going to hang up the shirt on the wall in his next to his bar license or whatever else. But anyway, podcast tonight. Yes, 8 o'clock podcast. I was supposed to build it now so we could portal because we're only an hour and a half away. Let's quickly. StreamYard. Sorry, just got the hiccups. Now I can react to gifted memberships in real time. Yay, StreamYard's caught up with the times. How would you rate your experience of StreamYard compared to the past? It has been the same. How likely you would recommend StreamYard to a friend or colleague? 2 out of 10. That's right above not at all. Will you keep using StreamYard in the next 3 months? Not sure. There we go. All right, now let's get the portal set up. Starting at 8 tonight. Upload the thumbnail, which I've already prepared. Make sure everything's spelled right so we don't take a lot of flack from y'all. Okay, podcast is up. I think Ari should wear a red shirt tomorrow in line with the red Sharpie. I wore a red shirt yesterday. I can't wear a red shirt. I only wear a red shirt once a week. That's my limit. I do have a limit, you know. All right. Let me just make sure the portal's open. Portal is in fact open. All right. There we go. All right. Good day today. Court is done. Yes, we are all caught up. Tomorrow we're going to be live. So, did you get the candy, the witness with the grandchildren describing, podcast? No, but I could run to the store. I think I can go find some. We've got plenty of shady gas stations around that sell questionable items of consumable sugar things. Yeah, I think I can find one. I'm not going to make Thomas get one because it's just yucky. But the most difficult part of streaming on a daily basis is clothes. Hey, well, don't worry. You'll get there, man. You'll get there. I think you're going to figure this one out. I'm not the perfect example because we do the whole Friday thing, but I think you'll be all right. Having said that, I've done what slime liquor, not liquor. Okay, so the gas station, not the ABC. Got it. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yes, I wore my gray shirt. I am wearing gray shorts that are the exact same color. Mrs. R.A. absolutely hates it. She won't let me go out in public when I dress like this, but I did dress myself this morning, and well, I think that's progress. So, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. Until we go live again tonight at 8 p.m. with the Not Relevant podcast, an hour and a half from now, right here on this channel, live. Come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. And it's the last one of the month, so you don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?